Gearbound, Cyberpunk 2077. Chapter 1. Cold. Shaking. When Leo opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a mildewed tent ceiling he had never seen before. He was completely baffled. Where was this place? How had he ended up here? Closing his eyes, he tried to remember. He quickly recalled what had happened. He had just posted an interim note on the Hedgehog Cat app. Then everything went black. The next thing he knew, he woke up here. No freaking way. He could cross dimensions just by posting an interim note. Outside the tent, heated arguing broke the silence, piquing Leo's curiosity. He perked up his ears and listened in. McCoy, you knew the family's situation. You shouldn't have brought him back. So what? Was I supposed to just watch as he got snatched up by those Raph and Shiv and pretend not to know what kind of sick stuff they'd do to him? He wasn't part of our family. He had nothing to do with us. We can't go saving every poor soul in this hellhole. Well, I couldn't help others, but since I ran into this kid, I couldn't just stand by. Fine, if you insisted. But he could stay here at most a week, and he'd be using your share of rations while he is in camp. The argument stopped there. Leo quickly lay back down on the cot, acting like he had just woken up and definitely had not overheard any of that. A man of about 30 stepped into the tent. He was wearing a beat-up exoskeleton suit, scarred and dented, clearly the veteran of countless battles. You're awake. Leo sat up, feigning the half-dreamy look of someone newly conscious, still confused. Where am I? My name's Sam McCoy. This is the Backer family's camp. Don't worry, you're safe now. Backer family. That was a new one to Leo. He had never heard of it. Seeing his genuine bewilderment, the men didn't suspect a thing. Never heard of the Backer family, huh? Makes sense. Wrapping your head around all the drifter families, tribes, and factions is too much for outsiders. Still, there's something else that might interest you more. Our camp's Ripper Doc had to open up your skull to remove a bullet. You can take a look for yourself. He handed Leo a mirror. Leo glanced at the reflection and noticed that, though his head was wrapped in bandages, it hadn't diminished his looks in the slightest. Holy crap. His new self was insanely good-looking. Doc's a real wizard with implants, but how are you feeling? Got any dizziness, vertigo, nausea? Leo pressed a hand to his head. I'm fine. Good, good. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask who you are and what you were doing out in the wastelands. McCoy was clearly curious about this mysterious young man who had shown up in the middle of nowhere. The wastelands were full of dangers, corporate convoys, drifters, Raph and Shiv. You didn't see many people wandering around alone. And from the look of him, Leo didn't resemble a drifter or a Raph and Shiv. Nor did he look like a corpo dog, he wasn't wearing their signature suit. Actually, if anything, McCoy had a different guess, maybe Leo was someone from a place that was a few decades behind the rest of the world. He got this idea from the camp doctor who treated Leo. Leo's body didn't have a single implant, not even a neural slot. It was already 2077. Even the most old-fashioned folks had a neural slot installed. Without it, there was a ton you simply couldn't do. McCoy had never seen such a pure human being in his life. Leo didn't answer his question. Seeing Leo's silence, McCoy just nodded in understanding. He didn't pry further. He patted the bedside. All right, rest up. I'll leave you to it. A few days later. Leo, with nothing else to do, wandered around the camp. In that time, he had learned that this place was a drifter camp belonging to the Backer family. He had never heard of the Backer family or drifters. When someone mentioned nomadic tribes, the first thing that came to mind was the Roma. But these people were nothing like that. Note, Roma are a traditionally nomadic ethnic group spread across many countries. Their vehicles were heavily modified for off-road, and they wore cowboy hats, leather jackets, riding gear, armed to the teeth with all sorts of firearms. That was definitely not any Roma he had heard of. Only when they brought up Night City did Leo see the light. Aha, turns out he was in the world of Cyberpunk 2077. Back when the very first teaser trailer dropped, Leo, just like every other fan, couldn't wait to get his hands on the game. He had avoided most later trailers, demos, or Night City Wire episodes, figuring he'd enjoy it more blind. He'd even dusted off his old PS4, waiting for launch. Sure, the repeated delays were frustrating, but hey, he was fine with them polishing the game further. When the game finally did come out, its reputation was all over the place online. Once he got it, he definitely encountered plenty of bugs. And on a PS4, that experience was extra painful. He didn't even finish the corpo prologue before giving up. He put it aside for 2 years. Word on the street was that most of the bugs had been fixed. He was just about to jump back in when he heard they were planning a paid DLC. The bundle with the main game would be cheaper, so he decided to keep waiting. He'd waited 2 years, what was one more? But instead of waiting for the DLC, he ended up here, in Cyberpunk 2077's world. Leo stepped into the logistics area of the camp. The only mechanic there noticed him and made a mocking sound. Aha, look who finally crawled out of bed, our little lordling. Leo ignored him and just looked around. The logistics area wasn't big. There was the mechanic, a single workbench for repairing firearms, and piles of junk too ruined to salvage. Seeing Leo brush him off, the mechanic scowled. Drifters live by family units, which inevitably made some of them hostile or unfriendly to outsiders. Everyone in the family had to pitch in. And the mechanic's job was one of the dirtiest and hardest. Chapter 2. He was the one responsible for repairing everyone's firearms. Sweaty, exhausted, and now faced with the only person in the entire camp who didn't have to work, strolling right up to his face. Especially strolling into his territory, looking around like some sort of goddamn Marco Polo. The mechanic couldn't help but mock him again. You still here, little lord? This isn't exactly your sort of place. He hadn't even finished talking when someone else stomped over. Hey, old V. What did you do to my guns? The ones you fixed keep jamming at critical moments. Were you trying to get me killed? The mechanic bristled at having his skills questioned. He jabbed a finger at the newcomer and glared. That's on you. Don't give me that crap. You nearly got me killed, do you understand? If that's how you feel, don't come to me. Go buy a brand new gun in Night City. Problem solved. Screw you. No, screw you, I'm the only one here who can fix guns. You're the one who should be begging me, not the other way around. Right when the two looked ready to start throwing punches, Leo Zane suddenly heard a bizarre sound in his head. ZZZ. System loading. Load complete. System is now online. A stream of data cascaded across his vision like a waterfall. Name * Leo. Potential points *0. Skills *. Gun repair LV3. Eureka LV. A flood of knowledge poured straight into his mind. It felt as though he had undergone systematic training all at once. A spark lit up in Leo's eyes. Did this mean? He eyed the junk piled up like a small mountain and the two guns sitting on the workbench. He stepped forward and picked up one of them, a revolver. A string of information that only Leo could see scrolled across his vision. Name * DR5 Nova. Type * kinetic revolver. Damage * 238 to 291. Rate of fire * 2 shots/second. Durability * -10/100. Manufacturer * Dara Polytechnic. Notes * Nova is a classic yet affordable revolver that packs a serious punch. Its iconic cylinder design harkens back to the wild days of the Old West. Though it has a reputation for frequent malfunctions, its relatively simple design makes it easy to repair. You'll find the Nova in NCPD armories, small corporate arsenals, gangsters' belts, even in a lady's purse. In other words, everyone needs one. Leo's mouth twitched. -10 durability. Seriously? How had they even managed to push the weapon into negative durability? Then he picked up the other gun. More data flashed before his eyes. Name * DS1 Pulsar. Type * kinetic submachine gun. Damage * 53 to 65. Rate of fire * 8.89 shots/second. Durability * -5/100. Manufacturer * Dara Polytechnic. Notes * You have to admit Dara's designers aren't afraid to be the first to try something new. The Pulsar looks like someone disassembled a standard machine gun, then handed the pieces to a blindfolded preschooler to put back together. But hey, there's method in the madness. Because Dara refuses to follow the crowd, the Pulsar ends up much smaller than most guns in its class, making it more concealable. Unfortunately, originality comes with a price. This gun's recoil is notoriously brutal, and its parts could be higher quality. In short, the Pulsar is basically a half-failed prototype. Yet for some folks, the bargain yard sale price tag is more than enough to make up for its flaws. You'll see Pulsars turning up in slum shootouts and tucked into the holsters of rookie gang members. While Leo was immersed in these readouts, the mechanic eyed him with a mix of shock and anger. What do you think you're doing? Leo didn't even look at him. Instead, he turned to the gun's owner. I can give it a shot, but I'll need to use this workbench and the tools. Use them. The mechanic practically cackled. This is my domain, got it? My domain. Nobody touches my stuff without. He was interrupted by the nomad who owned the guns. Go ahead and use them. That bastard can't fix anything anyway. What did you say? The mechanic glared daggers at him. The nomad shoved the mechanic aside and motioned at Leo. So Leo moved to the workbench. He took a deep breath. All right, let's see if I can actually do this. His heart pounded with excitement, his hands trembled. The moment he placed his hands on the revolver, he felt the DR5 Nova's entire structure appear in his mind like a 3D blueprint. And thanks to Gun Repair LV3, he instantly knew how to fix it. He grabbed the tools and, with somewhat clumsy movements, began the repairs. An entire hour went by before he finally finished restoring the revolver. That's impossible. The mechanic, who had been so dismissive only moments ago, stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. The nomad beamed with joy, cradling the newly repaired revolver like a treasure. Thank you so much. No problem. Off to one side, the mechanic still hadn't recovered from the shock. For a long time, he had been the only gun fixer in the Backer family. But now. Suddenly, the mechanic felt a huge threat looming over him. Just then, someone else walked in from outside. Leo. Hey, McCoy. If anyone in the camp was on good terms with Leo Zane, it was McCoy. After all, McCoy was the one who had brought him back here when he first crossed over. Without McCoy, the Raffen Shiv would have probably harvested Leo's organs long ago. But McCoy wore a grim expression now. Leo's face turned serious. What's wrong? You look like you just got some bad news. McCoy sighed. He clearly didn't want to do what he was about to do, but there was no choice. They were nomads, people eking out a living in the Badlands. Nomads were organized into nations, which were subdivided into tribes, and further down into families. The Backer family, McCoy's group, had once thrived, but those days were gone. Leo wasn't one of them. They had patched him up, let him stay in the camp for a week. Of course, it wasn't just out of kindness. They had also found a cred chip on Leo, which contained a few $1,000s. McCoy originally opposed touching that money, but Cherry, the Backer family's leader, had seized it for the good of the family. And now that Leo could walk around under his own power, with no more profit to squeeze from him, Cherry had sent McCoy to kick Leo out of the camp. Chapter 3. McCoy had no choice. For nomads, the family came before everything. He was about to speak when he noticed the nomad cradling his freshly repaired handgun with a grin so wide it practically split his face. What are you smiling at? Did your wife just have a baby? No, it's actually like this. The nomad briefly explained what had happened. McCoy listened in stunned silence. He completely forgot that Cherry had sent him to kick Leo Zane out of the camp. Taking a step forward, he grabbed Leo's arm, face brimming with excitement. Leo, is this for real? Absolutely, Leo replied, holding nothing back. He saw no reason to hide any of it. McCoy hesitated for a moment, then told Leo exactly why Cherry wanted him gone. If he could help it, McCoy didn't want to see Leo thrown out. A person like Leo, in some people's eyes, was a walking goldmine, a perfect target for the Raffen Shiv. Leo was the one McCoy had brought in. McCoy couldn't bear to send him back into the fire. Wait right here. I'm going to get Cherry and some of the others. From there, everything fell neatly into place. McCoy rounded up the Backer family's leader, Cherry, along with several other influential members, bringing them all to the logistics area. He had Leo demonstrate his repair skills before everyone's eyes. An hour and a half later, Leo finished fixing the DS-1 Pulsar SMG and handed it over to Cherry and the other nomads for inspection. They checked it repeatedly and could find no fault. Just like that, Leo was allowed to remain with the Backer family. Nobody else voiced any objections to his staying. Afterward, Leo Zane's job around camp was to help others repair their broken firearms. His repair skills far outclassed the other mechanics, so everyone would rather queue up for Leo's help than visit the competition. Meanwhile, the other mechanic had almost no business left. That said, neither Leo nor the other mechanic received any direct payment. It wasn't personal, that was simply how nomad society worked. Everyone was considered part of one big family, and everyone had to contribute. In return, the family was responsible for sheltering its members. Not only did nomads earn nothing for doing work within the tribe, but even jobs taken outside meant half the pay went straight to the camp's communal supply bin. No matter how big or small the haul, half went back to the family. One day, McCoy returned from a job outside and came looking for Leo. "Come with me." "What's up?" Leo asked. "You may be half a backer now, but in these wastelands, if you don't have some survival skills, you're done for." All right." Up to this point, Leo only had gun repair, the skill provided when his system first activated. He had long wanted to pick up more skills. After all, you could never have too many, but everyone else in the camp had been warned by Cherry. Nobody was supposed to teach Leo anything. Cherry wanted Leo stuck in a permanent state of non-combat readiness, bound to the Backer family's wagon for as long as possible. So now, with McCoy volunteering to teach him, it felt like a pillow landing under Leo's head just as he started nodding off. He certainly had no reason to refuse. They walked out of the tent and climbed into McCoy's vehicle. "Know how to drive?" McCoy asked as he started the engine. Leo shook his head. "Nope. As a nomad, you gotta know how to drive. You've got a lot to learn." McCoy revved the engine and left the camp. "This looks good," McCoy said, bringing the vehicle to a stop some distance away. Leo climbed out and surveyed the open desert. The sun was blinding, the air choked with dust. Far in the distance, towering wind turbines spun tirelessly. "Here, catch." McCoy tossed Leo a set of crude protective gear. At the same time, he shrugged off the powered armor he almost never seemed to take off. "Now come at me with that wooden sword in your hand. Don't worry about hurting me, attack with all you've got." Leo strapped on the gear. He had never studied swordsmanship before, but he tried copying what he'd seen in movies and games, striking a stance before charging in at McCoy. 30 minutes later. McCoy has taught you, Sword Mastery, Learning Progress, 10%. McCoy has taught you, Fitness, Learning Progress, 7%. McCoy has taught you, Dodge, Learning Progress, 4%. McCoy has taught you, Block, Learning Progress, 1%. Panting hard, Leo slumped to the ground and stared at the notifications flashing across his vision. Before McCoy could say anything, Leo blurted out. "Let me rest for 5 minutes, then we'll continue." McCoy paused, taken aback. Normally, he would be the one telling the trainee to rest, not the other way around. What McCoy didn't know was that seeing tangible progress bars was incredibly motivating. If Leo had been able to see his study progress in his previous life, he might have gotten into the best universities with ease. From that day on, McCoy often took Leo out for training. By their second session, Leo had formally unlocked the skills Sword Mastery, Fitness, Dodge, and Block. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, Leo had been with the Backer family for almost half a year. He discovered that by actively using his skills, he could slowly level them up. During this half year, gun repair rose to LV5, while Sword Mastery, Fitness, Dodge, and Block each reached LV3. He also learned shooting mastery, vehicle driving, and throwing along the way. However, he still had no idea how to use the Eureka skill. The skill level read as, and he had no clue if that meant he simply couldn't see it or if it was already at max. He had no idea how to trigger it and decided to set it aside for now. Another area where he made no progress was his potential points. Gaining potential points required killing people. In this half year, Leo had never once engaged in a real battle, so he hadn't been able to earn any. Lately, Leo had started planning a way to leave the Backer family at the right time. He had only been with these nomads a few months, but that was more than enough for him to get a sense of things. It was clear that the Backer family's leader, Cherry, was an average sort at best. Under his leadership, the family hadn't flourished. In fact, they were barely scraping by, living on whatever was left of their former glory. McCoy had told him once about a wise leader, Sarita Backer, who guided the family through its prime. But after her death, the Backer family began a downward slide. They went through 3 leaders in 5 years. Chapter 4. On this day, an intense argument broke out in the family leader's lodge. "I don't agree. Do you even realize what you're doing, Cherry?" McCoy paced back and forth, his expression charged with anger. "Not only do I realize it, I'm perfectly clear on it. The one who doesn't get it, I'd say, is you, McCoy." Compared to the furious McCoy, Cherry stood with his hands on his hips, unnervingly calm. "We're talking about the Snake Nation, not the Raff and Shiv." "So what?" "What do you mean, so what?" McCoy let out a sharp laugh, staring at Cherry as though he was seeing the family leader for the very first time. He drew a deep breath and held his hands up. "No offense intended, let me just say that first. If my next words make you uncomfortable, too bad." Then he stabbed a finger in Cherry's direction. "Seriously, screw you, Cherry. Has that scorching sun fried your brain? We're talking about the Snake Nation, one of the 7 major nomad nations. Sure, nomad groups might butt heads, but at worst it's trash talk. Nobody actually starts a firefight. And now you want to rob a Snake Nation convoy. If we do that, how are we any different from the RAF and Shiv? Cherry waited until McCoy finished venting before replying in a measured tone. The difference is that the family will survive. You know what shape our camp is in. If we don't make a move, the Backer family is done for. Another senior nomad chimed in, backing Cherry. McCoy, calm down. He's not wrong. As long as we're careful and kill every last one of them, the Snake Nation won't know it was us. But I'll know. With that parting shot, McCoy stormed out, leaving everyone else to stare at each other. After a long pause, someone asked, he won't spill the plan, will he? Cherry shook his head. He'll come around. Forget him. Let's go over the plan again. In his tent, Leo was repairing a nomad's gun when McCoy walked in. McCoy, what's with that face? You look awful. McCoy said nothing to Leo, instead, he nodded at the nomad seated in front of him. You, out. I need a word with Leo. All right, I'll come back later, the nomad replied, standing up and leaving the tent. When they were alone, McCoy's demeanor turned grave. Leo, for the next little while, do not leave this camp. Leo chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. From the way you say that. I mean, I don't have a car. Even if I wanted to leave, I couldn't. But McCoy wasn't smiling. I'm not joking. Seeing how serious he was, Leo also grew solemn. What happened? Damn it, don't ask. Just promise me you'll stay put. All right, I promise. Good. McCoy breathed a sigh of relief, as though a heavy load had been lifted off his shoulders. He patted Leo on the shoulder and headed for the exit. He had already stepped outside when he suddenly turned back. One more thing, Leo. He paused, looking uncertain, as though he wasn't sure whether to continue. In the end, he decided to give Leo the heads up. If, and I do mean if something really does go down, head for the leader's lodge, Cherry's place. There's a tunnel there that leads straight outside. Near the spot where I usually train you, there's a cave. Inside, you'll find a car hidden away. That cave's not hard to find. If you search carefully, you won't miss it. The gas tank's full, and there's emergency food, water, and all the survival essentials, plus a little personal gift from me. If it all goes to hell, you floor it and get as far away as possible. Leo blinked in surprise. What exactly is going on, McCoy? Can you just say it outright? I hate cryptic talk. Don't ask. And don't try to snoop around. If the time comes, just run, got it? Before Leo could answer, someone called out from the tent entrance. A nomad was leaning against a crate. There you are, McCoy. Cherry wants you. It's about that, you know. McCoy nodded and left with the other nomad. Leo, remember what I said. Don't forget. Watching McCoy go, Leo wore a complicated expression. Originally, he'd planned to use the Backer family as a stepping stone. He had never intended to stay long anyway. Though. He gazed at the stormy sky outside. Dark clouds loomed overhead, hinting at a coming tempest. This can't be good. He brought up his status panel, and data scrolled across his vision. Name * Leo. Potential points * 0. Skills *. Gun Repair LV5. Sword Mastery LV3. Shooting Mastery LV2. Fitness LV3. Dodge LV3. Block LV3. Throwing LV2. Vehicle Driving LV2. Eureka LV. He closed the panel and pulled out a small trunk from under his cot. Inside lay grenades and anti-personnel mines of various types, more than a dozen in total. At the bottom of the box rested a bastard sword, and a breach device. He'd traded for these items with other nomads. Though working for the camp offered no direct pay, he could accept small favors on the side, like bumping someone's place in line in exchange for gear. He figured he needed something to protect himself once he left the Backer family. After all, Cherry never gave him a gun or any wages. He'd worked for free these past 6 months, so was it really wrong to gather a little personal stash? Outside, the roar of engines suddenly erupted. Leo quickly shoved the box back under the cot and stepped out of his tent, noticing a convoy of vehicles leaving the camp. In nomad society, a family was the smallest unit, anywhere from 2 people to 100. The Backer family was pretty average, about 50 people and 11 vehicles in total. Now 8 vehicles headed out, kicking up clouds of dust as they rumbled into the distance, Charis rig at the front. Once they were gone, Leo put on the look of a mildly curious bystander and went to ask one of the nomads left behind. "Where are they off to?" "Beats me," the guy answered. Chari didn't say. "But judging by that big show, I'm guessing they're after some kind of big job." His tone and expression were tinged with regret. Clearly, he wished he'd been invited. Hearing those words, big job, and recalling McCoy's anxious warnings, Leo felt even more uneasy. That day passed without incident and the next day was approaching quickly. The nomads who had stayed behind lit a bonfire in the center of the camp. Leo collected his share of rations, then found a spot with a decent view, eating while gazing into the distance. In the Badlands, there wasn't much worry about wolves or wild animals, most species had long since gone extinct. Chapter 5. This was a lifeless desert. The most dangerous presence here was human, the Raffen Shiv. The Raffen Shiv was composed of bandits, criminals, and exiles. They were cast out by other nomad tribes and formed a dangerous gang that prowled highways and city outskirts, always searching for prey. Even the name Raffen Shiv combined multiple derogatory terms. In the nomad tribes, an elder would formally declare someone Raffen Shiv during a ceremony, banishing the guilty party forever. Despite their numbers, the Raffen Shiv didn't function like a unified family or tribe. They fought as separate units, little more than a roving mob. Every member was generally ruthless, destructive, and aggressive. To most Night City residents, who seldom encountered actual nomads, the Raffen Shiv was indistinguishable from any other nomad tribe. Victims often reported Raffen Shiv robberies, ambushes, and raids on towns and city outskirts as nomad attacks. As a result, people tended to lump legitimate nomads together with these outcasts, dragging their reputation through the mud. Suddenly, Leo noticed the silhouette of a vehicle appear in the distance. He paused, then leapt to his feet. A nomad on watch spotted it too and called out a warning. "We've got a car coming in." Everyone around the bonfire grabbed their guns and headed to the edge of camp. "It's one of ours." "Why is there only one?" The windshield had been splashed with paint, so nobody could see who was inside, how many people, whether they were hurt. It was impossible to tell. The sentry signaled frantically, but whoever was driving seemed blind to it. The returning vehicle showed no sign of slowing down. "Damn, he's not slowing. Get out of the way. It's coming right at us." With a massive crash, the off-road vehicle slammed into the barricade and finally stopped. "Hell. 2 of you, go check it out." 2 nomads, guns at the ready, crept closer. Leo felt a sudden sense of foreboding. He ran toward his tent. The nomads approaching the car leaned in for a look. That was when they finally saw what lay inside. The driver had been tightly bound to the seat. Where his neck should have been, there was nothing. His head was cradled in his own lap. "What the hell is?" He never finished the sentence. Before either of them could react, a wall of fire blasted toward them. Boom. The vehicle exploded in an instant, engulfing the 2 in flames. Almost at the same time, hundreds of meters away, the faint flash of a muzzle spark flickered. The sentry on the high ground toppled backward. His head was twisted at an unnatural angle, and a sniper round had punched a gaping hole in his chest. Blood poured out in a gruesome rush. Only then did the crack of the sniper rifle reach the camp. It was like a signal. Gunshots exploded from every direction. Amid the rising chaos, Leo sprinted back to his tent. He dragged a trunk out from under his cot, flung it open, and grabbed the bastard sword. He shoved the grenades into a backpack he had prepared beforehand. After that, he held back, pressing himself against the flap of his tent to peer outside. The camp, once peaceful, had descended into utter pandemonium. Gunfire roared, bullets tore through the air, and screams and shouts echoed everywhere. Nobody knew exactly how many attackers were laying siege to the camp. Leo didn't hesitate any longer. He lowered his body and dashed toward the center of camp, specifically, the leader's lodge, where McCoy had set a tunnel led outside. The attackers wouldn't know about the tunnel, so escaping through it would be safer. Rat-tat-tat. A burst of gunfire rang out from his flank. Instinct kicked in, Leo threw himself forward, tumbling into a roll behind a Hesco barrier. Bullets nipped at the air behind him. The bullets struck the barrier with dull thuds, throwing up little clouds of dust. Leaning out, Leo spotted 2 enemies advancing on his position, firing as they moved. The dense bullet storm forced him back behind cover. Leo rummaged in his backpack, yanked the pin from a fragmentation grenade, and lobbed it toward the attackers. Grenade. Get down. Boom. The staccato burst of gunfire ceased. Leo vaulted over the cover and charged in. Before they could rise, he thrust the bastard sword at one sprawled enemy. The blade pierced the back of his skull, burst out through the face, and lodged into the ground. The other foe tried to aim a rifle, but Leo's foot lashed out and knocked the gun aside. In one smooth motion, Leo drew the blade free and finished off the second man. You killed 2 enemies, gaining 0.2 potential points. Leo's heart jumped. It confirmed what he had suspected, he could only earn potential points by killing. But 0.1 per enemy was disappointingly low. Despite that, he wasted no time. Knowing there was at least one sniper out there, he immediately sprinted onward, making use of any nearby cover to stay out of the sniper's line of sight. He was nearly at Cherry's lodge, just around the corner, when another enemy came into view. Hearing Leo's footsteps, the foe whipped around and opened fire without bothering to see who was there. Gouts of lead poured from the muzzle. Leo dove into a roll-behind cover, narrowly avoiding the bullets that trailed him. He waited until the men paused to reload before charging out. The enemy dropped his rifle in favor of a handgun, but before he could aim, his world spun and his knee exploded in pain. Sliding in low, Leo had sliced through the man's leg with the bastard sword. The men collapsed, howling in agony. Leo shoved a fragmentation grenade into his trousers, then kicked him down a flight of stairs. Boom. One more explosion echoed. Leo glanced back, utter carnage. Right at that moment, Leo froze. He dove behind a nearby barrier. Gunfire ripped into the cover, shattering a battered radio resting on top. The sniper had found him. Leo steadied himself, forcing the panic down. He pulled a smoke grenade from his pack, popped the pin, and hurled it. Then came a second one, and a third. Thick clouds of smoke billowed out, covering the area. Using this concealment, Leo burst from cover and sprinted for the leader's lodge, now just a short dash away. If he could reach that building. Bang. He heard the sniper's shot almost at the same instant he hurled himself forward. The bullet tore a path just above his hairline, smashing into a wall decoration and blasting it apart. Chapter 6. Leo's body crashed to the ground. He rolled onto his side just as another sniper round punched into the spot where he had been lying. Quickly, he kicked the door shut and dragged a nearby wardrobe down to block it. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets ripped through the walls, but Leo felt oddly calm. The enemy sniper no longer had direct line of sight, these shots were blind fire. Unless luck turned catastrophically bad, they probably wouldn't hit him, hopefully. Steadying himself, Leo took a look around. His gaze fell on the spot under Cherry's desk. Shoving the desk aside, he stomped on the floor. Sure enough, the sound there was different from the rest. Pulling back the rug, he revealed a trapdoor, secured with a padlock. McCoy never mentioned a lock. He had no time to search for a key. Raising the bastard sword, he hacked the lock off, flung the cover open, and jumped in. This camp had once been a biotech factory. After it was abandoned, the Backer family took over. During Sarita Backer's tenure, they dug a tunnel leading out, just in case. Emerging from the tunnel, Leo found himself well outside the camp. Gunfire still raged behind him, though clearly not as fierce as before. He glanced out at the open desert, then back at the camp. He chose not to leave immediately, instead setting off toward the spot where the sniper had been firing. That same position housed an automated turret as backup. Such an auto-engagement turret, as its name implied, could attack enemies on its own. It was equipped with a Militech Mk.31 heavy machine gun, absurdly powerful, yet too massive to carry without major body augmentations. In actual combat, reloading it alone was difficult, so it was typically good for only one sustained barrage. The design was meant for emplacement-level firepower, often mounted at static posts or on vehicles. A sniper guarded by an auto turret could repulse an entire squad. Most people would have had no answer for that. However, McCoy had explained how to deal with turrets. Its eyes were infrared sensors. While active, the turret's barrel swiveled back and forth like a fan in a roadside stall. Whenever its gun was pointed in a particular direction, it couldn't see elsewhere. Leo's move was straightforward. He crept up until he was just outside the turret's range. The moment the barrel swung away, he sprang forward at top speed. Hearing movement, the prone sniper reacted quickly, wheeling around with his rifle. Bang. Leo sidestepped the instant he saw the sniper aim. The large caliber round whizzed by where he'd stood a moment before. Missing once, the sniper didn't hesitate seeing Leo get so close. He dropped the rifle, drew a combat knife in one hand and a tech pistol in the other. Leo stomped on the sniper's left hand, crushing the pistol grip. His bastard sword slashed down, shearing off the right hand that held the knife. As the sniper screamed, Leo shifted his foot, yanked the man upright, and used him as a shield. Right then, the turret's barrel swung back around. But with the sniper shrieking in front of Leo, the turret's friend or foe system identified him as an ally and wouldn't open fire. Leo picked up the tech pistol and pressed it to the sniper's head, pulling the trigger. After the final wail was cut short, he threw the corpse against the turret and lunged in, jamming a breacher into its access port. Among nomads, dealing with corporate convoys was part of the job, yet few were true netrunners. A breacher was the perfect workaround. Corporate armored SUVs or auto turrets could be hacked, provided one could physically slot in a device. Remote hacks were beyond most drifters. Leo glanced at the breacher's screen. Its progress bar was advancing steadily. The turret had shut down, and once the hack finished, he could reset it. Satisfied, he set the breacher aside and retrieved the sniper rifle the men had dropped. A flow of data swam into Leo's view. Name *SPT-32 Ice Storm. Type *Kinetic Sniper Rifle. Damage *1705 to 2084. Rate of fire *0.28 shots/second. Durability *70/100. Manufacturer *Gauca Military. Notes Around the turn of the 21st century, the arms industry faced harsh challenges. Many popular sniper rifles proved inadequate against targets heavily implanted with cybernetics. What once guaranteed a fatal shot often barely left a dent. A new generation of sniper rifles was inevitable. The SPT-32 Ice Storm, produced by the Russian Federation, marked the first wave of this revolution. Many believe it to be the most powerful sniper rifle on the market. Though it lacks certain refinements found in Arasaka or melee tech competitors, a well-trained marksman who doesn't need wind assist can unleash its fearsome potential. No wall can stop its bullets. Leo lined up the rifle, aiming back toward the embattled camp. Bang. One enemy in a shootout with the nomads had his head blown open. Bang. Another foe crouching behind a tent collapsed, chest a shredded mess. Bang. A third, shot from behind, dropped with his neck torn apart. The assaulting force quickly realized something was wrong. Sniper fire. It's coming from behind us. Damn it, that's where our sniper was. He's been taken out. Someone tried the old hat-on-a-rifle trick, lifting it above cover. Leo obliged. The .50 caliber round punched through the cover and tore through the wielder's thigh. Blood spurted as he howled like a gutted pig. Against the ice storm, things like crates or steel drums offered laughable protection. This is impossible. We're sitting ducks. Leave a team to hold the camp down, the rest of us split up and flank him. Wipe out that sniper. Their sudden pivot caught the surviving nomad's attention. Is that McCoy's crew? Doesn't look like it. What are they planning? Retreat. Doesn't matter. Don't let them leave. The nomads tried to press the attackers, but the group left behind kept them pinned with overwhelming firepower. Forced back behind cover, the defenders dared not lift their heads. They had no choice but to blind fire in the enemy's direction. They're trying to flank me. From his vantage point, Leo saw groups of enemies peel away from the camp, splitting into two squads to charge in from both sides. The plan was obvious. He had known revealing his position by firing would draw them in. That was exactly what he wanted. Glancing at the breacher, Leo saw the progress bar had just finished. The turret was now shut off and ready for reconfiguration. He quickly reset it, then turned the ice storm on the team coming from the left, unleashing a hail of sniper fire. Chapter 7. One enemy after another fell under Leo's rifle fire, and a stream of notifications about gained potential points flooded his vision, too quickly for him to pay full attention to at the moment. Once he finished off the squad on the left, the group flanking from the right had already come into range. Open fire. In truth, the moment they saw their comrades dropping like flies, the attackers were already fueled by rage and hatred. Bullets whipped toward Leo in a hurricane of steel. Fortunately for him, he was hunkered down in a foxhole. He ducked his head and avoided damage as rounds churned up dirt and grass. These foes weren't amateurs like Raff and Shiv. They had genuine tactical discipline. Rather than spraying all at once, they took turns laying down fire. While some fired, the others reloaded or held their aim, ensuring no gap in their barrage as they advanced. Grenades at the ready. Half of them continued shooting to keep Leo pinned, while the other half readied grenades, pulling pins with grim intent. But just as they were about to hurl them, a twist of fate, the automated turret, which by all rights should have been on their side, swiveled its barrel toward them. In the stunned silence, the turret's heavy machine gun roared to life, spewing a torrent of lead. A kinetic sniper rifle could blow a bowl-sized hole in a man. This heavy gun equaled that power. but in fully automatic bursts. Shredded by the unrelenting metal storm, the attackers scattered in a shower of blood and torn limbs. When the battle finally ended and the smoke settled, Leo settled onto the edge of the foxhole, taking stock of what he had gained. From the moment the enemy launched their raid until the last gunshot, Leo had personally killed 30 people, netting him 3 potential points. In addition, his repeated use of Sword Mastery, Shooting Mastery, and Dodge raised each by 1 level. He scoured every corpse for valuables, netting only a few $100. Then he noticed the emblem on the dead attackers. It belonged to the Snake Nation. Every nomad bore a marker, like a brand label on clothing, representing their family, tribe, or nation. While conflicts and disagreements among nomads did exist, they rarely escalated into all-out war. For it to come to a battle like this, only one possibility made sense. Something had happened to Cherry's group. Originally, 12 nomads had stayed behind in the camp. By the end of the attack, more than half were dead, leaving only 4 survivors. Ironically, the irksome mechanic who had constantly butted heads with Leo wasn't among those who lived. Those 4 looked at Leo with a chaotic mix of shock, gratitude, and relief as he re-entered the camp. They hadn't had time to bury their fallen comrades when the sentry on the high ground shouted, "Look sharp, another vehicle inbound." All 4 raised their guns to aim at the off-road vehicle rumbling across the Badlands. Leo pressed their weapons down. "Hold on, don't shoot. They're flying a white flag." Though Leo had been with the Backer family for less than a year, his performance just now was beyond question. Without him, they'd all be dead. So they listened. The off-roader slowed far away and eased to a stop. When someone climbed out, everyone realized it was McCoy, who had left with Cherry just the day before. Their wary faces relaxed immediately. In such grim circumstances, reuniting with a companion was reason to celebrate. Nobody gave much thought to why McCoy was driving a different vehicle from before, or why he was coming from the same direction as the Snake Nation attackers. Coincidence or... Still, they had no time to dwell on it. One of the nomads tapped McCoy on the shoulder, relief shining in his eyes. "McCoy, man, it's so good to see you." McCoy forced a wry smile. "Wish I could say the same." The nomad blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Hang on," another spoke up. "McCoy, where's Cherry? Where's everyone else?" "Cherry's gone." "What do you mean, gone?" "McCoy, what happened?" McCoy lit a cigarette before explaining what had occurred. Yesterday, Cherry led most of the Backer family away, planning to ambush a Snake Nation convoy. Internomad fights were taboo. Any family or tribe that tried such a thing would be cut off by the rest of the nomad community. In the worst case, they might even be treated like the Raffen Shiv. Life was already hard for nomads, being shunned by the city. If they also fell out with other families and tribes, their future was bleak. But Cherry thought if he killed everyone in the convoy, no one would know who was responsible. Looting the Snake Nation's cargo would keep the Backer family afloat a while longer. Yet Cherry never considered that Snake Nation were also nomads, one of the 7 major nations, and they frequently robbed corporate shipments themselves. Why wouldn't they be prepared? They didn't anticipate another nomad group attacking them, however, they were well prepared for an ambush from the Raffen Shiv, and the Backer family fell headlong into a trap. It was a massacre. McCoy's face was bleak, as though even recalling the event pained him. There wasn't cargo in the truck, just Snake Nation fighters lying in wait for the Raffen Shiv. We stumbled into them, and it was a bloodbath. Half our brothers died in the firefight. The rest either fled or surrendered. A nomad couldn't help asking, "What about the ones who escaped?" "We haven't seen them." "Did you get separated?" "And Cherry?" another asked. McCoy spat on the ground. "The bastard ran off without a word, like a coward. The others who got away aren't with us now. I, along with some of our brothers, were captured by the Snake Nation. We've joined them." A collective gasp erupted. "What?" Leo's eyes narrowed. He'd seen enough clues to guess, but it was still staggering. In Sarita's era, the Backer family was once famous, yet within 2 years of her death, they'd fallen so low. "If you're with Snake Nation now," another survivor demanded, "why are you here?" "McCoy, do you realize how many they've killed? Practically all that's left of our camp is right here." Their rage and grief blazed at McCoy. If looks could kill, he'd be in pieces. He couldn't blame them for their fury. "Snake Nation sent me here. They saw how fiercely you fought and decided to give you 2 choices. You can join them, just like I did, just like the others. Or you can take your guns, grab a vehicle, and leave this camp for good. Don't ever come back." Leo's voice was tight. So you're telling us we need to abandon the backer camp? McCoy nodded. That's right. A different nomad burst out, what about the backer family itself? McCoy sighed. Don't you get it? After today, there is no backer family anymore. Chapter 8. The remaining nomads fell silent, each trying to figure out their next move. Leaving meant giving up life in the Badlands. After all, the Badlands belonged to the nomads. If you weren't part of a tribe, you became their enemy. That left them little choice. If they wanted to keep surviving out here, they had to accept the Snake Nation's terms. But joining the very people they'd just been fighting to the death was hard for them to stomach. Leo was thinking even further ahead. Up to now, the backer family had repeatedly clashed with the Snake Nation, resulting in casualties on both sides. The Snake Nation's generous offer of letting them join felt more like a trap. They had sent 50 people but failed to capture a camp defended by only 10. All 50 of those attackers were wiped out. Though the camp had suffered serious losses, McCoy mentioned that some of the backer nomads who'd gone out with Cherry had managed to escape. What if, when the Snake Nation attacked again, those escapees returned and staged a pincer attack from inside the camp? It was likely the Snake Nation wanted to minimize its own casualties by luring everyone into surrender. They'd split up and absorb what was left of the backer family, then settle accounts once that was done. McCoy glanced at the others, then pulled Leo aside. Leo, what are you planning to do? I'm done with nomad life. I'm heading to Night City to try my luck. All right. I respect your choice. McCoy leaned in, lowering his voice. Don't forget what I told you yesterday. You'll need those supplies. Thanks. Leo hesitated, then said, why not come with me, McCoy? Where, to Night City? Leo nodded. McCoy shook his head with a rueful smile. I'm not like you, Leo. I'm too old to start over. Go on without me. And if you make a legend for yourself someday, don't forget this old friend. An hour after leaving the backer camp, Leo found the cave McCoy had described. Its entrance was hidden behind junk and debris. He spent some time clearing it, then ventured inside. Not far in, he discovered McCoy's stash, an SUV packed with enough water, food, and supplies to last several days. Lying beside it was a familiar-looking katana. Leo paused. Then he remembered, this sword belonged to McCoy. He recalled McCoy once saying the sword, named Murasame, was a cherished heirloom passed down through his family for generations. At last, Leo realized what McCoy had meant by leaving him a little gift. A strange twinge welled up inside him. Why give it to me? Leo pulled Murasame free, and shut the SUV's trunk. Climbing into the driver's seat, he started the engine and exited the cave. He turned toward the distant backer camp and tipped his head in a silent farewell. Goodbye, McCoy. The sun high in the azure sky radiated enough heat to warp the air itself. A tangled network of old asphalt roads stretched across the wasteland, many half buried by sand. On either side lay an endless desert and low-slung hills. Heaps of garbage and clusters of Joshua trees seemed to wave in greeting. Far in the distance, beyond the swirling dust, stood the silhouettes of city skyscrapers and giant holographic billboards. That was Night City. In the blistering heat, an SUV sped toward the metropolis. Leo finally let out a long breath. He was almost there. Over the past 2 days, he had barely stopped, sleeping behind the wheel whenever he could. At last, he'd crossed the desert and glimpsed Night City's skyline. Along the way, he had even picked up a side job. A client wanted a nomad to transport something into Night City. Running cargo was a standard gig for nomads. Though Leo had never done it himself, McCoy had once explained the process down to the tiniest detail. He felt confident he could handle it. An hour later, Leo drove into a small settlement just outside Night City. The place was exactly as it looked from a distance, bleak and lifeless. He followed the directions to the eastern outskirts of town, scanning the area. According to plan, his client was supposed to meet him here. Yet Leo saw no sign of them. Time, place, both as agreed. But no client. Was he getting stood up? Just then, he noticed someone approaching. They didn't look like a customer, more like a local. They walked up to his SUV. Need something? Leo asked. Come with me. The sheriff wants a word. Inside the sheriff's office, the uniformed man had his legs propped up on the table and a burger in one hand. The door swung open, and 2 men walked in, Leo behind the local. Sir, I brought him, the local said, with a note of servility. You can go now. The sheriff set his legs down, placing the burger on the desk. He stood, resting both hands on his belt, and slowly circled around Leo. He moved at a measured pace, clearly trying to project intimidation. You do know, if you come into this town, you're supposed to say hi to the sheriff first. Tell him what you're here for, even if you're just grabbing a cup of coffee. Leo stayed put, letting the sheriff circle him. I wasn't planning to stay. I just came here to, well, meet someone. The sheriff looked mildly disappointed at Leo's lack of fear. He returned to his chair. Who are you meeting? That's not important. Oh, is that right? The sheriff sat up straighter, wearing a faintly mocking smile. If a stray mutt wanders into your home, would you still think it's not important? Only a fool would miss the insult. But Leo showed no anger, replying calmly. That depends on the situation. What's that supposed to mean? For example, some folks don't see so well and might mistake a wolf for a dog. The sheriff's face stiffened. He shifted to a different tack. I'm Andrew Jones. Maybe you've heard of me. I've heard of Indiana Jones. The sheriff raised an eyebrow, grin turning sardonic. And you're Indiana Jones, he wouldn't happen to have served with the Silver Shotgun Special Forces in the last war, would he? Leo shook his head. Not as far as I know. He was a folklore professor and archaeologist, not a soldier. And, honestly, a lot more likable than you. Not exactly a people person, are you? The sheriff snorted. Listen up. I've got a little problem on my hands, and I need a helper. You look perfect for the job. Leo arched a brow. Did I miss something? When did I say I'd help you? You don't have a choice. Is that so? It is. Though it's not as bad as it sounds. If you say yes, there's €1,000 in it for you. Plus, you earn this town's gratitude. Leo fell silent. €1,000 was no small chunk of change. If the job wasn't too big a headache, he wouldn't mind padding his account. Sure, the jerk's attitude pissed him off, but if there was real money on the table, Leo could forgive him like a patient dad. Emotions mattered little when it came down to business. All right, let's hear it. There's a cyberpsycho prowling around nearby. So far, he hasn't attacked the town itself, but anyone who goes out has a nasty habit of ending up dead. Leo grimaced. He already knew what cyberpsychosis was. His half-year among the Backer family had taught him plenty about this world. In simple terms, it was the umbrella term for all anxiety-related mental and personality disorders caused by bodily implants, both the hardware and software modules. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Leo still didn't know the precise cause of cyberpsychosis. Some claimed it was a disease born of social inequality, others insisted it was the price one paid for an unhealthy obsession with technology, still others believed it was nothing but a made-up diagnosis that didn't actually exist. Yes, that last opinion was about as American redneck as it got. Leo asked, a cyberpsycho around here? Why not call MaxTac? MaxTac, formerly the Maximum Force Tactical Division, specialized in containing cyberpsychos. If they were too far out in the Badlands, he could understand them not coming. But this settlement was right at the city's border, practically within sight of Night City. Why wouldn't the sheriff call MaxTac to deal with a cyberpsycho prowling around? The sheriff let out a raucous laugh. You think I'm looking to get the whole town killed? Maybe I'm hoping the people here die so we save on carbon emissions and resources, is that it? Kid, you don't get how things work around here. This is the border, not Night City. MaxTac won't show. Even if everyone in this town were wiped out, the suits inside the city wouldn't bat an eye. Leo ignored the man's sarcastic tone. So you want someone else to take out this cyberpsycho for you? Cyberpsychosis varied in severity. At the weaker end were people with cheap, sketchy implants, installed by unlicensed chop docs. They might be ordinary civilians, not too dangerous. The worst-case scenario, though, was a former soldier, operative, or merc, someone who'd crammed their body full of top-grade military implants and then lost their mind. In a crowded area, they could rack up a horrifying body count. Leo took a moment to think it over. He decided he'd at least check it out. If it looked manageable, he'd handle the job and earn €1,000. But if it turned out to be some ex-spec op psycho loaded to the gills with lethal chrome, well, he would finally gather info about the relationship between risk and personal points. All right, he said. I'll go take a look. No guarantees, though. Fine. Wasn't expecting much anyway, the sheriff drawled. Leo raised 2 fingers. But if I get the job done, I want 2,000. Not a cent less. Or you can solve it yourself. The sheriff glared at him. After a tense standoff, he yielded. Fine. 2,000. In the back of the sheriff's mind, he figured a cyberpsycho would be no easy mark. Even if this drifter managed to kill it, how likely was he to walk away unscathed? And if the man was badly hurt, why bother paying him at all? What could a wounded, no-name vagrant do about it? The sheriff assigned the same local who'd fetched Leo earlier to guide him. The townsman climbed into Leo's SUV and directed him to the site. Before long, they arrived. Barren hills stretched in every direction. At the foot of one slope stood a single makeshift shack. The local refused to leave the SUV. He pointed out the shack, saying that was where the cyberpsycho hung around, then clammed up completely, trembling as if afraid Leo's blood might splash on him if he got too close. Leo found the man's terror exasperating. First, Leo studied the shack from a distance. It offered few clues. No telling if there was light inside or how it was laid out. Charging in blind was a great way to die. Gathering intel was essential before an engagement. He tried parking at different angles for a better look, but still couldn't see in. Eventually, he formed a plan. Right before he got out, he glanced sidelong at the guide in the passenger seat. Then he pulled out the car key. The guide's face went pale. He'd been planning to drive off the second Leo exited, too scared to stay. Leo didn't care what the guy thought. No way he was leaving his keys with a near stranger. Stepping out, he surveyed the terrain again. The shack had only one exit, that single door. The windows were sealed. He planted several anti-personnel mines in front of the entrance, ensuring that if the target rushed out, the mines would trigger no matter which direction he took. He was about to fire a few shots into the shack to flush the psycho out when a sudden chill ran down his spine. Acting on instinct, he threw himself forward. A split second later, a blade, gleaming coldly in the harsh light, swept through the spot where he'd been standing. Leo rolled, but didn't stop there. He raised Murasame, scabbard and all, behind him. Clang! A massive impact slammed into his blade, sending a brutal shock up his arms. He was flung through the air like a kite with its string cut. Still, he kept his wits. Rather than crashing hard, he tucked into a midair shift, landing on one knee. Now he got a clear look at the attacker. A hulking figure nearly 2 meters tall wore a filthy, dark green coat, shredded and stained with dried blood and grime. He didn't seem to care about personal hygiene. Scars and implant lines crisscrossed his face, and an extra optical lens was mounted on his forehead, spinning incessantly. His mouth twisted in a predatory grin, revealing rows of wolf-like teeth. More striking still were his arms. 2 razor-sharp blades extended from beneath his forearms. Mantis blades. They were as lethal as any sword, yet far more concealable. Imagine wearing a coat or jacket over arms that could sprout scything blades on a whim, slicing a foe to ribbons like sashimi. That was precisely the monstrosity Leo faced. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his face. This was a combat-grade cyberpsycho, exactly the worst scenario. Even more unfortunate, he hadn't been lurking inside the shack at all, so there went Leo's plan for an ambush. Now it was a messy close-quarters fight. Sigh, this better give me some good points. Despite the disadvantage, Leo steadied himself. He whipped out his revolver and emptied the cylinder in a single burst, but the psycho moved like something out of a twisted quick-cut video, evading every bullet with impossible agility. Then the psycho swung both arms, mantis blades cutting arcs through the air, and drove his foot into the ground. His figure blurred forward in a streak of dark green motion. He's too fast, Leo thought. No way I can reload before he's on me. He dropped the now empty revolver and charged too, meeting the psycho head-on. Clang! The sword clashed with the mantis blades in midair, sparks exploding on impact. Chapter 10. At that moment, both fighters moved at blinding speed. The katana and mantis blades blurred into flickering illusions. Their clashing blades crashed like roiling waves, one impact following another in a relentless tide. Each razor arc sliced through the air, generating an ear-splitting wail. Clang! Murasame struck the mantis blade again with tremendous force. This time, neither fighter yielded ground. Standing weapon to weapon, Leo caught the sickening stench rolling off the cyberpsycho's body. In his peripheral vision, he saw the other mantis blade swinging in from the side. He quickly ducked. The gleaming steel narrowly swept over his head, slicing away several strands of hair. Before that blade could return, Leo tightened his grip on Murasame's hilt with his right hand, maintaining the lock. His left hand shot down to yank out a kinetic pistol from his belt. He fired repeatedly into the largest target area, the man's torso, without trying for a fancy headshot. At point-blank range, the psycho couldn't dodge everything. Bullets pierced his chest and abdomen, small red bursts of gore blooming on his tattered coat. But Leo's left arm was also sliced by the returning blade. Had he not pulled back in time, he would have lost the whole limb. Yet again, the mantis blades whirled around for a wide horizontal slash. Leo turned his kinetic pistol sideways, slotting the gun body between the mantis blade segments. The two men, their two weapons, locked together in a grinding stalemate, each testing the other's strength. Victory would go to whoever held out longer, and the psycho recognized this too. Bulging veins stood out across his face and neck. He had heavily augmented himself with combat-grade military implants, while Leo's body was baseline human. In a straightforward test of raw power, Leo was at a disadvantage. Except Leo had never intended to overpower him. When he jammed the gun into the mantis blade's joint, he'd rotated it so the muzzle pointed downward. Asterisk bang. Bang, 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 asterisk. Leo unloaded the last rounds of his magazine into the ground beneath their feet, kicking up a cloud of dust, and pulverizing the man's instep. The cyberpsycho grunted in pain, momentarily losing his balance. The force bearing down on Leo's blade slackened. Leo seized the opportunity to dart aside. He slid Murasame, its blade glowing a deep crimson, back into its sheath and adopted an IAI stance. Except his right hand stood a full shoulders width away from the hilt rather than close by, an unorthodox posture. Die. The psycho, maddened by pain and fueled by desperation, abandoned all defense. Like a wounded beast, he charged with a savage roar, determined to drag Leo into the grave with him. Leo's face remained calm. His left hand, which steadied the scabbard, squeezed a small trigger embedded on its side. The family heirloom Murasame had a feature most katanas lacked, an internal spring mechanism. Without warning, the blade shot out of the scabbard. Leo's right hand closed around the airborne hilt, using the spring's force to strike faster than the eye could follow. He unleashed a diagonal slash so swift that the steel blurred. It cut smoothly from the psycho's right flank, slicing upward through soft flesh like a hot knife through butter. The crimson blade burst out at the left shoulder. He cleaved the man clean in two. Leo exhaled in relief, staring at the fallen cyberpsycho whose eyes gradually dimmed. His forehead was beaded with sweat, his back drenched. Now he understood why the sheriff had offloaded this job onto someone else. Even a meager town could muster a militia with the Second Amendment on their side, but when facing a hyper-augmented killer like this, ordinary citizens stood no chance. In truth, Leo had been exceptionally lucky. Military-level implant users typically upgraded with a Sandevistan, dramatically boosting reflexes to the point that time itself seemed to slow. Fortunately, the psycho's Sandevistan had already broken down. Otherwise, Leo might have been the one lying in pieces. A close call, but he'd survived. Time to claim that €2,000 fee. More importantly, Leo was met with a welcoming surprise upon checking his notifications. You killed an enemy and gained 2 potential points. One cyberpsycho was worth the potential points of 20 regular mooks. Leo was almost giddy. After all that trouble, at least there was a solid payoff. Once he'd caught his breath, he walked back to his SUV, where the local guide in the passenger seat gawked at him, wide-eyed. Leo rapped a knuckle on the window. The startled man nearly jumped out of his skin. How did you kill that cyberpsycho? Cyberpsycho, big deal, Leo said coldly. Anyway, you saw it all, so make sure you back me up when we get back, got it? Initially, Leo had planned to collect some proof, like an implant eye or the mantis blades, to confirm the kill. But that felt too gross, and since the local had witnessed everything, he might be enough to verify the bounty. Besides, he hadn't unlocked any scavenging skill, yet. So he had no idea how to go about it anyway. Before leaving, Leo hesitated, then decided to check inside the shack. As he expected, the interior was a dark, filthy mess, strewn with garbage and devoid of light. Nothing worth looting. He sighed in disappointment, about to give up, when something caught his eye. Buried in a corner was a battered laptop. With no lighting inside, it would have been easy to miss. He dug it out. Reading through the data, Leo learned who the cyberpsycho had been. This man was a former executioner for Arasaka's secret Troy unit. Codename, Headsman Zank. Arasaka, one of the oldest megacorps in the world, dating back to the mid-20th century, was a giant in weapons manufacturing, supplying practically every major conflict worldwide. Troy was Arasaka's covert team dedicated to eliminating anyone who betrayed the corporation. Zank had grown addicted to killing through his daily hunt for traitors. Eventually, mission assignments no longer satisfied him, and he began murdering for fun. Perhaps it was the implants, perhaps the endless gore, but he started hearing the voices of those he'd slain, haunting him night and day. Only in the act of killing could he find a fleeting sense of peace. When he finally rebelled against Arasaka, his former comrades hunted him down, nearly killing him. However, despite his lessened mental faculties, he still remained cunning. Chapter 11. Leo learned from the laptop's files that Arasaka could remotely shut down any employee's implants at will. So, before going rogue, Zank had recruited a tech expert to modify his gear, shutting off its corporate monitoring and switching everything to offline mode. Arasaka hadn't noticed a thing, one reason he managed to survive his former comrade's pursuit. But Arasaka was still Arasaka. Their tech far surpassed what any back-alley ripperdoc could handle. Though Zank's implants hadn't been disabled remotely, they triggered other security protocols, aggravating what had once been mild cyberpsychosis until it escalated into a severe, end-stage condition. He cracked completely. That explained why he had holed up in that dilapidated shack, living among piles of garbage. After a while on the road, the small town's outline came into view. Leo hesitated, deciding not to drive all the way in. That unfulfilled job request still weighed on his mind. It was his very first contract since arriving in this world. Call it obsession or stubbornness, he simply felt unwilling to give it up. Besides, he had a hunch he hadn't really been stood up. Something else must have happened to make him miss his client. He opened the driver's side door. Get out. The townsman gaped. What are you doing? You go on ahead to the sheriff. I've got something to handle and we'll catch up with you later. Once he'd sent the man on his way, Leo spun the wheel, letting the SUV fishtail around before heading toward the outlying radio tower. If his client wanted him to transport something into Night City, it meant they were likely still out in the Badlands. He needed a little help from a friend. 10 minutes later, Leo climbed the broadcasting tower on the town's outskirts. The wind whipped around his ears. Below him lay the entire settlement, and beyond it stretched the city so many people dreamed of, Night City. After taking in the view, he flipped open the tower's access panel, hooking the booster cable inside to his radio. With a bit of tinkering, he managed to reach the person he wanted. Hey, McCoy. Leo. The voice on the other end sounded surprised and pleased. I never thought you'd leave me that family heirloom. I figured you'd spot it eventually. Murasame's much more useful with you than with me. Take good care of it. McCoy paused. But I'm guessing you didn't climb that tower just to tell me that. Leo got straight to the point. I need your help. Leo, the Badlands belong to the nomads. Now that you've chosen to leave the family, I can't exactly help you. Leo rolled his eyes. Never figured you to be such a timid rule follower. Call it loyalty. Rules are rules. No freebies. If you were still backer, it'd be another story. You should follow the others and join Snake Nation. Same old answer, huh? Joining Snake Nation is gonna backfire sooner or later. Oh yeah. I'm in Snake Nation now. Think I'll regret it? Hard to say. The wind battered Leo's hair. But if something goes down, you know where to find me. I'll have your back. Heh, I'll hold you to that. Fine, what do you need? I'm supposed to meet a client for a delivery, but he never showed. I did everything according to plan. Maybe he left me a message somewhere. You think you can help? Sure, but this'll be the last time. Give me the client's name. Jackie Wells. Silence on the other end lasted a good half-minute. Huh. Got a hit. He's waiting at a farm, sending you the location now. Thanks, McCoy. I owe you twice. Sure do. Don't go getting yourself killed, or I'll have to eat your funeral grub instead. Leo climbed down from the tower and returned to town to see the sheriff. The man still had his usual arrogant air, but the local who'd arrived earlier was nowhere to be seen. Now it was just the two of them in the office. I hear you dealt with that troublemaker for me, the sheriff said. Yep. So pay up. I know you don't want me hanging around. Hand over the cash, and I'm gone. But the sheriff made no move for his wallet. Instead, he treated Leo to an unsettling smile. Which family camp are you from? Leo narrowed his eyes. And what does that have to do with our business? Plenty. I want you gone, back to wherever you came from. Leo folded his arms across his chest. He knew this wouldn't be so simple. I'm not going anywhere until I get what I'm owed. Owed? As far as I recall, I already paid you. Leo's expression darkened. He was easygoing, but no doormat. You're screwing with me. Watch your mouth, boy. I'm an upright resident. The sheriff smirked as if he couldn't see the thundercloud on Leo's face. You weren't here the whole time, were you? You visited the radio tower first. So what? That tower's town property, and using it ain't free. Normally, out-of-towners gotta shell out €5,000 each time. But lucky for you, you did me a favor with that psycho, so we'll just call it even. Now run along, dog, you're in my way. Leo didn't move. The sheriff's face twisted, and he stood from his seat, popping open his holster. His right hand settled on his revolver's grip. You know, I'm the law here. I can execute troublemakers on sight. It's my legal right. So either you walk out of here, or I shoot you and have your corpse dumped. I suggest you think twice, 'cause I served in the Silver Shotgun Forces. My draw time's 40 milliseconds. 40 milliseconds, huh? Leo showed no hint of fear. His left hand rested on his katana's sheath, making his intentions perfectly clear. The sheriff sneered, unimpressed. 7 steps or not, a gun was still faster and deadlier than any blade. I gave you a chance, stray dog. This is on you. He leaned his upper body back, preparing to draw. But 1 second before he could pull his revolver free, he saw Leo's katana flying straight at him, faster than any draw he'd ever done. Completely unprepared, the sheriff took the hilt to the face. It flung him through the office window, headfirst into the trash outside. Leo followed up calmly. I gave you a chance, Sheriff. This was your choice. Don't blame me. Now about that money. You call this a farm? After leaving the sheriff's office, Leo drove out of town to the location McCoy had mentioned. He couldn't help feeling McCoy's definition of farm might be off. It looked more like another crude Badlands shack, built from corrugated steel, plastic, plywood, and a pile of random materials. There was a car parked behind it, so clearly someone was inside. Pulling out the key, Leo tucked it into his pocket and gripped Murasaim at his waist. He stepped inside. The shack looked every bit as rundown on the inside as it did from the outside. He had no idea how long it had been since anyone lived there. Cockroaches scurried across the floor. Chapter 12. A brawny man in a leather jacket, wearing a large gold bracelet and sporting a man bun, was leaning against a tattered old sofa. In his hand, he was also gripping a pistol tightly. I'm so broke I might as well start farming. Guess you're here for me, huh? You're the client named Wells, right? No need to be so formal, just call me Jackie, poor favor. In that case, you can call me Leo. Leo's gaze swept the floor and landed on the box beneath Jackie's foot. Is this what needs transporting? Unexpectedly, Jackie didn't jump straight to business. Where I'm from, we like to get to know each other a bit before talking business. It's a tradition, or maybe just good manners, you know. You think we can become that close after just a few words? Honestly, I'm not sure I follow. Leo couldn't help thinking of Cherry. Nomads always say, everything is for the family. They're probably the best example of a real connection. But who would have thought that the leader who always preached family interests above all would abandon the Backer family at the final moment, leaving by himself? Doesn't matter if you don't get it. I'm good at reading people. Is that so? All right, you are the one paying for my overtime after all. Leo made a gesture inviting him to continue. Since you brought it up, why don't you start? No problem. Jackie shifted his posture slightly. Jackie Wells, born and raised in Night City, pure Haywood blood. Sorry, I don't know what that means. I've never been to Night City. Then picture a place where everyone's like siblings, or at least distant cousins. Jackie shrugged. That's Haywood. Plus, everyone carries a piece. Sounds like you live in a gang-run neighborhood. Right, the Valentinos. All right, your turn, amigo. Leo, I spent some time with the Backers family. You're a nomad. But I heard nomads usually don't deal much with city folk. I joined them later on, and that family's already gone now. People gotta eat somehow, right? Makes sense. Jackie lifted his foot off the box and nudged it forward. Then, with a smirk, he tilted his head. All right, the serious question now, what kind of woman you into? Leo arched a brow. You really ask every new guy you meet that? Jackie chuckled. Just getting to know you, Mano. Me. I got a type, goth, kinda mysterious, but, you know, caring. Someone who gets that life's a mess but doesn't make it worse, you know. He gave a nod, like he'd just shared something profound. All right, your turn. Leo leaned forward slightly, locking eyes with Jackie. Who said I was into women? Jackie froze. Oh, Leo let the silence stretch just long enough to watch Jackie squirm before cracking a grin. Relax, Wells, I'm messing with you. I like women. Just not the type to spill my preferences to every guy I work with. Jackie exhaled, shaking his head. Man, you had me for a sec. He muttered something in Spanish, running a hand through his hair. Leo smirked. Speaking of looks, that haircut, though. What happened? Your barber get distracted halfway through. Jackie scoffed. Pfft. This is style, cabron. Ain't my fault you got no taste. Leo snorted. Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Now let's get down to business, cabron. Here's the cargo. Take a look. Though it was called a box, it wasn't just any wooden crate. It looked high-tech, with several small displays on the front. This box looks fancy. Have you opened it? No. You don't know what you're shipping. Not knowing helps me sleep at night. I'd rather stay in the dark, it's better that way. If that's how you want it, fine, let's get it loaded so we can wrap this up sooner. A huevo, Jackie said, hefting the box. Leo walked ahead, and they headed outside. Leo opened up the trunk. Man, this thing's heavy. Jackie set the box inside, and the whole car dipped under the weight. He casually slammed the trunk shut. I almost thought you'd bailed on me. I should be saying that to you. Didn't we agree to meet in that little town outside the city? I went there and didn't see you. Took me a while to track you down. Jackie chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Just keeping it low profile, man. That dumbass sheriff kept going on about corporations and law and order. Clearly a total pain in the ass. True that. Leo nodded in agreement. The SUV sped down the highway, Joshua trees whipping past on both sides. A billboard for CHOOH2 glowed with a soft white light. Thin plumes of black smoke curled up from the tires as they burned against the road. Recalling McCoy's instructions, Leo glanced over at Jackie in the passenger seat. Got the paperwork ready for crossing. Jackie answered matter-of-factly, of course. Didn't the fixer send you the forms? Leo's stomach tensed for a second. He knew what a fixer was. But he'd never been to Night City, so there was no way any fixer had given him a gig. Still, he kept up appearances. Sure did. Just double-checking. Seeing Leo's reaction, Jackie asked, slightly concerned. Listen, pal, we're professionals, right? Leo nodded. He said nothing, and the atmosphere turned quiet. After a while, Jackie spoke again. Hey, have you run a smuggling route like this before? What, are you getting nervous? Me. Poor favor. Under Leo's subtle gaze, Jackie finally admitted, all right, maybe a little. So it wasn't just Leo who was new at this, both of them were. No point in hiding it now. And besides, when it came to business it was more so about being overtly confident than actually having experience, though this wasn't a typical business deal. Silence fell once more. As they neared Night City, they started seeing more vehicles, all heading the same way. Hey, we're almost to the border. Now what? Leo could tell Jackie was probably green. He found it amusing. Don't worry, we'll just follow normal procedures. Which are? A vehicle scan, a document check, you know how it is. Jackie gave a thumbs up. Claro. Leo looked at him. Relax, I'll do the talking. Given Jackie's massive build, that gold bracelet, and all his tattoos, he hardly looked inconspicuous. At the customs checkpoint, when the car ahead passed its inspection and it was their turn, the border guard's voice sounded over the loudspeaker. Please drive your vehicle to the inspection area. Armed guards manned the border, and cannon turrets kept a constant aim from their watchtowers. Such heavy defenses would deter anyone from trying to force their way through. Following instructions, Leo parked the car and waited for the scan. Jackie, on the other hand, looked deeply uncomfortable. He could handle guards, but those two turrets on either side, ready to shred them in a few seconds if anything went wrong, made him feel like he was on a grill. He muttered. I feel like we're done for. Leo said nothing. Sure, being nervous on your first run is normal, but don't jinx it. Leo quickly tried to counter the bad omen. Relax. This is standard procedure. Didn't you see it happen to the car ahead, too? Jackie paused. Thinking about it, that was true, so he calmed down a bit. Right, where's that customs form? Jackie handed over a sheet of black paper. Leo skimmed it and saw LOA in bold letters. Everything else was irrelevant, those 3 letters were all that mattered. He recalled McCoy telling him, LOA stood for Lost on Arrival. Chapter 13. Once the cargo crossed the border, it would be lost. Some cargo remained, yet it was already gone. Some cargo was gone, yet it remained. That's more or less the idea. But if you want the cargo to go missing, a single sheet of paper isn't enough. You need something else, something everybody likes. And the cred chip with the money. Right here. Leo slipped the cred chip in between the pages of the customs form. When the border guard told him to come in for questioning, he had Jackie stay in the car. They left the engine running, in case something went sideways and they needed to bolt. Leo got out and walked into the border checkpoint building. First, he deposited his weapons at the service counter. Then, following the staff's directions, he headed to room 2. The room was small. A single table and 2 chairs took up most of the space. A border guard was seated inside. Seeing Leo enter, he pointed to the chair opposite him. Have a seat. The light overhead illuminated only the tabletop and the guard in front of it. The atmosphere was tense and meant to put people on edge. Your documents. Once Leo sat down, the guard spoke coldly. Leo kept silent, taking out the customs form Jackie had given him. He made sure the cred chip was tucked inside before placing it on the table and slowly sliding it over. The guard was an old hand at this. One glance, and he knew what he meant. He pulled a separate sheet from underneath the stack of papers weighed down by an ashtray and covered the cred chip. Only then did he pick up the customs form. He barely skimmed it, clearly disinterested in the details. He'd been doing this for years and knew exactly what could and couldn't be investigated. If he actually found something he wasn't supposed to, it'd be bad news for everyone. Paperwork checks out. Welcome to Night City. His tone now was markedly different from before, much friendlier. The cybernetics in his face even managed something of a pleasant smile. Thank you. Have a good day, sir. Leo stood to leave but suddenly heard the guard speak again, out of nowhere. Oh, right, which nomad family are you running with? What did that have to do with the current situation? Leo frowned. He almost replied that he wasn't working for any family these days. But when he saw the guard's face beneath his cap, half hidden by shadows, he paused, sensing he should be cautious. Is that question mandatory? I don't recall it being part of the normal procedure. True, it isn't. Let's just call it personal curiosity. The guard tapped the desk lightly with his finger. Of course, if you're not willing to share, I understand. Leo replied without missing a beat. I've got nothing to hide. I'm with the Snake Nation. The guard froze. Come again. The Snake Nation, this car, this cargo, this job, they're all Snake Nation business. As he spoke, Leo took out a Snake Nation insignia he had ripped from a dead Snake Nation soldier's uniform and laid it on the table. Snake Nation, huh? The guard lit a cigarette. Other people might not be clued in, but folks like him, who dealt with nomads all the time, knew them inside out. Even so, the guard's expression made it clear he was skeptical. Snake Nation's one of the big 7 nomad nations. Why would they entrust such valuable cargo to some green kid with no beard and 0 track record? Anything marked LOA on a customs form was never trivial, easily worth 5 figures in Eurodollars. The guard had a phone right there. If he confirmed the nomad standing in front of him was just a lone wolf, he could call the corporation to intercept the shipment. Leo suddenly smiled, planting both hands on the table to lean in and look down at the guard. You know, there's a famous saying. Never judge a person by their appearance, nor the depth of the sea by a bucket. Just because I don't have a 5-inch beard, how do you know I can't get things done? Silence fell in the dimly lit room, broken only by the swirl of cigarette smoke in the guard's hand. After a moment, the border guard leaned back in his chair. You've got a way with words. All right, you can go. Your partner's still waiting in the car, don't forget your personal belongings. Leo said nothing more. He grabbed the form and the Snake Nation patch and left. The guard's expression kept shifting. He picked up the phone on the desk, several times thinking about calling Militech. But in the end, he slowly set it down. He was sure Leo and the others were smuggling something valuable. Reporting it to Militech would net him a hefty reward. But he couldn't be certain whether the Snake Nation truly had their backs. If they were just a small-time family or a lone nomad, fine. But Snake Nation was massive, even by nomad standards. Sure, no nomad clan could topple a corporation, but that didn't mean they couldn't crush one low-level guard like an insect. And realistically, even if his life were in danger, Militech wouldn't assign bodyguards around the clock for a nobody like him. To the corporation, he was just a replaceable cog. In the end, the guard decided not to make that call. His life was more valuable than a quick payout. When Leo emerged from room 2, he saw the staff at the service counter chatting among themselves. Look at all these dumb kids who think Night City some kind of paradise. What can you do? Youth is always naive. People sat in every available seat, while some who had nowhere to sit stood around. They'd come from all over, chasing dreams of making a name for themselves in Night City. Leo reclaimed his weapons from the counter and then walked out of the checkpoint building. He spotted Jackie leaning against the SUV, and the moment Jackie saw Leo, he blurted out anxiously, "So how'd it go in there?" Leo opened the car door. "I'll tell you in a minute, let's get out of here first." "Yeah, let's move." Jackie wholeheartedly agreed. They both climbed in and drove out of the checkpoint. Past the station lay roadblocks on both sides, so there was only one way to go, just keep driving. Once they'd gone some distance and the checkpoint was far behind them, Jackie couldn't hold back anymore. "So what happened in there?" "Spill it." "It was the usual check, except the guy asked me something he normally wouldn't." "What did he ask?" "He wanted to know which nomad family I belonged to." Jackie was a Haywood local, barely in the smuggling game, and knew next to nothing about nomad dealings. "So how'd you answer?" "I told him Snake Nation." "You're Snake Nation?" "Nope." Jackie pulled a face. "You think that might be a problem?" Leo drew his weapon, checked it piece by piece, and then placed it within easy reach. "Drive, Jackie. Just keep driving." Chapter 14. Both of them thought there'd be a big fight. Yet they made it all the way into Santo Domingo without incident. Jackie patted his man bun and laughed. "Didn't expect things to go this smoothly. I was sure we'd have ourselves a thrilling chase. Keep that excitement for a brain dance. We don't need it in reality." Leo breathed a sigh of relief. This was his first time delivering cargo. He had no idea if, when McCoy and the others did this job, the border guards would ask so many questions. Either way, he couldn't shake the bad feeling that customs guy gave him. The whole way, he kept his weapon in hand. Jackie was also on edge, foot never lifting from the accelerator. Thankfully, the ride was uneventful. Night City is divided into several districts. Jackie lives in Haywood. Coming into the city from the south, you have to pass either through the Pacifica district or Santo Domingo to reach Haywood. Distance-wise, Pacifica is closer. But Jackie would rather go the long way through Santo Domingo than take the shortcut. Why? That place is like a war zone, gunfights every day, people die every hour, even the NCPD won't go there. Doesn't the mayor do something about it? What about the military? There's no military in Night City. As for the mayor, he's not exactly ignoring it. How is he handling it, then? He basically cut Pacifica out of Night City and declared that it's no longer part of the city. Doing that slashed the gun violence and murder rate on the official record and earned him plenty of votes. Leo was speechless. He figured he'd never understand how a politician's mind worked. It's not that much farther out of the way. We'll get there soon enough, don't worry. Santo Domingo's a lot safer than Pacifica. Nothing's gonna. Before Jackie could finish, a Galena sedan sped right past their SUV. Right behind it were two black SUVs full of muscle-bound thugs, chasing at high speed. The SUVs were painted with the Animals gang symbol. "This is your idea of safer?" Jackie looked a bit embarrassed. "Maybe they're off to some turf war." "Don't worry, they won't start shooting on a highway." He didn't even finish his sentence before rapid gunfire ripped through the air. The Animals in the black SUVs didn't care where they were, they pulled out a light machine gun and opened fire at the Galena. Bullets tore through the Galena, leaving it riddled with holes, but somehow the sedan seemed fine. As soon as the machine gun's ammo belt ran dry, a twin-tailed girl popped up through the Galena's sunroof. She had a bright, flashy kinetic shotgun in her hands and immediately blew one of the black SUVs to bits. The other SUV swerved around to the side of the Galena. The Galena pulled a breathtaking drift, pinning the SUV against the highway guardrail. Sparks flew where metal scraped against metal. Then an arm emerged from the Galena's window. It transformed, revealing a thick barrel. In the next instant, the SUV's driver's seat exploded in a bloody mess. With no driver, the SUV flipped and rolled several times, scattering debris everywhere. It was a wreck. Luckily, besides those combatants, only Jackie and Leo were on that highway. As soon as the shooting started, Jackie, well seasoned, slammed the brakes and reversed to a safe distance. They only started moving again after the firefight ended and the Galena was gone. "Looks like it's over," Jackie said, staring at the distant Galena. The driver had a projectile launcher built into their arm. Leo noticed Jackie's look of envy. "That expensive?" "Depends on the model. The newest, most powerful ones cost a fortune." That one seemed old, maybe 2 versions behind. So a brazen shootout on a highway, aren't the NCPD gonna show up? This is Santo Domingo, not City Center, Charter Hill, or North Oak, places loaded with police. In Night City, you can save on anything except weapons and cyberware. Those 2 things will keep you alive. You should see your face. Relax, soon enough, you won't be so tense. You mean the city's getting safer? I mean you'll get used to it. Jackie's place was in the Glen, Haywood, a district administered by City Hall. It was wealthy and clean, with little crime. Quiet parks sit alongside elegant skyscrapers. But that peaceful scene only holds for the northern part of the Glen, near City Hall. Head south, and things get worse. Buildings were uglier and more rundown, a hotbed of crime and poverty. The Valentinos and the 6th Street gang often clash violently over turf. Jackie pulled the car up in front of a garage. This is where I live. But first, how about we grab something to eat and a shower? Sound good? Leo had no objections. Not far from the garage was the El Coyote Kojo bar, run by Jackie's mother, Mrs. Wells. On the back door, written in Spanish, English, Chinese, Japanese, and Korean, was a bold warning aimed at any troublemaking punks with more guts than brains. Asterisk, it takes the cops about 10 minutes to get here, but I only need a fraction of a second to put a bullet in you. Kindly think twice before doing anything stupid. Asterisk. Just from that sign, you could tell Mrs. Welly's personality, bold and tough. It was already late, and even the bar was closing up. Inside, 2 people were tidying. Pepe, you head home first. I can finish the rest on my own. All right. Good night, Mrs. Wells. The bartender, Pepe, left through the front door. Mrs. Wells noticed Jackie come in through the back with a young man. She immediately paused her cleaning and frowned. Jackie, why are you home so late again? Work, Ma, just work. That doesn't mean you should stay out all night. Do you have any idea how worried I get? Virgin Santissimo, Ma. Give it a rest. See. I'm fine. Perfectly okay. Noting his mom was about to say more, Jackie quickly nudged Leo forward. Hey, let me introduce you. This is Leo. Leo, this is my mom. You can call her Mrs. Wells. Good evening, Mrs. Wells. Mrs. Wells knew exactly what her son was up to, so she shot him a glare. Then she smiled, shook Leo's hand, and said, You 2 look like you've been through a lot. Go get cleaned up, and I'll fix you something to eat. Leo thanked her and went upstairs to the bathroom. When he came back down, Jackie and Mrs. Wells were sitting around a table with a few burritos. There you are, Leo, come try my mom's cooking. Leo sat down. Aren't you gonna shower first? No rush. Gotta fill the tank. Mrs. Wells stood up. You want anything to drink, Leo? Got any cola? If not, water's fine. Ma, bring me a ginger beer while you're at it. Look at you. Then look at him. It's late, you really think your body can handle more alcohol? Jackie let out a sheepish chuckle and didn't argue. Still, Mrs. Wells brought him a drink, though it was barely an inch high, more like a set of thick glasses than an actual beer. All right, you 2 enjoy. I'm off to bed. Night, Ma. Good night, Mrs. Wells. Jackie leaned back, patting his stomach. So. How do you like my mom's cooking? Closest thing to a real burrito you'll get in Night City. Ain't easy finding real meat these days, most folks gotta settle for SCOP or some chromed-up kibble. Leo took another bite, the warmth of the spices lingering. It's amazing, he said, meaning it. He'd spent 6 months choking down ration bars and prepack with the backers, never expecting to taste something like this. Real flavors. Real care. Jackie chuckled. Told you, man. My mom doesn't half-ass a meal. Leo nodded, glancing around the cozy kitchen. It felt good. This meal was setting a good precedent for life in Night City. They ate their fill. After Jackie showered, he and Leo headed back to the garage. There were 2 rooms, the outer one served as garage and gym, walls plastered with pin-up posters. The inner room was where Jackie slept, furnished only with a couch instead of a bed. Generously, Jackie let Leo take the couch while he slept on the floor. Chapter 15. Good morning, Night City. Yesterday's dead man's lottery wound up at a neat total of 30 stiffs. Thanks to those endless gang shootouts, Haywood alone racked up 10 corpses. But one was a cop, and I'd say you're all screwed. The NCPD definitely won't take that lying down. Santo Domingo had another blackout, the grid got sabotaged again. Yep, netrunners are at it, no doubt. Meanwhile, over in Westbrook, L-Trauma team's still scraping up remains from a cyberpsycho incident on the sidewalk. And Pacifica, well, it's still Pacifica. This is your best buddy Stan, here to kick off another day in the City of Dreams. Note, forgot his name. Is this correct? Leo was awakened by the voice blaring from the radio. He opened his eyes, realizing he'd been sleeping on an old, cracked leather couch. No one else was around, Jackie wasn't there. Leo switched the radio off and stepped outside the garage. The sunlight was harsh. After crossing the alley, he entered the El Coyote Kojo bar. Bars aren't exactly crowded in daytime. Pepe, the bartender wiping down the counter, greeted him. Hey. Morning. Never seen you before. You're not from around here, are you? I'm a friend of Jackie's. Oh, so you're the guy Mrs. Wells told me about. That makes things easier. She said you can order whatever you want, on the house. In that case, I'll have a cola with ice. Thanks. Pepe muttered under his breath, morning without booze might as well be death. You're young, why so health conscious already? Leo didn't catch what he was grumbling about. By the way, have you seen Jackie? Pepe set the cola on the counter. He took off first thing this morning. Didn't say where. I see. Leo said no more. He took his cola and sat at a table. He pulled out the laptop he'd taken from the decapitated Zank, got online, and started browsing. He'd just finished reading Society in 2077 when a familiar voice piped up behind him. Leo, there you are. I was about to let you sleep in if you were still out cold. Leo started to get up, but Jackie stopped him. No rush, I'm dying of thirst. Let me get a drink first. Jackie held 2 fingers up toward the bar. Pepe, vodka on the rocks, lime juice, ginger beer. Double. Mrs. Wells said no more alcohol for you. Jackie walked over to the bar. I'll pay for it, then. Mrs. Wells said she wouldn't sell you any. Jackie pressed a hand to his forehead. Yep, she's definitely my mom. Leo closed his laptop and drained his cola in one go. He brought the empty cup to the bar. Jackie leaned an elbow on the counter and bent forward. Don't worry, Pepe. I just saw my mom leaving. Some Valentino boys had a beef, so she went to break it up. Then he glanced at Pepe again. She won't know if you slip me a couple bottles. Pepe sighed. Don't put me in a bind, Jackie. I'm the one who'll get an earful. Jackie pointed at the bar's sign. Pepe, who owns this place? Mrs. Wells, obviously. Full name. Guadalupe Alejandra Wells. Jackie pointed at himself. And me. My full name. Pepe looked baffled. Jackie Wells. Jackie grinned and spread his arms as if to offer a hug. Pepe, see the coincidence. The owner of the El Coyote and I share the same last name. Think there's a chance, just maybe, that someday I might be the owner. Pepe had no words. He let out a long breath and was about to grab some liquor when suddenly, someone slipped in from outside, soundless as a trained assassin, stopping right behind Jackie. Pepe's face changed. He gave Jackie a quiet heads up, Jackie, behind you. Ha, nice try. You think I'm 3 years old? Leo cleared his throat. Jackie shot Leo a perplexed look. You got a cough or something? Jackie, maybe we should go. Relax, Leo. I haven't forgotten you get a cut, and we'll settle that soon. I just want a quick drink. My throat's parched. Seeing Jackie wasn't giving up, Leo said, then maybe just a soda. Tastes about as good as booze, right, Pepe? Pepe caught Leo's look and nodded eagerly. Right. Exactly. What's with you two? You're acting so weird. Jackie. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried authority that demanded respect. Jackie's cheerful grin instantly stiffened, as if he'd been tossed into Siberia in nothing but a t-shirt. Mrs. Wells beckoned to him like a mom calling over a misbehaving child. Come here. Half an hour passed before Jackie finally emerged. Okay, let's go, Leo. No more booze. Jackie coughed loudly and all but yelled, grabbing everyone's attention, all right. I'm done with booze forever. Once they were out of the El Coyote's bar, he added in a low voice, at least in this bar. Watching him, Leo couldn't help but smirk. In 2077, people aren't exactly obsessed with healthy living the way they were in centuries past. Why, centuries passed, and not the early 21st century? Because this world's timeline diverged greatly from the Earth Leo was used to. The CCCP still exists in 2077, yeah, who'd have thought? It was called New United China now. Meanwhile, some other superpowers weren't as lucky. The USA split into 5 factions. The New USA. Western States. The Republic of Texas. Pacific Alliance, locked in endless conflict on the North American continent. Night City isn't part of any nation. Geographically, sure, it sits within New USA, but it's basically been cut loose from California and the rest of the country, a corporate-run free city. Here, the wealthy can replace any organ they want. They don't worry about booze wrecking their liver, cigarettes their lungs, or bedroom mishaps wrecking their, well, you get the idea. So maybe you wonder about the less fortunate, who can't afford new organs. Most have minimal education or none at all, scraping by in unsafe slums rife with crime, forced to pay for their own social and medical insurance, plus protection fees, to local gangs. They can't just swap out failing organs. As for the homeless or the jobless, let's not even go there. Then again, maybe they don't have the luxury to worry about liver disease. Far more likely they'll get gunned down by stray bullets or be unlucky enough to run into a gang war. Or maybe a corp exec, drunk on champagne, will plow a supercar right into them on the sidewalk without so much as slowing down, like squashing a bug. Next to all that, drinking yourself to death almost sounds merciful by comparison. Chapter 16. Here, this was your cut. That much. Leo accepted it, surprised by the hefty stack of bills in his hand. Jackie had given him way more than the delivery fee they had originally agreed on. That original payment was for outsiders. Now I've got a better idea. What is it? How about we team up? Partner up, what do you think? Seeing that Leo didn't respond right away, Jackie wiped his nose and cleared his throat. Look, I'll be straight with you. At first, I wasn't planning on giving you anything, I was thinking I'd ditch you right after crossing the border. But you turned out to be a solid guy. Leo said nothing but thought, Jackie. You're too straightforward. Anyway, let me ask you something, have you decided what you're gonna do here in Night City? And why do you ask? Leo raised an eyebrow. Jackie didn't beat around the bush. Because I figure you've got no money and no job. In this city, you won't get far without someone watching your back. But don't worry, man, I'll help you find work. No reason you can't at least earn a meal. When trouble comes knocking, having somebody in your corner is huge, like family. Maybe you'll even find a few of those in this city. Jackie's words felt honest and sincere. Leo couldn't help feeling touched. Thanks, Jackie. Jackie waved him off. Ah, forget it. We click so well, might as well make good use of it, partner. He held out his palm to Leo, inviting a high five. Leo got the hint, and they slapped palms with a sharp smack. In a bit, I'll take you to see Old Vic, Night City's most badass ripper doc, get you fitted with some implants. A regular human can't survive here. Leo was about to say he didn't plan on getting any implants when Jackie shook his head. Hang on, I'm getting a call. Meanwhile, somewhere in Santo Domingo, inside an abandoned factory, a few mercenary types had gathered with a neatly dressed man in a pristine suit. Off in a corner sat a middle-aged man, also in a suit, his head covered by a hood. The suit-wearing man nodded at Maine. Maine stepped forward and yanked off the hood. The man underneath took in the scene and panicked, pleading non-stop for his life. If it hadn't been for me back then, you'd have been one of those downsized employees the corp likes to toss back into society. And now you hire the animals gang to kill me. Wait. I had no choice. I'm already 40, if I miss this chance, I'll never climb the ladder again. That's it. My parents died ages ago, I have no ties. But I've got a wife and kid to feed, I can't stay stuck forever. You know corporate life. If you're not climbing, you're letting someone else step on your head. Sacrificing you meant I could keep my family safe. If you were me, how would you choose? For a promotion. I figured it was 'cause you caught me sleeping with your wife. Silence fell. The middle-aged man's expression morphed from terror to confusion to fury. You slept with my wife. You son of a... Bang. Bang. 2 gunshots rang out, leaving twin smoking holes in the man's forehead. His body went limp and collapsed, blood pooling beneath him. You all did good, the suit-wearing man said coolly. I've sent the payment to the fixer. You'll get your cut soon. Without a second glance at Maine and the others, he drove off. Doria wiped her nose as she looked at the corpse, eyes still open in death. Their world's messy as hell. Maine laced his fingers behind his head. That's core for you, either screwing someone over or getting screwed. That's exactly why I never joined one. Dorio joked, you couldn't get in anyway, right? Word is even the hotel doormen need a college degree. You even got grade school papers. Shut it. Maine's mortified scowl made everyone burst out laughing. Rebecca tugged at Sasha's sleeve. Hey, Sasha, wanna grab a drink later? Sasha flashed a bright smile. Sure. Back in Haywood, at the El Coyote bar. Jackie finished his call soon enough and looked at Leo with excitement in his eyes. Leo, you really were my lucky charm. Leo frowned slightly. What are you talking about? I just landed us a big job, a huge score. He paused, then shook his head with a grin. If I'd met you sooner, man. Leo still looked puzzled. All right, but what exactly happened? I got off the phone with a fixer. Wants me to acquire something. Pays big. Let's just say it's a hell of an opportunity. What sort of big job are we talking about? Jackie didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced around as if searching for something. His gaze settled on the laptop Leo had tucked under his arm. Mind if I borrow your computer? Sure. Leo handed it over without hesitation. It was basically loot he'd picked up after all, so he wasn't worried about Jackie breaking it. Jackie set the laptop on a table and opened a browser. After a flurry of keystrokes, he turned the screen toward Leo. Displayed there was an ultramodern supercar with sleek, futuristic lines. Its specs were listed below. Asterisk name asterisk Rayfield, Erendite S9 Guinevere. Asterisk production years asterisk 2075 to 2077. Asterisk drive asterisk rear wheel. Asterisk horsepower asterisk 950. Asterisk curb weight asterisk 4,052 pounds. Asterisk manufacturer asterisk Rayfield. After reading the details, Leo nodded. Nice ride. You planning on buying it? Jackie flushed, veins popping on his forehead. You gotta be kidding. Leo, do you have any idea how much this car costs? It's worth 52 times what the average Night City resident makes in their entire life. This is a top-tier supercar from Rayfield, a British company known for luxury cars and customized limousines, top performance with maximum comfort. They don't call Rayfield the symbol of wealth for nothing. Their Erendite is priced higher than some island nations' GDP. Under the hood's an elite engine, every inch a match for professional racing. The interior's as plush as a 5-star penthouse. And if that doesn't hook you, check out the fact it doesn't even have windows, everything's replaced by real-time crystal dome imaging, so you get total privacy while still enjoying a panoramic view. Jackie fell silent, realizing Leo was staring at him. He wiped his face with the back of his hand. What? Something on my face? No, it's just, you sounded like a car salesman there for a sec. Jackie let out a sheepish laugh. You probably think a broke guy living next to his mom's bar shouldn't know so much about supercars. But hey, everyone dreams of driving a fancy car, living in a mansion. A little daydreaming about high-end wheels never hurt anybody. Leo shrugged. All right, so this big job you were talking about, don't tell me we're supposed to go around the city advertising that car to everyone. Course not. Jackie raised 2 fingers. First, sure, Night City's got plenty of rich folks. But there are only 4 of these beauties in the whole city. It's the top of the top, money alone can't buy it. Second, even though there are plenty of rich folks here, even more are flat broke. We've got no in with the wealthy, and the poor can't afford it. We'd starve as car salesmen. Leo frowned. Then what's this gig? Jackie grinned. The fixer on the phone wants us to snag this car for him. And he's offering. Jackie held up a few fingers. Chapter 17. Money was a wonderful thing, especially in a place like Night City. $1 could stump even the bravest of heroes. Without money, you couldn't take a single step. But the thought of stealing a car, immoral and certainly not encouraged, made Leo's face go stone cold. I ain't no thief, he muttered. Yes, he was strapped for cash, but he still had his principles. Even in a place as rotten as Night City, some lines just couldn't be crossed. At least if he couldn't get some good personal points from it. Hold on, don't reject it so fast, Jackie said, as if guessing Leo's reasons for refusing. I want to show you something first. Jackie tapped away on the laptop again and opened a video. The footage looked like it came from a press conference. A Japanese man in a sharp suit and glasses spoke into the camera with a stiff, awkward accent. In my view, Night City's poverty problem is easy to solve. City Hall merely needs to enact one policy. For every scalp from a poor resident turned in, you get €100, he said. Believe me, by next Thanksgiving, the poor will be as rare as endangered animals. A sultry female host holding a mic asked nervously, "Don't you think that's too cruel to the poor?" The Japanese man burst out laughing. Cruel? What does that even mean? The only reason the lower class in Night City stays poor is that they're not working hard enough, and they lack gratitude. In my home country of Japan, the wealthy live in bright, luxurious villas while the poor stay in moldy, decaying slums. But the poor don't feel resentment or hatred, because they know they share a bright future with the rich. Leo felt his blood pressure surge. His fists balled up in anger. "So we're going after that guy?" he asked, voice low. "I'm in. Count me in, Jackie." "I knew I could count on you," Jackie said. "All right, let's get going." While riding the metro to the Embers Club, Leo suddenly had a question. In the early 21st century, high-end phones already had remote self-destruct features if they got too far from their owner. Now that it was 2077, a luxury car's security system was bound to be even more airtight. How would they pull it off? The alarm would probably go off the second they came close. When Leo mentioned his concern, Jackie just shrugged. "I already thought about that," he said. "I've never been inside Embers, but I know their routine. Guests show up, toss their keys to the valet. The valet parks the car in the underground lot, then hands the key over to the security office. Once the guest finishes partying, the valet picks up the key from security and brings the car around. All we need to do is head straight to security, grab the key to that fancy ride, and drive off." In the northern part of the Glen, everything looked different. The farther north you went, the more prosperous it became. Especially around City Hall, it almost felt like stepping into America's golden age under the New Deal. You saw no jobless crowds or run-down tenements, no gang activity. Instead, one could see patrolling police cars and uniformed officers on many streets. There was no doubt the area near City Hall enjoyed far better security than the southern side of the Glen. After stepping off the metro, Leo and Jackie walked toward the Embers Club. "Who was that fixer who called you?" Leo asked. "Wakako Okada. Some call her the Queen of Westbrook." "Well, she isn't literally a queen, but pretty close if you ask me," Jackie said. Though he was a big guy, Jackie clearly wasn't stupid. He had already guessed Leo's earlier mention of a fixer gig had probably been fake. But since Jackie had once considered ditching Leo himself, it all evened out. Now that they were partners, Jackie was patient enough to explain. In Night City, fixers aren't rare. They're organizers, brokers, go-betweens. They always know what's going on in the streets. They know whose money smells fine and whose job stinks from a mile away. Each fixer has their own style, but they all follow one rule: if you work for them, they won't leave you high and dry. Of course, it works both ways. If you screw over a fixer, well, see how that ends. "So nobody tries to cut out the fixer?" Leo asked, curious. "What if mercenaries and clients just do deals on their own?" Jackie laughed. It was a question all newcomers to Night City asked sooner or later. You can try, sure. But after getting burned once or twice, or not getting paid, or taking a bullet in the gut, you'll see why you need a solid fixer. Prove your skills, and you'll never lack jobs. A fixer will get you a decent crew, negotiate a solid price, since they take a cut, and pull you out of trouble if it crops up, unless you royally screw up. In that case, no one can help you. But once we really make a name for ourselves, we won't have to deal with fixers if we don't want to. We can tell them all to shove off." Leo nodded. As they walked, he spotted a weapons store along the street. "Hold on," he said. "I'll be right back." "What's up?" Jackie asked, sounding puzzled. Unlike a gun shop in a more regulated world, a weapons store in Night City required no proof of anything, just money. Most shops carried low-end brands, though. If you wanted mid to high-tier gear from Militech, Constitutional Arms, Kong Tao, or Arasaka, you had to try your luck on the black market, usually at jacked-up prices. Leo had no plans to go high-end. He just picked up a few flashbangs and smoke grenades for insurance. By the time he paid, Jackie had caught up. "Why buy that stuff?" Jackie whispered. "We're picking up a car, not starting a war." Leo lowered his voice too. "I've got a bad feeling." Jackie paused. "Does that feeling pop up a lot?" "No," Leo admitted. "But every time it does, something bad happens." Jackie swore under his breath in Spanish. He believed Leo but refused to let it stop him. Okada's fee was just too tempting. All he could do now was hope for the best, then adaptive things went south. Towering skyscrapers loomed above twisting streets. Neon glows lit a concrete ballet. Spotlight beams and giant screens shone across the skyline, while bulky AVs drifted like schools of fish. Ember's Club finally lay before them. "This way," Jackie said. They headed to the alley beside the massive building. A homeless man rummaged through a pile of garbage, fishing out empty cans. He tucked them quickly into his clothes, fearful of having them snatched away. Jackie and Leo ignored him, heading straight to a side-door elevator. When the doors opened, they found a narrow corridor lined with multiple doors on each side, all leading who knew where. They followed the hall and pushed open a bigger door that led to the underground parking garage. Bright lights showed row upon row of high-end vehicles, sports cars, muscle cars, SUVs, you name it. "Get down and follow me," Jackie whispered. Naturally, there were cameras all over. But Jackie knew about their blind spots. After all, this was just a nightclub, not the Arasaka Tower. As long as they stuck to the walls and reached the security room, they could grab the supercar's key and shut down the lot's surveillance. But when the two finally crept up to the security room, they found something unexpected. It was empty. Where was the guard? A live human couldn't just vanish. Did they wander off to slack on the job? "Shit," Jackie muttered beside him. Chapter 18. Leo followed Jackie's line of sight and looked over. He saw a girl in a blue tank top and pants, her figure curvy and her face strikingly pretty, diving headfirst into a sleek, futuristic-looking supercar. Leo recognized it immediately. It was the same car their fixer had asked them to snatch. It looked like two different fixers had targeted the same luxury ride, and they had both shown up at once. "Leo, let's move," Jackie called out. "No way we're letting her take off with it." Jackie bolted forward. Leo had planned on following but felt a sudden flare of caution. "Jackie, come back." "Jackie." Jackie refused to listen. Wakako's reward was too big to pass up. He couldn't just watch the prize slip through his fingers. After the girl crawled into the car, she must have used some kind of bypass tool because, without a key, she still managed to unlock the car's security system. The headlights came on. She had started the engine. That was when Jackie reached her. Since she had already disabled the security, Jackie managed to pull open the door from the outside. The girl's delicate face showed shock and anger at being intercepted. Jackie wasn't polite about it. He leaned on the doorframe and aimed his pistol right at her head. "Out you go." Would she try to gun the engine and escape, or attempt to talk her way out? The girl hesitated for a split second, then gave up on driving off. A gun pointed at her forehead wasn't something she could outrun. She wasn't the sort of person who could summon superhuman feats in a rage. Furious or not, she knew she was no match for a bullet. She raised both hands, careful not to move too suddenly. "Okay, easy now." Seeing that she was cooperating instead of stamping the gas, Jackie relaxed a little. He kept the gun trained on her, though. "I got nothing against you personally, Chica, but business is business, and this Rayfield is mine." She bristled. "What? You don't know the rules on the street. First come, first served. I was here first." Jackie knew he was breaking an unwritten rule, so he didn't bother arguing. "Listen, you've got two choices, peaceful or violent. Either way, it ends with me driving this car." He threw a quick glance behind him, suddenly realizing Leo wasn't there. Unease nodded him, but he had already gone too far to back down. Jackie reached in to pull the girl out, but sirens exploded through the garage. Two police cruisers screeched into the lot, drifting to a halt in front of them in a half-circle. "K Chingados," Jackie muttered, stunned. How had NCPD shown up so fast? He recalled how Leo had warned him about a bad feeling. Turned out that feeling was spot on. "NCPD. Drop your weapon. Don't move. You're under arrest. Stay right where you are." Officers hopped out of the cars, weapons aimed. Jackie hurried to lift his hands. Slowly, he bent at the knees, placed his pistol on the ground, and slid it away. He knew full well that someone who looked like him could get shot without doing anything at all, much less being caught with a gun. Only after he disarmed himself did two of the braver officers step in, forcing both Jackie and the girl down on their stomachs. A man emerged from the cloud of dust and the glare of headlights, strolling toward them with deliberate slowness. In a mocking tone, he said, "Jackie Wells. The station's old friend. All these years, and you still haven't learned." Jackie peered up. "Hey, if it isn't Detective Stintz." "Long time, no see." "It's Sergeant Stintz," the man corrected. Jackie curled his lip. "Same difference." Stintz ignored the jab and turned to the girl. Now I've seen you somewhere before, too. She stayed silent. Well, say something, Stintz goaded. I'm all ears. You know me, but I've got no clue who you are. Since she didn't recognize him, Stintz didn't bother introducing himself. Instead, he listed off what he knew about her. Went off to Atlanta, looking to build a new life. Seems you didn't find it. He drew closer, crouching next to her. The badge on his chest gleamed under the lights, and the ID hanging around his neck swung with his movement. I've always said folks from Haywood are all cut from the same cloth, he went on. Born here, scrape by here, die here. Looks like I nailed it. She glowered. Had enough talk. What now? Stintz sneered. You commit a crime, you deal with it. You get caught, you face the heat. If you'd gotten away, you could have cruised around town in that supercar. But since you're caught. A female cop nearby lowered her voice. Sergeant, if the chief hears you talking like that, you'll get a lecture about political correctness again. A muscle twitched in Stintz's jaw. Jackie spoke up. Hey, cut us some slack, huh? Suppose you bring us in, what then? We'll just wait for a court date. Worst case scenario, we do a few months. Hell, these days there's not even space in lockup, so we'll probably get kicked loose early. In the past 50 years, the social structure had shifted dramatically, leading to a huge spike in the number of people living in poverty. Economic depressions, global financial crises, and soaring poverty rates had swelled the ranks of the lower and fringe classes. By 2077, corporations controlled education. Ordinary people were lucky if their station in life merely stayed the same, without sinking further. As for those who were already in the slums, well, there was nowhere further down to go, so that was that. Most folks in this world were born into circumstances they had zero chance of changing. The tech revolution had only widened the gap, blessing the elite on top while leaving everyone else further behind. Stintz himself had grown up in Haywood, but he was an outlier. There was also that one basketball star from the same area who'd changed his fate. Other than these few success stories, the rest of Haywood's people either joined the Valentinos and eventually died from a random bullet, or they trudged on as nobodies, only to be taken out by a stray shot someday. Even if, by some miracle, they avoided every risk of random violence, their entire lives would be spent being exploited until death. So Stintz never said, "Do some honest work, Jackie." It wasn't Jackie's fault. It was the world's fault, Night City's fault. It was the corporation's fault, taking everything from people and tossing them scraps to keep them eternally grateful. And as Jackie had predicted, the NCPD didn't have enough cells to lock up petty thieves. Even if they did get tossed into jail, they'd be out in a few months anyway because of overcrowding. Night City was just like that, crammed with criminals and nowhere to put them. The police answered dozens of calls a minute, half their force assigned to North Oak and Charter Hill. The first was where the big shots lived, the second was a haven for the middle class. Chapter 19. Another 45% of the police force had orders to guard Corporation Plaza and City Hall. That left less than 5% to maintain order in all other areas of Night City. No wonder the NCPD was stretched so thin. Because of that, petty theft wasn't a big deal in Night City. If Jackie had tried to steal some junker car from a poor nobody, Stintz might have turned a blind eye, given they both hailed from Haywood. But Jackie had gone after a wealthy man's ride, so there was no sweeping it under the rug. Of course, simply letting them walk free was out of the question. Usually, Stintz would have beaten them up for good measure, taught them a lesson, and then dumped them somewhere near a trash bin. He had been about to do exactly that when someone unexpectedly showed up. These two are the thieves. Just a couple of street rats. A suited man, speaking with a thick accent worthy of a Japanese colonel, walked over. Stintz pressed a hand to his forehead. Damn it, what's he doing here? It was Fujioka Kaoru, a wealthy Japanese man whose fortune outstripped that of everyone in Haywood combined. He owned one of the 4 Rayfield, Arendite, Guinevere supercars in Night City, the same man Leo had seen on that video, raving about culling the poor. Stintz wanted Fujioka nowhere near this situation. Rich folks like him never saw the poor as real humans. If Jackie and the girl ended up in his clutches, they might not make it out alive. We've already apprehended them, Mr. Fujioka, Stintz said hastily. We'll take them in right. Fujioka Kaoru cut him off with words Stintz hadn't expected. You're wasting your time. I won't be appearing in court, nor will I cooperate with any investigation. Stintz froze. He couldn't believe how easily this rich man was letting things go. Tentatively, he asked, You mean let them go, sir? I mean take both of them to the bay, keep them cuffed, and break their legs so they don't float back up, Fujioka declared. Then he strode off with 2 bodyguards who looked like sumo wrestlers. Stints glared at Fujioka's retreating figure, resisting the urge to spit. He knew it, filthy rich types were all the same. You heard him, he muttered to his fellow cops, giving them a look. Of course, once Fujioka left, how would he know what really happened? If it were up to Stints, he'd never do something so barbaric. But he also had no interest in groveling or acting like this snob's lackey. The officers holding Jackie and the girl both drew their batons. They were about to start beating them when, from not far away, a small cylindrical object sailed through the air and landed near their feet. A blinding white flash erupted, overwhelming everyone's vision. All they saw was a glaring field of white. Then a few more cylinders rolled toward them, each shaped differently, smoke grenades this time. Hiss! Greenish fumes spread through the garage. Damn it, are there more of them? Don't shoot. I'm telling you, do not fire. Stints yelled frantically. Bullets in this chaos could easily hit fellow officers rather than the suspects. In the confusion, Jackie felt someone haul him to his feet. His eyes still stung and saw nothing but afterimages, but he had no doubt it was Leo. Don't worry about me, Jackie rasped. I got this. Go grab her. You sure? Leo asked. Jackie was convinced the job from Wakako was legit. The NCPD's sudden arrival had only one explanation: the girl must have triggered some kind of alert. That was why the cops showed up so fast. Positive, Jackie said firmly. Leo left Jackie and hurried over to where she lay, throwing her arm over his shoulder to lift her. The girl was startled and reflexively tried to jerk free. Stop struggling. I'm getting you out of here, Leo said. The flashbang effect and the billowing smoke wouldn't last forever. They needed to leave before it dissipated. Leo supported her as he led the way out. Jackie followed close behind, the three retracing their steps. They got into the elevator, rode it back up to the alley, and stepped outside. Jackie's vision had recovered somewhat. He took the lead, forcing himself to focus, but Leo held him back. Not that way, Leo said. This way. He pointed behind them, toward the far end of the alley, where a large dumpster stood. A quick climb on top of it would let them reach a car ramp above. Jackie scrambled up first, then helped her, and finally, Leo clambered up. Right then, the NCPD officers burst into the alley below. Leo hurled another flashbang, ignoring the cops' cries as he, Jackie, and the girl scrambled over the ramp and hailed a passing cab. The three of them disappeared into the neon-lit night. They climbed out of the taxi near the El Coyote bar. Jackie and the girl still blinked away spots in their vision, but at least they could walk without trouble. She gave them a grateful look. Thanks. If it weren't for you, I'd never have gotten away. She held out her hand. Name's V. Leo shook it, then pointed to himself and Jackie. Leo, Jackie. V's eyes went wide with surprise. Jackie. Don't tell me your last name's Wells. Right on, Jackie confirmed. So you're Mrs. Wells's kid? The El Coyote belongs to your mom. Jackie rubbed the back of his head. Yeah. Wait. I think I remember you. Have you been to the El Coyote before? That's where I picked up the car theft gig, through Kirk. Kirk. Jackie repeated. He scowled at the name. How'd you end up doing business with that turd? V's expression soured. She obviously knew Kirk was bad news. Sure, the city had plenty of fixers, and Kirk was technically one of them, but he was undoubtedly one of the worst: high risk, low pay, and bogus intel more often than not. Little wonder no merc in their right mind wanted his gigs. His only real talent was spinning a good yarn. He could sell any fantasy. Sometimes V suspected he might have come out of one of the big corporations, since nobody pitched pipe dreams better than corporate suits. Pepe owed him a huge debt he couldn't pay back. I stepped in, V explained. Jackie let out a short laugh. So you let Kirk sweet-talk you into this? Huh. I've heard folks say some gang's backing him, but I'm calling bullshit. I know actual gang members, and nobody's heard of him. He pounded a fist into his palm. Let's go find Kirk and sort him out. No way a scumbag like that should think he can screw over Haywood folks and get away with it. Chapter 20. Pepe was visibly startled to see V together with Leo and Jackie. He tried hard to act casual. How'd you all end up together? Where'd you run into each other? He asked. Jackie crossed his arms over his chest. Don't play dumb, Pepe. I already know what's going on. Pepe, alarmed, looked at V. You told Jackie everything. V spread her hands. Not exactly. I just explained briefly why I was working for Kirk. Jackie, furious, snapped, What's Your deal, Pepe. How could you deal with Kirk? Everyone in Haywood, hell, even the stool pigeons, knows he's a lousy piece of trash. Pepe sighed. My brother just got out of lockup. I had to celebrate somehow. Fine, so you needed money. Then why didn't you come to me? Do I even matter to you as a friend? Damn it, Jackie. Your mom already gave me a job so I wouldn't be like the others, rummaging through garbage or joining a gang. I couldn't bring myself to ask for more from you on top of that. After letting out his frustration, Pepe calmed down and bowed his head. I know I messed up. Long as you know, Jackie grunted. Next time you're strapped for cash, just ask. That mouth on your face is there so you can speak up when you need help. He thumped a hand on his chest. All right, leave Kirk to me. I'll handle him. That night, Kirk walked into the El Coyote and noticed that the person behind the bar wasn't Pepe, it was a young man he hadn't seen before. Kirk narrowed his eyes, suspicious. Hey, you. Where's the bartender who was here before? Leo shook his head. No idea. It's my first day, and I don't know anyone else here. Kirk understood immediately. Pepe must have been hiding. He had told V that if she delivered the supercar, he would cancel Pepe's debt. But the car was still sitting pretty in the Embers Club parking garage, which meant V had failed. So Pepe's debt remained, now with added interest. Kirk wasn't worried. Pepe couldn't survive out in the world for long. Born and raised in Haywood, he was too timid to hurt anybody, no matter how big he looked. Eventually, he would come crawling back, and that was when Kirk would demand the principal plus interest. Leo barely listened, his mind on something else. The system gave him personal points for killing, but how did it decide the value? He had assumed it was based purely on strength, the tougher the opponent, the better the reward. But was that really it? Did status play a role too? Would a fixer like Kirk be worth more than some random street thug? Interesting thought. Something to keep in mind. His gaze settled on Kirk, still keeping his smile. Kirk's smirk twitched. He was used to people fearing him, but this bartender. He just stared, calm, unreadable, like he was weighing a slab of meat. The silence stretched a second too long. Then Leo smirked and grabbed a liquor from behind the counter. Enjoy your drink. Kirk exhaled and quickly turned away. Leo went back to cleaning a glass, amusement flickering in his eyes. Kirk climbed to the second floor, only to see two people sitting by the window in his usual spot. They were faces he knew, clearly waiting for him. Kirk acted nonchalantly. V, huh? Didn't get the supercar, did you? Ended up stirring up a citywide mess instead. V scowled and tossed the unlocked device Kirk had given her onto the table. It had unlocked the Rayfield's door by bypassing its ID system, but it had also tripped the alarm and summoned the NCPD. They had nearly gotten killed. All thanks to your worthless junk, she said. It nearly got me killed. Kirk refused to take the blame. Must have been your error. Don't pin it on me. We had a deal, bring me the supercar, and I'd wipe Pepe's debt. But the car's still parked at Embers, so. Jackie, who had been sitting beside her, let out a heavy snort. Kirk acted as though he had only just noticed him. Well, if it isn't the pride of Haywood, the prince of the El Coyote, Jackie Wells. What wind blew you in? Jackie rolled his eyes. If not for Pepe, he wouldn't have bothered with Kirk at all. A guy like Kirk was a walking disaster, no one knew how he'd survived this long. He got straight to the point. Drop Pepe's interest. I'll pay back the principal myself. If you just want money, I can settle it right now. Deal. Jackie felt sure Pepe's principal couldn't be much. The problem was Kirk's loans were all usurious, with interest compounding relentlessly. If no one paid, it could spiral out of control, costing more than a kidney was worth. Kirk grinned. Do I look like a charity worker or a priest? I'm a businessman. You borrow money, you pay it back, with interest, however high. That's how it works. He broke the rules, so why should I lose profit? V interjected, you really want to talk about rules when you're running a predatory loan racket? Why not discuss world peace while you're at it? Kirk's face darkened. If you two can't talk like normal people, get lost. Jackie lurched to his feet, rage boiling over. I know Pepe fell for your lies, but you won't fool me. There's no gang backing you. I'm from the Valentinos, I asked around, and nobody's heard of you. Getting called out didn't rattle Kirk. He only shrugged, as though it didn't matter. Sure, I lied to Pepe. Big deal. Someone needed cash, so I gave it to them. Did I do something wrong? If you think about it, I'm practically a good Samaritan. The city ought to give me a medal. Veins bulged at Jackie's temple. So you're not backing down no matter what. Kirk lit a cigarette, blew out a cloud of smoke, then flicked the ashes. He watched Jackie edge closer, ready to grab him by the collar. Only then did Kirk finally speak. I'll consider it, he said. What's that supposed to mean? Jackie asked. If you two do something for me, I'll be willing to forget Pepe's debt entirely, Kirk explained. V scoffed. Don't tell me you want us back at Embers. I'm telling you now, Kirk, forget it. I'm not doing that job again. Your so-called gadget is worthless, and it just calls the NCPD on us. Relax. I'm slick Kirk, not brain-dead Kirk, he said, tapping more ash from his cigarette. Right now I don't have anything specific in mind. But I can promise not to hassle Pepe for the time being. The catch is, you both have to be on call. If I contact you, you'd better not blow me off or screw up again. Once you get the job done, Pepe's debt is gone. How's that? Pretty generous, right? Jackie didn't agree right away. He stalked off a few steps, looking frustrated, then spun around and roared at Kirk. You know he's flat broke. How the hell was he supposed to pay you back, asshole? Kirk calmly took off his tinted glasses and wiped away Jackie's spittle. Let me put it this way, Jackie, if he wasn't dirt poor, why would he come to me for a loan in the first place? The city sure isn't handing out free money. He watched Jackie and V storm downstairs, his face smug and self-satisfied. Two capable mercs had basically fallen into his lap, ready to be used at his discretion. Jackie hadn't agreed yet, but Kirk was sure he'd cave eventually. He knew Jackie well enough, the guy was loyal to his friends, the type to take a bullet for them. So, in the end, Jackie would bend. Leo, who had been stationed behind the bar, noticed how gloomy Jackie and V looked coming down from the second floor. From the way they trudged along like defeated roosters, Leo guessed they hadn't managed to strike a deal. They took seats at the bar. Though Mrs. Wells had asked everyone to limit Jackie's drinking, it had been a rough day. Leo poured him a full glass anyway. What about you, V? Want something? He asked. A tequila, please, V replied. Leo poured drinks for them both before asking, all right, mind telling me what happened? Jackie stayed silent. V sipped her drink, grimacing, and explained the conversation they'd just had with Kirk. So he wants you two to work for him. Did you say yes? Leo asked, unfamiliar with Kirk. Chapter 21. Seeing the look on Jackie and V's faces, it was clear how unreliable Kirk was. What was more, V had nearly taken a fall, all because of him. Could they really keep dealing with someone like that? No, we didn't agree. V shot a glance at Jackie's grim expression. At least not at the time. Leo picked up on her implication. But if Kirk called you, you'd still go. V looked resigned. Pepe never said how much he owed, and Kirk didn't either. We probably couldn't scrape up that much anyway. Jackie cut in, and even if we could, we sure as hell wouldn't give it to Kirk. Once he got a taste, he'd keep scamming people. He downed his drink in one go, then slammed the empty glass onto the table. Pepe, man, what a mess. One misstep after another. If Pepe had just come to Jackie for a loan in the first place, none of this would have happened. Even if he hadn't been able to pay it back, Jackie wasn't the type to make a huge deal of it for a good friend. But why did he have to turn to Kirk? It gave Jackie a headache. Kirk was a black hole, doing business with him felt worse than chewing glass. But if they didn't work with him, there was no way to clear Pepe's debt. Frustrating, for sure. Is there really no other way? He muttered. He shook his head, though. Despite how scummy Kirk was, he played by the rules of the street. As long as he hadn't forced Pepe at gunpoint to borrow the money, nobody could really nail him on moral grounds. That was the so-called honor among thieves. Some might scoff at the idea of street honor, but in reality, gangs, unofficial powers, had to set certain guidelines to maintain order and legitimacy if they wanted to stay afloat or grow. At least publicly. Leo wiped down a glass with a small smile. Maybe there's another angle we can work with. Jackie blinked in surprise, then his eyes lit up. Leo, you got a plan. If we can't fix the problem itself, let's fix whoever's causing it. Explain. Kirk's both a fixer and a loan shark. That means he's dancing on the edge of the law. Guys like that always slip up somewhere, and we just need to find his weak spot. Jackie's face brightened. You two keep drinking. I'm making a few calls. He drained his glass, stood, and walked off, leaving Leo and V alone. V held her cup in both hands, lightly tracing the rim with her fingers. So, how long have you and Jackie known each other? Not long, Leo answered. With time to kill, he told her about how he and Jackie had met. V was surprised. The border guard actually fell for your bluff. Leo smirked. Snake Nation's big and notorious. Anyone wanting to tangle with them has to think twice. That guard was just a frontier grunt, not even a corporate employee. But you're not really Snake Nation. No, I'm not. But he didn't know that, did he? V chuckled, shaking her head. Damn, and here I thought Jackie was the smooth talker. Leo smirked. Yeah, about as smooth as his hairline. V nearly choked on her drink. Shit, you're right. I swear, it's been running for the border longer than you have. Leo grinned. Man's got a 5 head, easy. If he ever goes full chrome, at least the transition'll be smooth. V laughed, shaking her head. Wonder if he waxes it. Nah, natural shine. Built different. They smirked at each other, the teasing turning into an unspoken camaraderie. Just then, Jackie returned, his expression barely concealing his excitement. His expression could hardly conceal his excitement. I looked into it. Turns out that bastard's got other gigs going on. He glanced around, the first floor was nearly empty, and Northwest one sat close enough to overhear, so he spoke in a low voice. Leo, you were on the right track. Kirk's running deals with the Maelstrom Psychos. Maelstrom? V blurted. That gang from Watson. Jackie nodded. Exactly. What would those metalhead freaks need from a shady hustler like Kirk? V asked. Jackie scratched his head, looking sheepish. Dunno. My contact didn't have those details. That alone isn't enough. We need to find out exactly what they're up to, V said, sounding disappointed. Leo looked thoughtful. I might have a way to dig into whatever Kirk's got going with Maelstrom. Watson had once been Night City's beating heart. When the 2023 nuclear blast devastated the city center, Watson became a kind of Noah's Ark for survivors who refused to give up hope. But by the 2050s, Watson had begun to decline. It still had towering skyscrapers, nightclubs, corporate offices, and even a top-grade medical center, until the financial crash destroyed it all. Nowadays, Watson has become the city's poorest area, where Maelstrom and the Tiger Claws prowl the slums. Among Watson's districts, Kabuki was by far the liveliest, an overwhelming maze of neon-lit alleys near the old medical center, steeped in a deeply rooted Japanese heritage. It was cramped, dirty, and rife with scams. You saw Tiger Claws everywhere, wielding katanas, clubs, and guns. Meanwhile, scavs lurked in every corner, greedily eyeing everyone who walked by. Anyone new to Night City might not know what scavs did, but in short, they harvested organs without anesthetic. Late at night, an SUV was parked beneath a neon sign, its 3 occupants silently watching a small building tucked away in a narrow alley. After half an hour, Kirk stepped out of the building. He glanced around warily before heading off on foot. Once he disappeared into the crowd, Jackie reminded them again. 3rd floor, room 302. He glanced between Leo and V, so, who's going in? V cracked her knuckles. I got it. Done jobs like this before. Leo said nothing, but as V moved to step out, a thought crossed his mind. Leo had no experience with sneaking around. Hell, he barely had experience with modern tech. He couldn't even use a cyber deck. If something went sideways tech-wise, he'd be about as useful as a rock. I really should look into getting tech skills. Without another word, V got out and slipped into the building Kirk had left. Leo and Jackie waited another tense 10 minutes until V returned, waving a data chip. Leo nodded, started the SUV, and drove away into the night. Good morning, Night City. This is Yeoman Stanley, and the City of Dreams is waking up to a brand new day. I love this town the way you love your mother. Remember how she ditched you at an orphanage once, then bummed a smoke a few years later out on the street? Every day 100 or more fresh faces roll in, and only half of them survive the year, if we're being generous. Why do they all flock here? Simple, they want to become the next Morgan Blackgun or Wayland Boa Boa, legends of the streets. There's an old saying, the timid starve, the bold choke to death. Too bad that those who live loud often die young. And that's not counting the folks who get their brains splattered. Wonder where Night City's true legends gather. In the graveyard. In these parts, it's not your background that counts but whether you can carve out your own path. That's Night City, the City of Dreams. As Stanley's booming voice droned from the radio, Leo opened his eyes. Jackie snored away beside him, while V remained curled up on the small couch, sound asleep. The cramped garage barely held the three of them, making it hot and stuffy. Since V was the only woman, Leo and Jackie had given her the lone couch, and they shared the floor. Leo stretched, thinking he really needed to find an apartment soon. No way they could keep squeezing in here. First, though, they had to deal with the mess they'd stirred up. Last night, as soon as they got back to the garage, V had pulled out the data chip. Everything she found on Kirk's laptop had been copied onto it. Chapter 22. They inserted the chip into Leo's laptop, and the contents popped up almost immediately. It showed that Kirk had indeed taken a job from the Maelstrom gang. Maelstrom's main source of income came from smuggling illegal drugs and glitter. They transported glitter to the eastern Badlands and sold it to a group of Raffens. In turn, they bought corporate-sourced illegal narcotics from those same Raffens. Raffens were not a single, specific gang. The term referred to bandits, criminals, and exiles expelled from nomad families for breaking their rules, a motley assortment of outcasts. Kirk had hired a driver who specialized in running goods for Maelstrom. All Leo and the others needed to do was find a way to make Kirk's operation go sideways. Leo already had a plan for that. As long as the plan succeeded, Kirk would be in serious trouble. The only question was which route the driver would take from Watson to the eastern Badlands. There were multiple roads. They ate Mexican noodle soup and tortilla chips prepared by Mrs. Wells, discussing the matter until late at night. Finally, Leo spotted a blind spot in their reasoning. They could lie in wait on a road the driver had to pass through. Since the goal was to deliver glitter to the eastern Badlands, they would certainly go through Santo Domingo. From Watson to Santo Domingo and then on to the eastern border checkpoint, there was only one main highway. If they set up an ambush there, they'd catch their target. With the plan set, the three finally called it a night and slept until now. Although Pepe wasn't family or a close friend to Leo, he was a friend of Jackie's. If Leo could help look out for him, he would. After all, anyone could fall on hard times. Helping others meant maybe someone would help you when you were at your lowest. Leo believed that if he and Jackie ever landed in trouble, Pepe would step in for them, too. Inside the bar, Pepe was busy cleaning under Mrs. Wells's direction. Once they opened for business, he would have to hide in the garage again. Kirk had said he wouldn't come after Pepe, at least for now, but Jackie and V had no intention of doing Kirk's bidding. To be on the safe side, Pepe would keep laying low in the garage until things settled. Leo went to find Pepe, pulled him aside, and discreetly handed him a few $100. Leo, I appreciate it, but I can't take this. Besides, it's nowhere near enough to cover the interest. You're overthinking it. This isn't for paying off debt, I need you to get me some glitter. Pepe drew in a sharp breath, his face going pale. His eyes changed as he looked at Leo. Leo, what do you want that stuff for? I'm warning you, you touch it and your life's done. Leo rolled his eyes. He had grown up learning that gambling, drugs, any of that, was never to be touched. He came from a country with some of the strictest and most heavily anti-drug education in the world. Of course I know that. I'm not using it myself. Don't ask, just get it for me, he said, patting Pepe on the shoulder. Don't worry, it's only for a few days. Once that's over, Kirk won't be bothering you again. Over the next few days, regulars at the El Coyote noticed a new bartender, a younger man replacing the usual muscular one. Most of them didn't mind, as long as they could still get their drinks. A few mornings later, Pepe handed Leo a brand new shoebox containing exactly what Leo had asked for. Leo told Pepe to wait in the garage for good news, then grabbed V and Jackie and headed to Santo Domingo. Santo Domingo was one of Night City's oldest districts. It bordered Westbrook to the north, Haywood and Pacifica to the west, and the windswept Badlands to the east. Towering megabuildings there were packed with tens of thousands of cramped apartments. The dream of building suburban utopias out of single-family homes was common throughout Night City, but perhaps nowhere was it more obvious than in Santo Domingo. Skyscrapers crowded alongside low houses, factories pressed up against power plants, what should have been a neighborhood of idyllic charm was anything but. Any notion of a functional city plan, with distinct zones for different services, had long since collapsed. Santo Domingo felt like your deadbeat uncle's backyard, filled with rusty old pickups and moldy lawn ornaments. It changed from one day to the next. Because land prices there were so cheap, outlandish development projects sprang up all the time, only to be quickly abandoned, making room for the next attempt. Santo Domingo consisted of two main areas, Arroyo and Rancho Coronado. In Arroyo, the heart of this industrial zone, abandoned factories and shuttered plants dotted the landscape, breeding low-level crime and misery. Meanwhile, Rancho Coronado's suburbs, with bright white fences and lawns of neat green grass, offered another kind of suffocating beauty. Tree-lined streets meandered like streams across the lawns, funneling suburban residents into the factories and foundries in Arroyo. Leo, Jackie, and V drove into Arroyo's main thoroughfare. They spent some time surveying the area and finally settled on a spot. "How about there?" Leo asked, pointing to a half-finished building, one of many abandoned projects in Santo Domingo. It offered a great vantage point but looked ordinary enough not to attract attention. Even if something went wrong, they could quickly slip out the back. "You two go ahead." "I'll be right there," Leo said. He grabbed a backpack from the car and walked out to the main road. From the bag, he took the glitter that Pepe had bought, then pulled out a pair of shoes. He stuffed the glitter inside one shoe, tied the shoelaces of both shoes together, and flung them onto a power line overhead. He got lucky, it worked on the first try. With that done, he joined V and Jackie at the abandoned site. Inside, stagnant water covered the floor in dark, reeking puddles, and garbage lay everywhere. Yet even in such miserable conditions, people on the extreme fringes of society had made a home, licking their wounds and starving day by day. Leo reached the roof, where V and Jackie were already waiting. As soon as Jackie spotted him, he asked, "What did you toss up there earlier?" On the way in, Jackie had seen Leo pull something from the backpack but couldn't make out what it was. "Glitter," Leo replied. Jackie blinked. "You're sure it wasn't a bomb?" He couldn't figure out what good that stuff would do. Leo just smiled, offering no further explanation. The three of them hunkered down. After a while, a truck appeared on the road below, coming from the direction of Westbrook. The logo of All Foods was painted on its side. All of them tensed. "That's the one." "What now?" Jackie asked. Leo held him back. "Don't move. Leave it to me." He set up an Ice Storm sniper rifle, aimed at the truck, and followed its movement through the scope, finger resting on the trigger, but he didn't fire. The truck rumbled east toward the border checkpoint, and Leo just stayed still, as if asleep. Finally, Jackie couldn't stand it and whispered, "Leo." V watched him anxiously too, but Leo ignored them both, his entire focus pinned on the truck through the scope. Only when it passed right beneath the dangling shoes did he pull the trigger. Chapter 23. A single shot shattered the shoe, and the glitter hidden inside rained down onto the truck's cargo hold. Startled by the gunshot, the driver slammed down on the accelerator, hastily speeding off, certain some firefight was erupting nearby. Only when the truck had vanished from sight did Leo finally stand and sling the Ice Storm sniper rifle over his shoulder. He gestured to Jackie and V. "All right, we're done. Let's go." "Huh?" Jackie blinked in confusion. That's it. No emptying a few mags or dropping any bodies. That's all." He looked utterly baffled, while V seemed lost in thought, as though she had an inkling of what was coming next. The driver reached the border checkpoint and waited to cross. He checked himself over, no missing limbs, no new bullet holes. He breathed a massive sigh of relief. Sitting there, he thought about how many times he had run this route from All Foods to the Badlands. He knew the process inside and out. Nothing should go wrong. Suddenly, alarms began shrieking. DDD. DDD. Border guards, on high alert, snapped their rifles to aim at the truck. "Out of the vehicle, now. Stay where I can see you, hands up. No sudden moves." The driver, utterly confused, found himself dragged out of the cab and forced to the ground. "Search it, every inch." The guards tore open the cargo hold and meticulously combed through everything. All they found at first glance was the usual All Foods stuff. It looked normal. But a veteran guard had a hunch. He drew his knife and cut open the truck tires. Sure enough, out tumbled packet after packet of glitter. Seeing his well-guarded secret spill everywhere, the driver paled. He was done for. Even if prison weren't in his future, Maelstrom certainly wouldn't let him off easy for botching this job. Naturally, the guards didn't care about his fate. As far as they were concerned, this was a huge bust. One of them, thrilled at the find, was about to phone the corporation, but the checkpoint chief stopped him. "Hold on. Don't report it yet." "Huh?" "Chief." The underling looked both surprised and perplexed. The chief, however, had other plans. He knew the truck bore the All Foods logo, which belonged to a Maelstrom faction under a guy named Brick. Maelstrom had many leaders, and Brick was just one of them. If the chief reported this to the corp right away, the best he could hope for was a pat on the back, no real reward for him. So he had a better idea: blackmail Brick for a cut of the profits. "You head out," he told his subordinate. Guard the suspect and keep that stash safe. Once I get this settled, you'll get a taste of the reward. The guard nodded, still unsure of the details but excited by the promise of a payoff. Once he was gone, the chief stayed behind, mentally rehearsing how to strong-arm Brick. Just as he was about to make the call, his phone rang. The display told him it was Mayor Ryan. The chief's face tensed. He had a bad feeling. He was right to worry. Ryan's first words were, "I hear you found a truck of all foods products being used to smuggle glitter. Is that true?" The chief's stomach sank. There must be a mayor's informant among the border guards. He had no choice but to confirm. In Night City, there was no standing army, but the NCPD and the anti-terror units fell under the mayor's office. Everything else was outsourced to the megacorps, like this very border checkpoint, run by Militech. The chief was a Militechman himself, not on the city's payroll. Normally, that gave him little reason to fear the mayor, but if Ryan escalated this to the corp, his carefully laid plan to shake down Brick would blow up in his face. "You all did a fine job," Ryan said. "It must have been tough. But from here on, you don't need to worry about it. I'll dispatch the NCPD to handle the rest. You should take it easy. In fact, take the day off. You don't pay me, dumbass." The checkpoint chief wanted to puke blood and repute, but he didn't dare to say that part out loud. This was exactly what he'd been trying to avoid. He hadn't alerted Militech because he didn't want corporate involvement. Instead, he got the mayor, but the outcome was the same. His get-rich-quick scheme was crashing. If he did nothing now, he'd lose not just the chance to cash in, but also any credit for the bust. Then, a spark of inspiration. "Wait, Mayor Ryan, maybe there's another option." "Oh," Ryan said. "Do tell." All Foods has always provided cheap products for Night City's poorest. With their margins, they really didn't need to risk smuggling. This might just be a few rotten eggs under Brick, acting on their own without his knowledge. "And your point?" "No need for a full-blown raid. We can call Brick in, sit down, and straighten this out. If his men are responsible, he can clean his own house. Of course, they'll pay a hefty fine to set an example." It sounded like the chief was pleading on Brick's behalf, but anyone who had spent any time in Night City's power circles would know a border checkpoint chief wouldn't really be trying to help a gang boss. He was dropping a hint to the mayor. Going in guns blazing would only ruin the chance for any payoff. Of course, if Ryan joined in, the mayor would take the lion's share, leaving the chief with some crumbs. But crumbs were better than nothing. "You eat the steak, I nibble the bone, Brick drinks the soup, everyone's happy." Ryan's voice came back calm and measured. "I see what you're after." The chief's heart leapt. "So, Mr. Mayor, you..." "But I refuse," Ryan thundered. "I'm the mayor of Night City. I will never make peace with evil or stoop to corruption." He sounded as though righteous fury would explode out of every pore. "You did an excellent job nabbing all that glitter and providing leads, so I'll pretend I didn't hear your suggestion. But there won't be a next time," Ryan said, then ended the call. The chief scoffed. "No deals with evil. Please." He'd climbed the Militech ladder through brutal corporate power struggles. He knew Ryan's reputation all too well. As mayor, Ryan had held office for quite some time, dogged repeatedly by accusations of pocketing corp money. He had nearly lost the last election. Public trust in him had cratered. The only reason he kept his seat was because, back then, the new USA helped. That election took place in the middle of the Unification War. Chapter 24. New USA had attempted to seize the city and bring Night City back under its control. It was Mayor Ryan who had led the citizens in a courageous resistance, with the crucial assistance of an aircraft carrier borrowed from Arasaka, the true deciding factor. Only then did they manage to beat back the new USA forces and preserve Night City's independence. Because of that event, Ryan had managed to pull off an 11th-hour reversal in the last election. He regained a majority of support and secured another term. Now, in 6 months, Night City would hold another mayoral election. This time, the new USA Army wouldn't be swooping in to help him. What was more, a rising political star named Jefferson Peralez had appeared. Either on TV talk shows like Late Night Chat or out in the streets, Peralez kept making headlines. Even the checkpoint chief had to admit that Peralez's oratory skills were remarkably persuasive and stirring. The chief's own family planned to vote for Peralez. Peralez's surge posed a serious threat, one that shook Ryan's foundation. That explained why Mayor Ryan insisted on destroying the All Foods factory. If he managed to wipe out a major drug operation, a big one, during his term, it would be a significant achievement. It could sway numerous votes. The checkpoint chief, not wanting to give up so easily, considered a new angle. He had some dirt on Ryan, should he use it to threaten the mayor into changing his mind. Yet he quickly realized that if he pulled down someone else's pants, his own would get yanked off too. Besides, Ryan would never tolerate someone sabotaging his re-election campaign. After weighing the pros and cons, the chief saw no better option and grudgingly let it go. In the northern part of Watson, on the overpass overlooking the All Foods factory, Leo and V sat inside the car, while Jackie leaned over the guardrail. After returning from Santo Domingo, the three had grabbed a bite at a roadside stall, then driven straight here. On the way, Leo had explained the plan to Jackie. In simple terms, they would deliberately set up the All Foods truck, luring the NCPD into coming down hard on the factory. Jackie had flatly refused to believe it. He had grown up in that dump and knew all too well how the NCPD operated. They usually just took such chances to extort and threaten Maelstrom at All Foods, forcing them to hand over a cut of their glitter profits. Why on earth would they send an entire task force to attack? Had he ever seen a white-winged crow? Jackie came over to the car window. "Hey, Leo, how much longer are we hanging around?" "They're not coming." "They will," Leo said. "Have a little patience, Jackie." Jackie exhaled, falling silent. Yet his restless bouncing leg and the look on his face betrayed his anxiety. Sensing it, Leo suddenly had an idea. "Wanna make a bet, Jackie?" "A bet on what?" he asked, interested. "If you win, I'll cover your booze for a month." "Leo, you worked hard for that cash." "Doesn't matter, I can always earn more." "Well, in that case, Leo, you'll regret this." Jackie rubbed his hands, already picturing days filled with endless free alcohol. Leo could guess exactly what was running through Jackie's head, judging by his excited grin, but he let it be. "So if you lose," Leo continued, "then what?" "Lose? Impossible," Jackie scoffed. "Not happening." He felt supremely confident. Leo was a nomad who had only just arrived in Night City. Did he really know more than a local like Jackie? Ridiculous. "Nobody knows the NCPD better than me," he declared. "If I lose, I'll eat that laptop of yours right here." The moment those words left his mouth, sirens began wailing below. Police cruisers roared in, heading straight for the All Foods factory. Dozens of them, maybe the entire local NCPD force. They split into two groups, one rushed the front entrance, the other moved around the back. Numerous cops with bulletproof vests and assault weapons piled out, using their cars as cover while surrounding the factory. Behind the police cars came several black vans. On arrival, nobody got out, rather, the sides of the vans unfolded like blooming flowers. Emerging from them were bipedal mechs, purchased at great cost from Militech, towering 3 to 5 meters tall, jet black metal radiating cold menace. Fire in the hole. The mechs launched grenades, blasting open the All Foods gates. Go, go, go. In a tidal surge, officers poured inside, colliding with Maelstrom's defenders in a fierce firefight. Even from a distance, the roar of gunfire and the glare of muzzle flashes reached them loud and clear. But the NCPD had proper mechs, plus grenades and Gatling guns that never let up. Maelstrom's lack of heavy firepower proved fatal. Even with their drug-fueled recklessness, they took catastrophic losses. From the overpass, Jackie stared, dumbstruck. No way could he have imagined the NCPD morphing into this kind of brutal strike force. Had they taken the wrong pills? Meanwhile, Brick and a handful of lieutenants barely escaped via a hidden tunnel. Luckily for them, the tunnel exit led to a different street next to the All Foods factory. NCPD had the factory fully surrounded, but not this spot. They scrambled into an escape car, speeding toward Maelstrom's other stronghold, the Totentans. Inside, Brick pounded his fist against the window, furious. He paid the NCPD a fortune every month. So why the hell were they trashing his operation? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Finally, he called one of his contacts in the NCPD. That was how he learned that it started when the driver delivering All Foods products got busted at the border checkpoint, and everything spiraled from there. Apparently, the NCPD's chief had planned to approach Brick more diplomatically, but the mayor's orders had left him no choice. The NCPD chief wasn't like the checkpoint supervisor, who reported to Militech and might humor the mayor only out of courtesy. If push came to shove, that supervisor would take the corpse side over city halls. But the NCPD chief belonged directly to the municipal government and wouldn't dare ignore Mayor Ryan's demands, especially not now, when the mayor was in the spotlight. Finished with the call, Brick growled, "Who hired that driver again?" A henchman beside him replied, "Kirk, that worthless fixer from Haywood." "Figures. I knew that bastard was trouble." "Kirk, huh? He's a dead man." His spider-like cyber-optic eyes glowed menacing red. "All right, show's over," Leo said as the gunfire from all foods gradually died down. "Let's head back and tell Pepe the good news. He won't need to worry about Kirk anymore." Leo figured the fight inside was more or less done. The NCPD had come in force with mechs, surprising everyone. All Foods was a place for processing food and glitter, not a fortress. They never stood a chance. From Jackie, Leo had learned the broad strokes of Night City's gang territories. He knew All Foods fell under Brick. In other words, Brick was Kirk's employer. Leo wasn't too concerned about whether Brick died in the raid. Even if Brick was killed, someone else would take over. In any case, Kirk had let down not only Brick but the entire Maelstrom crew. This wasn't the kind of grudge that disappeared just because a new leader stepped in. Chapter 25. If Kirk had any sense, he'd already be grabbing his go-bag and running for the hills. All the hassle with Pepe's debt now seemed like a small matter in comparison to the Maelstrom predicament he was in. As long as Maelstrom existed, Kirk wouldn't dare show his face in this city. If he did have the nerve to return to the El Coyote, he wouldn't find Pepe begging him for leniency, he'd be the one begging Pepe not to sell him out to Maelstrom. On the drive back, Leo asked Jackie to help him find an apartment. Staying in Jackie's windowless garage, shutters down day and night for, understandable, security reasons, was stifling. With multiple people cramped in a tiny garage, hot and stuffy to boot, it was high time to find a new place. He had enough money on hand for a few months' rent. A place can be old, no problem, but I want it high up and clean. I'm not looking to share space with a dumpster. Night City was full of towering mega buildings. If you wanted a decent view, you needed a higher floor. Otherwise, you'd open your window to a wall right next door, like some Kowloon-walled city nightmare. No sweat. "Leave it to me," Jackie said, patting his chest. Then, looking a bit sheepish, he added, about that bet I lost." Leo waved it off. "We were just messing around, Jackie. You didn't actually think I'd hold you to that, right? Besides, I like this laptop." Jackie let out a big breath. "Oh, a joke, yeah. Right, you were definitely joking." Ha. Deep down, he'd worried Leo might expect him to try and eat that laptop. Hearing Leo clarify that it was only banter felt like a weight off his shoulders. "There's one more thing," Leo said. "Shoot." Jackie was in a great mood now, humming a bit of a Mexican folk tune. He figured even 3 or 5 more requests wouldn't faze him. "Where can I get hold of materials and parts for gun making?" Jackie arched an eyebrow. "Any fixer can hook you up, but if they don't trust you, they won't sell. If you skip the fixer, there are other channels, riskier, pricier." "But why do you need that stuff?" Leo just shrugged. "Nothing special. I just want a side gig to make some extra cash." Damn it, how did things end up like this? The minute Kirk got a call from his captured driver, he frantically stuffed essentials into a bag and took off. The driver, honest to a fault, had managed to sneak in a quick call while the border guards weren't watching, warning Kirk that he'd been busted. Kirk instantly realized how dire his situation was. Night City's gangs were all bad news, but if there was one group you absolutely never wanted to cross, Maelstrom was near the top of the list. Tiger Claws or 6th Street might just shoot you or lop off your head, grim, but at least it'd be over quickly. Maelstrom. Entirely different story. They were notoriously insane, delighting in using people as guinea pigs for body mod experiments. These hardcore cyborg junkies were the epitome of cyberpsychotic. If they got their hands on you, death wouldn't come easy, or soon. They would implant you with black market or scabbed cyberware, guaranteed to be incompatible and likely to drive you insane in the most gruesome way possible. Kirk had no desire to face that gruesome future, so fleeing became his only option. As Leo had guessed, Pepe's debt was the least of Kirk's worries now. "You're not planning to give up merc work, are you?" V asked, eyeing Leo curiously from the passenger seat. "No, I just want a side hustle," he replied. Back when he was still with the backers, Leo's firearm maintenance skill had already reached level 5. That included not just repairs but also assembly know-how for a wide range of kinetic and many tech weapons. Tech weapons, after all, used electromagnetic propulsion to launch metal slugs at hypervelocity, handy for punching through walls or covers. Such weapons weren't sold in corner shops. You'd have to visit specialized arms dealers, and they charged a fortune. If you had the parts and materials, and a gunsmith, things got a lot cheaper, meaning serious profit potential. Leo laid out his plan for Jackie and V. "You can build guns?" Jackie asked, astonished. "All kinds. Kinetic ones, yeah, as long as I've got parts and materials." I can even manage most tech weapons, except for the really complicated ones like the Achilles or the Nikomata. Smart weapons, though, I'm not too familiar with those. He had barely finished speaking when Jackie and V gaped at him. It wasn't that they were naive, it was just that Night City was brimming with folks who could shoot. But ones who could actually build guns were much rarer. And someone who could assemble advanced tech weapons. That was extraordinary. So what's your plan? Open a gun shop? V asked, raising an eyebrow. Leo sighed. No idea. That's why I asked Jackie, remember? Jackie was still reeling from the surprise that his new friend had such hidden talents. But he quickly gathered his thoughts, taking the problem as seriously as if it were his own. Materials and parts, yeah, that's best handled by a fixer. But if you don't already know someone you can trust. Leo shook his head. Not a single fixer in this city do I know well enough to deal with. Jackie thumped a hand on his chest. Don't sweat it, bro. I've known Padre for ages. Same here, V put in, giving Leo a wink. I know Padre too. If both of us vouch for you, he's sure to help. Jackie grinned. Exactly. Double the pull. He'll have to show us respect, haha. The three shared a laugh, then Jackie grew serious. But if you want to open an actual gun shop, it's a huge pain in the ass. You need to register with the NCPD, file paperwork with City Hall, and then get a retail license from whichever manufacturer's guns you plan to sell. I won't need the manufacturer's license, Leo said. I'm not stocking their guns. Jackie shook his head. You do. If you sell any brand's guns, you need their permission, or you're just a black market dealer. One random tip-off, and you're done, either the NCPD or the Corp's private security will come knocking. NCPD might just fine you and force you to shut down for a while. But a corporate security team? You really don't want to meet those guys, V added, shivering at the thought. Listening to them, Leo felt a headache coming on. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. It's all that complicated. He'd been in Night City only briefly but had seen gun shops everywhere, even supermarkets and convenience stores selling firearms. He'd assumed it was simpler. And that's not even all of it, Jackie continued. To open a shop, you need a place, right? Good location costs a pile in rent. Cheaper spots are crappier and less safe, you'll get robbed more often. And in Night City, no matter what business you run, you pay taxes to City Hall, the NCPD, and protection money to whatever gang claims the turf. Leo's brow furrowed. So you're saying opening a store in Night City is nearly impossible? Then how come there are so many shops, markets, and street stalls? Jackie shrugged. You've only been here a few days, so it's normal not to know. Most of the folks you see running businesses have spent half their lives scraping together enough cash to open a place. Some inherited the shop from their folks. When the parents retire or pass on, the kids keep it going. He paused. Ever notice that most are barely hanging on? They rent in dodgier areas with lower safety standards, cause that's the only rent they can afford. And do you see any of them getting crazy rich from it, like affording a place in North Oak? I don't think so. Why not North Oak? Leo asked, though he suspected the answer. It's not that they're too lazy to hustle, Jackie explained. They just get taxed to death by the city and the cops, plus pay protection fees to whichever gang runs that district. By the time everyone's had a bite, almost nothing's left. That's why no matter how hard they work, they can't break out of this place. Chapter 26. A Nomad modified vehicle passed through the northern Night City border checkpoint. This good enough for you, kid? The driver asked. The white-haired girl nodded and hopped out. Yes, right here is fine, thanks. How much do I owe you? McCoy, behind the wheel, waved her off. Don't worry about it. We were heading into the city anyway. Saw you on the road and gave you a lift, no big deal. Take care of yourself, kid. Night City isn't what you think it is, it's a place that chews you up and spits you out. He assumed this white-haired girl had come to Night City in pursuit of the city dream. Little did he know her motives were far different. Compared to the place she had fled, Night City might actually be safer, at least, until Arasaka came knocking. They returned to the El Coyote bar. Once they'd driven the SUV into the garage, the three of them headed into the bar for a bite to eat. Sitting in a corner on the second floor, they ate and chatted. Sipping her drink through a straw, V proposed an idea. Leo, here's a suggestion, you don't actually need to run your own gun shop. You could just team up with Padre. You're getting materials and parts through him anyway, so why not go all the way? Have him handle sales for you. That way, she added, You'd fork over a bit more of your profit to Padre, but you'd avoid a ton of hassle. What do you think? Jackie nodded in agreement. Solid plan. Padre's a pretty stand-up fixer. In all the years I've known him, he's never once screwed anyone over, long as they don't backstab him first. Leo looked at them. So can you talk to him for me? Sure. Jackie reached for his phone, eyes lighting up. A short while later, he hung up and turned back, looking pleased. Padre's on board, but he's got a proposal of his own, he said. Leo glanced up. Shoot. He wants to sell your tech weapons at market price, then subtract the cost of materials and parts. He'll split the remaining profit, 30-70. Leo hadn't even replied before V frowned. Only 30%. That's kinda stingy for tech weapons. Tech weapons sold for far higher prices than standard kinetic guns. Earning only 30%. Didn't add up with her image of Padre, who normally wasn't so tight-fisted. Jackie chuckled. No, you got it backward. Padre keeps 30, Leo gets 70. Says he's cutting him a deal, to make friends. Oh, that's more like the Padre I know. V grinned. So, how many tech weapons can you build in a day, Leo? Leo paused, doing the math. Tech weapons were more complex than kinetic firearms, so they took longer to produce. Skilled gunsmiths who could handle advanced tech designs were extremely rare in Night City, otherwise, every gang would ditch regular guns and upgrade straight to tech. Smart weapons were even another tier beyond that, made by only the very top manufacturers. Anyway, tech weapons were tricky, so Leo estimated he could comfortably devote a couple of hours each day to production. That would yield around 5 guns daily. 5 a day. Jackie's eyes nearly bugged out. I've seen tech weapons go for at least 20,000 eddies apiece at gun shops. You could make 5 a day, holy shit. No wonder people said comparisons would kill you. Jackie and V had risked their necks doing merc jobs for a few $1,000, split 3 ways. Meanwhile, Leo was making a tidy sum from a cozy workshop. As soon as Leo and Jackie finalized the arrangement, V, who had just come back from the restroom, settled into her seat and turned to Leo. By the way, I've noticed you don't even have a neural slot. You don't have any implants or augments at all. Leo unconsciously touched the back of his head. The backer's Ripperdoc had patched up his old gunshot wound so thoroughly there wasn't even a scar. Shaking his head, he said, Nah, I don't like the idea. V and Jackie exchanged glances. But without even the most basic neural slot, you'll run into a lot of trouble around here, V pointed out. By 2077, cyberware was as common as smartphones had been a near century earlier. Even the poorest scrounged up enough to at least get a bare-bones first-gen implant. Sure, they were up to 4th-gen tech now, and 1st-gen was badly outdated, but it was still better than nothing. A total pure-flesh human being like Leo was a rare sight. He would fit right in with the monks preaching how removing any flesh was the path to spiritual ruin. The monks blamed cyberpsychosis on the withering of the human soul, robbed of nourishment by too many machine parts. How about I just buy a phone? Leo suggested, shrugging lightly. A phone. V gave him a look. If you really don't want an implant, you might as well have me help you get AR glasses. It's basically a lightweight mobile phone that hangs on your face. You can make calls, text, basic stuff. You can also do money transfers, scanning, the works. Jackie nodded. It's true, if you have AR goggles, you can get by without implants in day-to-day life, at least. But you know those things cost an arm and a leg, right? You can buy a low-end military-grade cyberlimb for the same amount. AR glasses were basically a high-end toy for the wealthy. They mirrored all the essential functions of a neural slot, digital comms, heads-up displays, scanning apps, just without physically augmenting the body. Naturally, they weren't cheap. But as a side effect, that also meant it was exclusive to those with money. The typical poor or working class wouldn't dream of dropping a fortune on AR eyewear when a second-hand or first-gen implant could do the same for a fraction of the cost. For the next several days, none of them took on new merc jobs. Jackie was busy running around on Leo's behalf, V handled logistics, always showing up with a hearty meal or cold beer at just the right time, and Leo stayed in the garage, cranking out tech weapons with the tools, parts, and materials Padre's crew delivered. True to his reputation, Padre proved a solid fixer. He promised to settle Leo's earnings daily, no delays. He even learned from Jackie that Leo needed AR glasses, so he sent those along, too. The AR goggles Padre's people delivered were a sleek, silver-white design, a cutting-edge, futuristic vibe oozing from every inch. The moment Leo got them, he couldn't wait to try them on. Beep, beep. A ringing noise, audible only to him, chimed through his ears. In his field of vision, a small translucent window popped up, displaying an incoming call from Jackie Wells. Leo answered, and Jackie's voice came in crisp and clear, "Hey, Leo. So how's Padre's fancy gadget working out?" Leo adjusted the frames on his nose, it felt practically weightless. "Not bad. Feels great, actually." Chapter 27. Leo felt no pressure at all wearing them. He and Jackie chatted a while longer before ending the call. Leo set the AR glasses down, thinking. Their biggest flaw? Too much lag, and too much power drain. Unlike neural slots, they had to process everything externally, slowing them down. Then a thought hit him, those sci-fi visors from old movies and books. They weren't just screens, they actively enhanced vision, filtered data, and provided real-time overlays. If AR glasses worked like that, wouldn't that fix their biggest weakness? Just then, the long-dormant system finally came online. You considered that AR glasses aren't just toys for the rich and have room for improvement, they only need minor tweaks to achieve it. Would you like to spend 5 potential points to obtain the upgraded schematic? Leo froze for a moment, then lit up with excitement. So this was how his Eureka skill triggered, passively, out of the blue. Finally. It had been half a year with the backers, then all this time in Night City, and only now did his golden finger decide to show up. He couldn't help but roast it a little in his mind, what took you so long? After finishing his grumbling, Leo summoned his status panel. He had 3 potential points from repelling Snake Nation warriors back at the backers' camp, and 2 more from that cyberpsycho incident in the little town outside Night City, a total of exactly 5. 5 potential points spent. You gained an upgraded schematic, tactical visor. In the next instant, a torrent of schematics and fabrication knowledge flooded Leo's mind like a rushing tide. Even those fancy study chips for rich kids could only upload knowledge bit by bit each day, but Leo's system fed him a whole library at once, enough to make a normal person's head explode. Fortunately, it seemed like he was protected by the system, though his skull pounded, he managed to absorb it all. He focused, and the materials required for building the tactical visor took shape in his thoughts. Leo left the garage and found Jackie, who was helping V around the El Coyote. V gave a heartfelt compliment, no trace of flattery in her tone. "So these are the AR glasses you got from Padre. They look great on you." "Thanks. You two have been working hard. I'll handle dinner tonight, show you what I can do. You can cook real Chinese food." Night City did have its share of Chinese residents and restaurants, there was even a little Chinatown in Watson. But true authentic Chinese cuisine was another story, most places catered to local Americanized tastes. Jackie had always wanted to try the real deal, he dreamed of traveling to Asia once, until his empty wallet sternly told him, "No, you do not." Rubbing his hands eagerly, Jackie wandered off in a good mood. V tried to stay and help, but Leo cheerfully shooed her out of the kitchen. Left alone, Leo got on the phone with Jackie. "I need you to buy some stuff for me," he said. "Groceries for Chinese food." "Yeah, but also a few things that aren't for cooking, I need Padre's help to get them." "No problem, leave it to me," Jackie promised, without a second thought. So, using his AR glasses, Leo sent the materials list for the tactical visor to Jackie. A few days later, Padre's men delivered what Leo needed. He holed up in Jackie's garage, and V, Jackie, Mrs. Wells, and Pepe all cooperated by not bothering him. They dropped food and water outside the closed garage door, then came back again at dinner time to collect the empty dishes and bottles. Time ticked by. The night deepened, and even the El Coyote had closed. Still, the garage door never opened. V and Jackie decided to crash at the bar overnight. The same thing happened the next day, and the day after that. Finally, 3 days later, the garage door opened. Inside, Leo stretched as far as his aching muscles would allow. On the workbench lay a mask of black and blue, his freshly completed tactical visor, finished after 3 days of non-stop labor. He picked it up and put it on. It was large enough to cover most of his face, leaving only forehead and hair exposed. Yet it felt anything but stifling, airy, with an excellent field of view. He could zoom in on distant objects, all rendered in sharp detail. Aside from standard AR glasses functions like communication, money transfers, and personal links, the tactical visor offered night vision, thermal imaging, and a scanning mode. In 2077, weapon manufacturers had developed a new kind of grenade, the recon grenade, which scanned enemy positions within a certain radius and fed that info back to the user's cyber optics. This visor included the same scanning feature, built right in. Walls posed no obstacle, unless they were reinforced or coated with anti-detection paint. Leo tested the night vision and thermal modes, both worked perfectly. Then he switched on the scanner. A ring of red light rippled outward in all directions. Unlike thermal or night vision, the view didn't turn white-hot, black-hot, or greenish. It looked the same as before, except that now there were red humanoid outlines. Even thick walls couldn't hide them. Because this tactical visor was linked to the NCPD database, each outline displayed matching IDs and personal info from police records. He spotted Jackie sneaking a drink in the bar, only to have Mrs. Wells angrily yank the bottle away, and V in the bathroom. Never mind. Leo coughed lightly and shut off the scanner. Besides these active functions, the visor featured a passive anti-scan jamming field. If anyone tried scanning him while he wore it, they'd only pick up a scrambled image, a giant mosaic blur. He could stroll under a surveillance camera in broad daylight, and no one would see his face. Sebastian Ibarra, a voice said. Hearing the name, Padre lifted his gaze from the Bible on the table. A man now stood before him, dressed in a neat suit and tie, wearing a gleaming silver watch, and polished dress shoes, the picture of a corporate stooge. But more striking than the outfit were the man's eyes. His left eye was normal, but his right eye consisted of 3 narrow, vertically stacked implants, spider-like lenses that imparted a menacing chill. Waiting for someone, he asked. No, Padre replied, gently closing the Bible and setting it aside. I'm just here to eat. The food at Tom's Diner is pretty good, so I thought I'd give it a try. As for you. He eyed the man. I've heard you rarely leave Santo Domingo, Faraday. Faraday didn't wait for Padre's invitation. He slid into the seat across from him as though he owned the place. Leaning both elbows on the table, he laced his fingers, rested his chin on the back of his hands, and stared with 4 unblinking eyes. The temperature seemed to plummet. Anyone else confronted by those quartet implants would have felt their blood run cold. But Padre looked utterly calm, just an aging, balding man chatting up the neighbor, as relaxed as could be. Chapter 28. Right at this time, Padre said with a mild, genial smile. I hear Santo Domingo's been anything but peaceful lately. Word on the street is there's a new fixer in town, goes by Old Captain. Faraday's eyelid twitched at the mention of Old Captain, but he pretended not to care. Old Captain. Muammar Reyes used to be a corporate lapdog. Now he thinks he can jump into the fixer game. He smirked. Fixing isn't for amateurs. Let your guard slip, and you'll end up with a client and a merc squad both gunning for your head. Padre continued looking all kinds of cordial. So you're quite confident, then? It's not about confidence, he's just not cut out for the job. Mark my words, give him a year. If he's not dead, he'll wash his hands of this whole mess. Santo Domingo's only got room for one fixer, me. While the two exchanged polite barbs, a voice interrupted. Ah, you're both here already. Good, no wonder they call you 2 of the city's more reliable fixers. They turned to find another man in a suit coming over. Unlike Faraday, he hadn't upgraded his face with any visible cybernetics, just the typical corporate attire. The newcomer stopped at the table occupied by Faraday on one side and Padre on the other. But Padre, reacting quicker, slid further into his seat, patting the bench beside him. Child, you don't mind being a bit closer to the Lord's servant, do you? No objection, Father. Had Maine's crew been around, they would have recognized this well-dressed client from their previous protection job. Padre and Faraday exchanged a look. They had guessed, upon seeing each other at Tom's Diner, that they must be competing for the same contract. Sure enough, it was confirmed now. The man cleared his throat, drawing their attention back to him. He adjusted his glasses and spoke in a clipped tone. I'll keep this short. My schedule's packed, and I haven't time to waste. A few days ago, someone tried to kill me. It was an ex-colleague of mine. He hired the Animals gang. Why ex? Because that bastard's rotting in some abandoned Santo Domingo factory. A few days on, he's probably stinking by now. He may be dead, but the animals who attacked me are still free and clear. He narrowed his eyes. Which leads me here. Gentlemen, I want you to wipe out the leader of that animal's crew. I want his head. Padre gave a slight nod. Jobs like this popped up in Night City 100 times a day, possibly more. I see, sir. But one thing I don't get, why hire 2 fixers? Faraday's gaze drifted to Padre. We've worked together before, and my people left quite the impression. Didn't they? Because I want absolute certainty, the client replied, voice firm. I won't let any animals slip away to hunt me down later. Understand? I've got one request, my child, said Padre in his slow, deliberate way. My people will fulfill your demands, but they won't split the fee with Faraday's people. We get our own share. In other words, since the client had entrusted the job to 2 fixers, he couldn't pay a single sum and expect them to divide it. Each fixer would require a separate fee. Breakfast's here. Leo arrived carrying trays of Chinese noodles and set them on the table for V and Jackie, luosifan for V, hot dry noodles for Jackie. Then he sat down to savor his own bowl of beef noodles, taking a slow sip of the broth. A single mouthful of soup, and he felt rejuvenated. "So what's this gig about?" he asked between bites. Early that morning, Jackie had gotten a call from Padre, and immediately roused both Leo and V. Of course, they still insisted Leo whip up another round of his cooking before heading out, having enjoyed his Chinese dishes so much last time. Now the 3 sat around a table in the El Coyote, eating and talking. Jackie slurped down a mouthful of noodles. "Remember your first time in Night City, on the overpass in Santo Domingo? We saw that freeway shootout." Leo nodded. He wasn't about to forget something that crazy. "Well, turns out the Galena under attack by the animals that day was carrying our current client. He wants the leader of that animals gang, who ambushed him, taken out. Night City's animals are split up into little crews, no single top boss, so we just have to deal with the one bunch that jumped him." V cocked her head. "Are we working alone on this?" Jackie shook his head. "Nope, there's a second merc team operating in Santo Domingo. They got the same request, from a different fixer. Our target's the same, though." Leo raised his eyebrows. "Padre hired them too?" "Nah, the client hired 2 fixers. That's rare but not unheard of. Means we'll have to coordinate on this job." "Don't worry, I got your back," Jackie said, patting his chest. "Stick with me." Leo smirked. "Appreciate it, but I can take care of myself." They finished breakfast and piled into the car. About half an hour later, they pulled up to a long-abandoned construction site in Santo Domingo. "Drive on in," Jackie said. "They're farther inside." Sure enough, deeper in the lot, they spotted a hot pink sedan with 4 people scattered around it. Seeing Leo's SUV approach, the 4 turned as one to check them out. Leo, V, and Jackie hopped out and walked over. "You must be Padre's mercs, right?" one of them, a big guy up front, asked. Jackie nodded. "And you guys must be Faraday's crew." The big guy lifted a hand to himself. "Name's Maine." He motioned around. "Dorio." A tough-looking woman, built like a tank, gave them a thumbs up. Rebecca. A twin-tailed girl, whom Leo vaguely recalled from that same overpass shootout, smiled and waved. Sasha. A cat-like girl with a puffy hairstyle, only missing the ears for a full catgirl vibe, offered a shy grin. Leo's trio gave their names in turn. Maine, not one for idle chatter, studied them. "You look decent enough. Let's hope you stay that way in the field." Then he got down to business. "Let's go over the plan." He nodded to Sasha, who produced a laptop and placed it on the pink car's hood, beckoning them over. They crowded around the screen. After a flurry of keystrokes, an image appeared, a muscle-bound man even bulkier than Maine. "That guy's the leader of this animal's crew. In the animals, might makes right, whoever's the biggest badass calls the shots. They juice themselves on horse growth hormones and max test boosters. The animals prided themselves on raw physical power and pseudo-feral alterations, tiger-striped skin or bestial jaws. Unlike Maelstrom's obsession with metal, these guys chase the savage, primal side of humanity, eager to transcend any boundary between man and beast. Spread across Night City without a singular hierarchy, each small crew followed its own alpha. Maine explained, arms folded. "We learned this boss heads out to a black market in Pacifica's coastal neighborhood every so often to buy new supplements." V raised a hand. "Wait, wouldn't he send a minion? Why do it himself?" "He doesn't trust anyone else, fears they'll bring back faulty product," Maine said. "A broken TV means you're out a few eddies. A bad batch of steroids rots your body. It's personal." He pointed at a map on the screen. "Their base is an apartment building full of civilians. Storming it means they can hole up and drag out the fight, maybe turning into a big standoff. That's no good. So we'll ambush him at the black market. That market's in an underground parking garage with only 2 entrances. You watch one exit, we watch the other. Let the boss go inside so we don't spook him too soon. Then we radio each other, converge, and trap him inside once everyone's in place." The plan sounded tight. No one disagreed. Without further delay, they split into their vehicles and headed to Pacifica. Chapter 29. A quick glance might trick you into thinking Pacifica still resembled the grand blueprint once envisioned. They had planned a scenic coastal hotel complete with private pools, a family-friendly amusement park for vacationers, a sunny beach lined with umbrellas and a marina, and, well, plenty of trash. But what could you expect when it was right next to Night City? That prime location had convinced the first wave of generous investors that they couldn't lose, that they'd definitely turn a profit. But they gave up soon after construction began, lured away by even more lucrative opportunities. They realized investing in other areas of Night City was more worthwhile than Pacifica. So capital fled mid-project, and half-built towers were left abandoned. The voodoo boys and animals moved in like vultures. Pacifica, originally envisioned as a seaside paradise, became a war zone. City Hall never bothered to fix it or tear it all down. They just walled off the entire place with a tall barrier, out of sight and out of mind. Now, what was supposed to be the first stop for tourists became a heart-pounding gauntlet only thrill-seekers dared to enter. Most people would go the long way through Santo Domingo rather than take the shortcut through Pacifica. Because Pacifica wasn't policed by the NCPD, gang members and street punks there were unusually brazen. Firefights broke out on the road or in alleys at a moment's notice, sometimes a targeted killing, other times a robbery, or just two idiots that despised each other so much they started blasting away in broad daylight. On their very first day in Pacifica, several groups of punks tried to harass Leo and his crew. Leo helped them meet the Lord with no fuss. Some might argue these thugs hadn't been born evil, that maybe they deserved a chance at redemption rather than outright death. But Leo would have answered. Whether they deserve forgiveness is God's business. Mine is to send them on their way, and earn some points while at it. He and his friends dealt out physical absolution in front of everyone. The locals who witnessed those punks getting killed either hurried off without a word or simply pretended nothing had happened. None of them bothered to call the cops. Farther away, other punks watched in horror and nearly wet themselves. Even gangsters started labeling Leo's group as a high-level threat. The underground black market was located in a parking garage but wouldn't allow people to drive in directly. You either left your car in the street or parked upstairs. Parking above cost you a protection fee. Leo chose to send the SUV back to the El Coyote. If they needed it later, they'd just call. After dismounting, the three began scoping out the area. They noticed that the black market did indeed have security cameras, one for each entrance, plus one on the street, and more inside watching at different angles. However, these weren't monitored by the NCPD. Instead, local black market vendors had pulled money to hire scavs to keep an eye on things. Scavs harvested organs, but they weren't totally brainless and wouldn't attack just anyone at random. Places like black markets or unlicensed clinics were important to their business. Wrecking those would dry up their supply chains. Some clever scav groups even cooperated with the market's vendors, offering protection. Through the tactical visor scanner, Leo pinpointed the camera control room. Working together, V and Sasha remotely switched the feeds to friend mode, making it impossible for the scavs in the control booth to notice them. Then Leo slipped inside and found the scav inside playing a PC game instead of watching the monitors. Leo dispatched him quietly, dumping the corpse in a trash bin. After that, their team joined Maine's crew to stake out the place. They spent 2 days waiting at the parking garage's entrances, with no sign of the target. Finally, on the third day, Sasha's soft voice sounded through their comm channel. "Attention, the target is here. Repeat, the target has arrived." Leo, V, and Jackie perked up. Finally, Jackie muttered, pulling out the custom double-barrel tech shotgun that Leo had built, the Sadala. He cracked it open to check the shells inside. "Stay behind me, Leo." Jackie had never actually seen Leo fight, so he assumed Leo's a gunsmith with limited combat prowess. "I can handle myself," Leo replied, for what felt like the 100th time. He figured that once bullets started flying, Jackie would see soon enough. Results spoke louder than words. Maine's voice cut in over the comm, stern and clear. "Once the target enters the black market, we merge and strike. Remember, do not open fire too soon or you'll tip them off." 2 vans rumbled to a halt by the roadside. A bold animals gang symbol was sprayed on each side. A bunch of muscle-bound men hopped out, with the last to emerge being even larger, a behemoth, clearly their leader. Anyone who knew the animals might find it odd that he wore a heavy long-sleeve coat. Most animals like to flaunt their perfectly sculpted bodies, yet this boss kept his massive arms hidden. Even so, the coat bulged with layers of muscle. They made a striking entrance, grabbing the attention of nearby punks, who thought better of messing with them. After all, the animals were a bunch of steroid-addled bruisers, and you'd have to be suicidal to pick a fight with that. Just then, 2 young men emerged from the black market and walked straight into the animals' crew, too busy chatting to watch where they were going. "Check out this find," said the first. "A Shigear kinetic SMG from Arasaka. Its gunfire sounds like a cat's purr, music to my ears. The other frowned. The Shigear? That's a really old model from the early 21st century, right? Sure, it's not the latest and greatest. But I swear, it sprays more bullets in 1 minute than Arasaka evades in taxes each year. Imagine all that chaos. He chuckled, then went on, accuracy's overrated. We'll just unleash a hailstorm of rounds, and once the smoke clears, it's total devastation. His companion shrugged. You might not like Arasaka, but you should give them credit. Without them, people couldn't buy guns for self-defense. Arasaka's keeping folks safe and preserving social stability. Don't listen to folks whining about Arasaka's low wages, either. At least Arasaka provides its workers with next-gen cyberware. Anyone complaining is just jealous they can't get hired. He paused for a breath, then added, I've always used Arasaka products. They're worlds apart from other manufacturers. When people see you rocking Arasaka's newest kit, they know you've got taste. Sure, Arasaka's had its scandals, but the way they handle problems is great, makes me admire them more. A big company needs a sense of responsibility, you know. He was building up to a crescendo now. Anyway, you can skip Arasaka if you want, but Arasaka is the best corporation in the world. Without Arasaka, you'd be stuck with something worse and more expensive, like Militech's junk. Glory to Arasaka. He ended with both arms raised overhead in a sun-worship pose. The other man patted his shoulder kindly. You can fool me, sure, but don't fool yourself. I don't care if you dupe me with that hype. At worst, I grin and bear it. But don't end up believing it yourself. They were still trading barbs when they suddenly crashed into a wall of muscle. Confused, they looked up to find a 2-meter giant looming over them, flanked by dozens more animals. The brute's presence weighed like a mountain, freezing the air around them. Chapter 30. The two young men froze on the spot, their brains short-circuiting. Boom. The one holding the beloved SMG sailed backward like a broken kite, crashing into a dumpster. Only after withdrawing his fist did the animal's leader speak. You talk too much, and you're in my way. The speaker's companion finally woke from his daze, trembling all over as he scrambled aside, not even daring to look at them again. The leader snorted in disdain. Spineless losers. Go home and have a glass of milk. The rest of the animals followed behind their leader. They regarded the unfortunate pair with sneers. Knocking that guy out of the way was no different than booting a stray cat into the gutter. As soon as the leader reached the black market entrance, he stopped. His cybernetic eyes narrowed, and a heavy look crossed his face. He gazed into the underground garage, which looked perfectly normal, but something felt off. He turned his head to examine the nearby concrete walls and the ceiling. He had been here plenty of times before, but this time a bad feeling gnawed at him. Boss, asked one of the animal's members, confused why they weren't moving. Without explanation, the leader pointed to a random underling. You there, go buy the stuff. Me. Yeah. You heard me. Move. The underling looked surprised and excited, convinced the boss had chosen him for some special reason. He rushed into the underground market, the humid, musty smell of the parking garage enveloping him. In his mind, it felt like a promotion. But the animal's leader simply watched him for a moment, then turned away. Boss, aren't we waiting for him? Another gang member asked. We'll wait in the van. What's going on? Maine and his team exchanged baffled looks at the entrance they'd been guarding. According to Faraday's intel, the animal's boss always did the pickup himself. Yet there he was, sending an underling inside and returning outside with his crew. Maine slammed a fist into a concrete wall. Damn it. Faraday's info is off. He was supposed to handle it personally. Dorio frowned. Could he have spotted something? Maybe we got made. Over the team comms, Leo's voice cut in, doesn't matter if we're compromised or not. The question is, what's your move? Continuing or bailing? Dorio let out a slow breath. I vote we stop. Wait for another opportunity. Maine gave her a disbelieving stare. You can't be serious, Dorio. Our plan was a surprise attack, not a head-on clash. Maine refused to back down. We still have a shot. We can rush them now, and there's a good chance we can mow them down before those beasts can respond. Or there's a big chance they'll call reinforcements and pin us down if we fail to wipe them all out in one go, Dorio countered. And then we're the ones who'll be trapped. It's still better than trying to raid their stronghold. Realizing neither could persuade the other, Dorio sighed. Then we do it the American way. We vote. Maine's team voted quickly, 3-1 in favor of attacking. But that was only one squad's decision. They were in a joint operation with Leo's group. If Leo, V, and Jackie decided to pull out, then Main's side would be on their own, missing half their strength. Main come them, Leo, what about you? Leo's reply crackled in their earpieces, we're already on the move. What do you think? He and his friends sprinted from their position near the market's other entrance. If we can take them out, we will. If not, we'll at least box them in. We'll flank them from outside. We'll sandwich them and wrap this up. Go. Main shouted, charging from cover with his shotgun, cracker, aimed at the animal's underling who had come inside to buy the goods. Boom. Before the poor guy realized what was happening, it felt like a sledgehammer had slammed into him from the side. He flew through the air, crashing into a makeshift stall of second-hand cyber limbs. Everything toppled in a clatter of steel. Dorio, Rebecca, and Sasha emerged right behind Main, raining bullets on the remaining animals. The boss's eyes narrowed, and he yanked one of his own men in front of him as a shield. The body caught round after round, spraying blood, but the boss himself was unharmed. With one hand still clutching the corpse, the boss pulled a Satara Tech shotgun off his back. Normally it required two-handed operation, but he gripped it in one giant paw like it was made for him alone. Get the van over here, he barked into a radio. We're under attack. The animals near him were no amateurs, either. Each had plenty of blood on their hands. After a moment of chaos, they returned fire with practiced precision. Although Main's team had the advantage of cover, they were still outnumbered, and soon they found themselves on the losing end of a slugfest. Seeing only a handful of attackers, the animal's boss scowled. He couldn't guess who was coming for him, a rival gang. A corporate suit he'd once tried to kill. Or maybe just some random crew looking to rob him. Didn't matter. Right now, the top priority was to get out. Holding the human shield in front like a meat barricade, the boss eased backward, with the other animals firing in retreat. Given their larger numbers, it was tough for Main's smaller squad to break through and finish him off. Leo, where the hell are you? Main snarled, ducking behind a thick pillar. Just about there, Leo's calm voice replied over comms. Main growled. Hurry it up or they'll get away. He popped up from behind the concrete column, letting the cracker shotgun unleash another deafening roar that ripped two animal soldiers apart. Suddenly, a heavy impact struck the back of Main's calf. Someone had kicked him. He stumbled and fell backwards, narrowly avoiding a volley of bullets that whizzed overhead. Chapter 31. Main lay on the ground, glaring at Dorio, who was busy loading rounds into the cylinder of her large-caliber revolver. What are you doing? Saving your life. No need to thank me. Sasha's eyes glowed red. An animal's member, with a neural interface at the back of his neck, suddenly crackled and sparked with electricity. He convulsed violently before collapsing. That was Sasha hacking the man's cyberware, causing an electromagnetic short. The animal's member beside him immediately swung his gun toward Sasha. Hey, asshole. Rebecca, holding two Lexington kinetic pistols, leaned out from cover. A burst of continuous gunfire sent bullets whizzing in all directions. Main's team and the animals kept up a furious exchange of fire. Although Main's team was at a disadvantage in terms of raw firepower, they hadn't suffered a single casualty so far. By contrast, more than a dozen animals had already been taken down. Just then, something new happened. Two vans sped in from an adjacent passage. One of them, likely because the driver's skills were lacking or the speed too high, plowed into two animals who failed to get out of the way in time. It screeched to a halt between the animals and Main's team, wheels askew. The other van pulled up a bit farther away. With those vans serving as cover, the remaining animals instantly felt the pressure lift. No longer pinned down by continuous suppressive fire, they could hunker behind the vehicles and take careful aim. Damn it, they're gonna escape. Shit. I knew we couldn't count on them. It wasn't so much that Main mistrusted Leo and his companions, he just didn't trust anyone outside his own squad. He saw the animal's boss run to the other van, toss aside the corpse he'd been using as a shield, yank open the door, and jump into the passenger seat. Main wanted to charge out to stop him, but Dorio pinned him firmly. Down, Main. You got a death wish. Now that the animals had the vans for cover, their return fire was hitting on a whole different level of precision. Main gritted his teeth until blood oozed from between them. He glared at the boss, now climbing into the van, a storm of regret and frustration raging inside. Drive. Step on it. Get us out of here. The boss kept his eyes locked on the rearview mirror. He'd seen Main's team try several times to interfere, each time cut off by his own men's suppressive fire. That eased his mind a bit, but he wouldn't truly relax until they were back on home turf. The driver nodded and slammed the gas pedal. Suddenly, something warm splattered across his face. It felt damp, making him squint reflexively. Startled, he jammed on the brakes. Wiping furiously at his eyes, he finally managed to blink them open. And froze. His hands were covered in blood. Shocked, the driver turned to look at the boss in the passenger seat, whose head had, for lack of a better term, exploded. Bits of gore were splattered everywhere. The driver gaped in horror, no longer remembering to wipe away the mess on his own face. Only then did a distant gunshot's boom reach his ears. Leo pulled back the bolt. A hot brass shell casing clinked onto the ground, wreathed in faint wisps of smoke. He fired again, taking out the driver who had tried to open the door and flee. The driver's body tumbled from the seat with a thud, motionless. In a heartbeat, the fierce gunfight fell silent. Everyone stared at the boss's now headless body. People gasped, with the leader dead, the remaining animals lost any will to fight. The ones who had been going at it so fiercely moments before now scattered in panic and fleeing. Leo wasn't about to waste this chance to pick them off. He calmly picked off the animals running away, like ducks in a row, until they vanished from sight. After a quick glance at the new potential points he'd gained, he stowed his Ice Storm sniper rifle, called over V and Jackie, and moved to rendezvous with Maine's team. Maine flushed red, feeling guilty. A moment ago, he was convinced Leo and the others had ditched them. In fact, they were the key that sealed the boss's fate. Without them, that animal's boss would have fled, and the mission would have failed. That's the Ice Storm. God, I heard that isn't a gun just anyone can handle. Rebecca's gaze flicked between the rifle and Leo's arms. She tilted her head a bit, clearly unable to figure out how someone of his build could manage the rifle's massive recoil. It would be like trying to fire a helicopter-mounted GAU-19/B Gatling gun by hand. Dorio's voice came from behind, "Fine. In case you haven't noticed, this place is covered with bodies. If we're gonna talk, let's do it somewhere else." "She's right," Maine said, waving a hand. "Sasha, get the car." Sasha nodded and sprinted off. "Let's get out of here first. We'll celebrate at a bar in Santo Domingo. If that's cool, I'll send you the address." "Sure." When Leo's trio left, Maine stood over the animal's boss's corpse and snapped a few photos from various angles, sending them to Faraday. "Maine, car's ready." "Coming." Maine started to go, but something about the boss's clothes seemed off. The animals usually flaunted their exaggerated muscles, so why had this boss wrapped himself in a coat that hid his massive physique? As though it were a waste not to show off. He stuck his upper body into the van, pushing the corpse to expose one arm. Even by the animal's standards, it was enormous, bulging like a small calf. Maine pulled out a small knife, poked it into the flesh. Not a drop of blood came out, and it felt all wrong. Frowning, Maine sliced open the skin, and his eyes went wide. Chapter 32. This is... Behind him, Dorio's voice suddenly rang out like a phantom, without any warning. "Maine, what are you doing? Everyone's waiting for you." Maine's lower half was still outside, only his upper body had crawled into the car. At the sound of Dorio's voice, he shuddered reflexively, and the back of his head directly struck the car's ceiling. Struggling to pull himself out, he waved at Dorio. "Don't rush, I'm coming right over." At night. A bar in Santo Domingo. Glasses clinked in a flurry of toasts. Cheers. Among the many cups filled with alcohol, one contained happy water, making it particularly eye-catching. However, no one present said anything. After a round of drinks, the atmosphere grew lively. Maine patted his chest and said loudly, "Drink as you please, the tab is on me." "In that case, that's great, I'm not holding back." Jack's second favorite thing to hear was, "Drink as you please," while his top favorite was, "Good work, here's your pay." "Leo, can you come with me for a moment? I have something to talk to you about." "What is it? Can't it be discussed here?" "It's not convenient here." "All right then." Leo nodded and followed Maine out of the bar. The bar's door closed behind them, sealing off the clamor and noise inside. This bar was located in a rather remote area, and it was very quiet outside. The gentle night breeze felt refreshingly cool on the skin. Maine led Leo to the back of the bar, to where their pink sedan was parked. "You know me, I'm not much of a talker, so I'll get straight to the point. Would you be interested in joining my team?" Maine had a premonition. Even though the three of them were still relatively unknown, the future held promise. If he could recruit him into his team, it would be like a tiger gaining wings, like a ghost obtaining a club. Leo was taken aback. He really hadn't expected that Maine had called him out just for this. "Sorry, but I don't plan on joining any other team for the time being." Alright, but if you change your mind, my invitation still stands. Maine placed his hands on his hips. Leo's refusal was exactly what he had anticipated, so he wasn't surprised. After all, he wasn't exactly a crowd favorite. So, next is the second matter. Maine opened the trunk. Inside were a pair of mechanical arms wrapped in waterproof cloth. Are you trying to sell them to me? No, these mechanical arms are spoils of war. After Maine's explanation, Leo suddenly understood. The animal gang shunned traditional cybernetic limbs. Although they did have neural interfaces, they wouldn't go so far as to sever their arms to install mechanical ones. However, the animal gang's methods of self-modification had their limits. People have different constitutions. No matter how much you pump iron or use enhancers, the final results of your training will inevitably differ due to individual differences. Maine speculated that perhaps the leader of the animal gang, due to his less robust constitution compared to others, could never catch up no matter how hard he trained. That's why he sought out a cybernetic doctor, secretly having his own hand amputated, then replacing it with a pair of mechanical arms, even fitting them with a layer of bionic skin and covering them with a coat so that they wouldn't be noticeable. Although these mechanical arms were actually an old model from 2 generations ago, their performance was very formidable. A treasured blade never grows old, they were even more powerful than the ones Maine was currently using. Maine's motto was to make use of any good cybernetics available. I like these mechanical arms, but I don't have enough money right now. Once I get my first batch of cash from Farah, I'll transfer the money to you. How about that? Maine's current arm had a built-in projectile launch system, but if he transferred that system to these mechanical arms and installed them, it was clear that his combat power would be greatly enhanced. Maine hadn't thought about keeping it all for himself, after all, Leo didn't know about it. Only Dorio was privy to Maine taking these cybernetics, and Maine trusted Dorio completely. He was sure Dorio would never let it slip. However, after some thought, Maine finally abandoned the idea of keeping it for himself. He felt that while some bargains can be taken advantage of, others simply cannot. He had even called Rebecca's brother to ask, although this item was an older model, when it was first released it was all the rage, and even now it hadn't completely fallen out of use. Just like the GTX 1080 Ti, though not as good as the latest graphics card, if it were given to you for free, you'd probably take it. Since it still held some value, Maine proposed buying the mechanical arms, and Leo had no objections. However, he put forward one request. Can I take a look? Of course. Maine nodded. Leo picked up one of the mechanical arms and examined it repeatedly, then did the same with the other one. At that moment, the system reacted again. You consider that mechanical prosthetics could replace human arms, thereby obtaining greater power. But is there a possibility to achieve the same effect without having to amputate your hand, perhaps by using an external mechanical device? Confirm purchase of the upgraded blueprints for 20 potential points. A smile tugged at Leo's lips as he felt a surge of excitement. His luck had been quite good lately. It seemed to him that the skill was passively triggered. Not long ago, he had just figured out the tactical sight, and now he'd also come up with an improved blueprint for mechanical prosthetics. It was truly a case of 3 years of drought and 1 burst of rain. However, while the tactical sight had only required 5 potential points at the time, this now demanded 20. Leo opened his panel and checked the potential points he had acquired from his previous assignment. It was less than 1/5 of the required amount. He realized he still had a long way to go, but he was not discouraged. He wasn't afraid of high requirements, he only feared having no goal. Seeing a progress bar made it easier. If he just kept moving steadily in that direction and completed a few more assignments, sooner or later he would meet the 20 potential points requirement. Chapter 33. Everything seems as if it were just yesterday. But in fact, a full month had passed since that night in Santo Domingo when Maine and the others bid farewell. During that month, assignments were completed continuously. Leo had already accumulated 18 potential points. He was just 2 points short of the 20 potential points requirement. That day, Leo and the other 2 stood in front of an apartment building in the Valley District. Jackie, is this the apartment you mentioned? Yeah, that's it. So, how about it? You said it needed to be tall with a great view. This place should meet your requirements, right? Jackie laughed heartily. The location was near the northern part of the Valley District, in a nice environment. Moreover, it wasn't far from the Wild El Coyote, just 1 intersection away. This buddy of mine spent a lot of time picking this place out for you, finally choosing this one. Come on, Leo, I promise you'll love what's inside. With that, Jackie led the way into the building. The first floor featured a rectangular lobby. To the left was the reception desk, and on the right were benches for visitors to sit, along with vending machines scattered about. "Hello, miss, we're here to view the apartment on the 12th floor, as arranged earlier." The woman behind the reception desk, who had been playing on her phone, looked up at the three of them. "Viewing the apartment costs €10 per session, and you can't stay longer than half an hour." Jackie glared and said, €10? Aren't viewings supposed to be free? Other apartments in the Valley District don't charge for viewings. The receptionist coolly retorted, "Then you can go view some other apartment, why come here?" "You." "Forget it, Jackie." Leo intervened before Jackie could lose his temper. There was no need to argue with someone so money-minded. Besides, it was only €10. After all, Leo's current gig with Padre earned him more than that in spare change every day. He pulled out a banknote and tossed it over. "Here, is this enough?" "That'll do," the receptionist nodded, granting the three temporary access permissions. "Remember, if you're not renting, you can't stay in the apartment for more than half an hour, or you'll have to pay extra." Jackie snorted and no longer glanced at the receptionist. The three stepped into the elevator. On the elevator wall was a large emblem of the Valentino gang. This also indicated, from another angle, that the building still fell under gang control. On the touchscreen panel controlling the floors, their temporary access meant that the 12th floor button was lit up, while the others remained dark. "Leo, really, you didn't have to pay. I could have persuaded her with my silver tongue. Or do you not trust my oratory skills?" "I certainly do." "Your expression clearly says otherwise." They soon reached the 12th floor while bickering. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Aside from Jackie, both Leo and V were momentarily taken aback. They'd expected to traverse a corridor before arriving at the apartment. To their surprise, right behind the elevator doors was the apartment. Immediately, they were greeted by an industrial metallic decor. An entire wall of the apartment consisted of enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, offering an effortless view of the distant scenery. V walked over to the massive window and looked around. All windows, no curtains. Isn't that a bit risky for privacy? "Don't worry, it's switchable," Jackie laughed and then announced loudly, "Switch the floor-to-ceiling window background." The smart voice-controlled system received the command. In the next second, the window seamlessly switched to a metallic background, completely opaque. "Wow, this is really high-end." V reached out and touched the window. It had once been glass, but now it felt like frosted material. "All right, come on, I'll give you a full tour." Jackie went on like a real estate agent, talking non-stop. On the right-hand side is the armory. Spacious enough, right, Leo? If you ever get any creative ideas, feel free to experiment here. Creative ideas? You think I'm some kind of Breaking Bad mastermind? Even so, Leo was very pleased with the armory. It was a highly professional setup. If you feel like watching TV, just lie down here. Jackie moved to the center of the living room and sat down on the sofa. The sofa was so soft that his body sank deeply into it. Such a huge TV, and so clear. Look, you can even see every pore of the female host's skin. And the sound, isn't it phenomenal? They say it uses the latest audio equipment or something, I forgot, but it's absolutely mind-blowing. Let me show you this, the wine cabinet. Jackie got up from the sofa and walked to the wall beside the floor-to-ceiling window. An entire wall was taken up by a wine cabinet. On the shelves and inside the fridge were bottles of wine. These weren't the cheap kinds you'd find in a vending machine. V casually picked up a bottle. It nearly made her drop it in shock. It was the kind of wine she couldn't afford. I've always wanted a wine cabinet like this. Just imagine, an entire wall filled with your prized wines. Even if you never drink them, when friends come over and see it, it's incredibly impressive. Over here, there's also an automatic coffee machine. It's truly automatic, you don't even need to supply any ingredients. Just place your cup underneath, and coffee will pour out, just like that. Jackie retrieved a cup from the sterilizer and set it beneath the coffee machine. Embarrassingly, no coffee came out. Damn. Could it be broken? Damn it, I saw online that this brand is supposed to be reliable. Reliable, for fuck's sake. Jackie, both embarrassed and enraged, pounded the display screen of the coffee machine. Whether it had been jammed before or if it was due to Jackie's hard knocking, before long, dark coffee began pouring out, quickly filling the cup. Aha, I told you, you get what you pay for. A buck well spent. Jackie poured 3 cups of coffee, handing 2 to Leo and V. Try it, it's all the taste of money. Leo had only ever drunk bottled or canned Nestle coffee from supermarkets. It was his first time drinking coffee from an automatic machine. In one word, it was meh. The sleeping quarters are on the second floor, and the bathroom is also upstairs. Come, take a look. Jackie led them up to the second floor. Compared to most ordinary apartments, the bathroom in this unit was much more spacious. The walls of the bathroom were made of metal, and under the lighting, they gave off an almost regal glow. After showing them around, Jackie had given them the full tour. There was also a pool table and a small study, which needed no further introduction. V leaned against the second floor railing, looking down over the entire room with a wistful expression. This place must be expensive, right? To me, yes, a monthly rent of 40,000 euros. How much? 40,000. V was dumbfounded, her face draining of color. Leo simply nodded, indicating that he understood. His expression remained as stoic as an Eastern European map after division, completely devoid of any trace of Poland. He didn't show much surprise. After all, the kind of motels that most people live in, narrow, cramped, with dilapidated furniture, outdated appliances, surrounded by trash heaps or riffraff, would cost around 5,000 euros a month. For those living conditions, which most could not afford and had to settle for even worse slums or shanties, 40,000 euros a month for a place like this wasn't excessive. The apartment was on the 12th floor, not particularly high, but its floor-to-ceiling windows faced the southern part of the Valley District. The view was excellent. Moreover, the heavy metal industrial cool tone of the apartment perfectly suited Leo's taste. In his heart, he had already decided, it was this place. Jackie looked at Leo standing by the window, sunlight spilling over his shoulders. Besides feeling happy for Leo, a mix of emotions welled up in him. He remembered how, when Leo first arrived in Night City, he had promised to take him out to work. And now, look how little time had passed. Chapter 34. Leo could already afford a 40,000 euro per month apartment, yet he was still crammed into his mother's garage, unchanged. Leo's rapid ascent to wealth had only deepened Jack's resolve in secret. He had vowed to take on big jobs and earn big money, so as to change his destiny, and to ensure that he, Misty, and his mother could soon live in a place like this. At that moment, the speaker in the apartment suddenly emitted the receptionist's formulaic, cold voice. Dear guests currently viewing the 12th floor, your visiting time had nearly reached half an hour. If you do not intend to pay, please take the elevator down in order. If you wish to continue staying, you will need to pay again. Thank you for your cooperation. This apartment is mine, I'll transfer the money now, Leo declared. Immediately, the receptionist's tone softened to something akin to a warm spring breeze. Thank you for your payment, Mr. Leo. Your temporary access permissions have been changed to resident privileges. During your stay in this apartment, should you encounter any issues, please report them to the reception desk and we will do our utmost to assist you. Friendly reminder, monthly rent payments must be made by the 8th day of each month. To avoid any unnecessary unpleasantness, please be sure to make your payment before the 8th. All staff at Simple Properties wish you a pleasant life. Goodbye. Leo called out, wait, please add access permissions for my 2 friends as well. They should be able to come over at any time. Very well, Mr. Leo. Please wait a moment while we process that, the voice responded. Jackie beamed and gave Leo a light punch on the shoulder. Now that's what I call a friend. Of course, I wasn't just being polite with you. Jack, since you love drinking so much, all the wine in that cabinet is for you and V. And what about you? Jackie asked. You know I don't like to drink, Leo replied. Then you're really not holding back, ha ha ha, Jack's eyes lit up, and he practically set off to grab some wine immediately. Seeing him so intent on drinking until he was drunk took Leo, who never touched alcohol, completely by surprise. Hey, but don't drink too much at once. Don't worry. If I spill on your floor, I'll clean it up, Jackie retorted. No, the floor was the least of my worries. I'm just afraid that Mrs. Wells will get mad if she finds out I let you drink too much, Leo cautioned. Without turning back, Jackie waved dismissively. Leo was left speechless. Did Jack's wave mean he understood, or was it meant to reassure him? Jackie then took a bottle from the wine cabinet and poured himself a full glass. His intoxicated look, so unlike Leo's sober nature, made it impossible for him to understand why Jackie was so obsessed with alcohol. Leo, V began hesitantly, her cherry lips parting as if she had something on her mind. She seemed worried, as though trouble was brewing and she wanted to ask Leo for help, yet felt too shy to speak up. This doesn't seem like you, V. Don't you know that if you ever encounter any difficulties, you can just tell me? Leo urged gently. V nodded. After a moment's hesitation, she said, I was just wondering, could I possibly borrow some money? V struggled to find the right words. It's not that I look down on Jack, but, living in the garage is just, well. She didn't know how to continue, for no matter how she phrased it, it all felt a bit off. V only managed to start, and Leo immediately understood. Even when the three of them had been crammed into the garage, Leo had sensed V's discomfort. That was why he had asked Jackie to help him find an apartment. And when V saw the apartment Jackie had found, she too wanted to move out, something Leo completely understood, especially given that V was a woman and deserved better. Without a second thought, the tactical sight on Leo's visor flared with golden light, and moments later, 300,000 euros were credited to V's account. Wait, so much? I don't need that much. I can't accept it, V stammered, scrambling to transfer the money back to Leo. But Leo refused. He was now collaborating with Padre, earning tens of thousands daily by crafting technical weapons. A mere 300,000 euros was nothing to him. Get yourself a nicer apartment, live comfortably, and take it easy. In this city, life is hard enough already, don't settle for less than you deserve. Leo recalled how V and Jackie had shown concern and offered kind words when he was developing the AR glasses. With friends like these, he thought, even a few 100,000 euros, or even 1,000,000, could never compare. Meanwhile, Jackie had already downed several drinks. He swirled his bottle and said, "This wine is really something, Leo, V, don't you want to taste it?" Leo moved forward and patted V's arm, which was still in a daze. "Come on, let's go. Don't overthink it. Besides, we need to keep an eye on Jackie so he doesn't drink all the wine by himself." Mrs. Wells definitely wouldn't let that slide. The next day, in an apartment building somewhere in Watson District, Max Jones hummed the theme from Tom and Jerry as he selected his favorite tie from the wardrobe and put it on. After washing up, having breakfast, and leaving his home, he got into his car, ready to head out. Suddenly, he received a call from an unknown number. Max hesitated for a moment, then chose to answer. A gruff, unfamiliar voice said, "Max Jones. This is he." "Who is this?" Max replied. "My name is Esteban Ramirez. I heard you're a real journalist, someone who writes with integrity, isn't afraid of danger, and sticks to his principles. I need someone like you," the voice explained. As a journalist, Max's news instincts were sharp. He couldn't help but feel the scent of a big story. An involuntary shiver ran down his spine. "Hold on, this line isn't encrypted. It would be best if we met face to face, I'm worried the information might leak," Max suggested. After a pause, he asked, "Is someone watching you?" "They shouldn't be," came the reply. "Shouldn't be" wasn't a reassuring answer, and Max frowned. After a moment's thought, he said, "Then let's meet this afternoon at Tom's hotel." The other party refused. "A crowded place isn't suitable. I have a better idea, I'll send you the coordinates." At the same time, in Company Plaza at Arasaka Tower, within the counterintelligence department, someone reported, "Boss, we intercepted communications from the traitorous agent Esteban Ramirez." Who was he communicating with? The supervisor demanded. With a journalist who specializes in exposing corporate secrets and scandals. They had made contact, but Esteban revealed nothing. They only arranged to meet this afternoon beneath an overpass in the northern industrial zone of the city. They say even the craftiest rabbit eventually runs out of hiding places, the supervisor mused. I have already compiled a list of suitable field agents for the job. This time, we won't send in our field agents, send in the special assault team to eliminate Esteban and all witnesses, the order came. When dawn broke, Leo awoke on the large bed in his apartment in the Valley District. Gone were the cramped confines of the garage and the stifling, suffocating air. It had been the most comfortable night he had slept since arriving in Night City. Yet for some reason, when he woke to find himself alone in that spacious room, a strange loneliness welled up inside him. After washing up, Leo went downstairs and drove to the El Coyote bar. He had intended to meet V and Jackie there. However, upon arriving, he was informed that V and Jackie had already left early that day. "Do you know what they went to do?" asked Pepe, who stood behind the bar, shook his head. Chapter 35. It wasn't that he deliberately kept it from Leo, he only knew that V had gone out with Jackie. But he didn't know what they had gone out to do, Pepe didn't know either. While eating a hamburger with Coke, Leo suddenly remembered that he had given V 300,000 euros yesterday. And since his apartment had been arranged by Jackie, it was most likely that V had asked Jackie to find an apartment for herself as well. That must be why she had left the El Coyote bar so early. The more Leo thought about it, the more convinced he became that this was indeed the case. Although his reasoning was perfectly logical, no matter how hard he racked his brains, he could never have guessed that the truth was even more than that. In addition to looking for an apartment, the more important matter was that V wanted Jackie to advise her on what gift would be appropriate for Leo's birthday. Leo planned to sit in the bar for a while. If, after he had rested, V and Jackie still hadn't returned, he would use the idle time to manufacture another batch of technical weapons. No one would complain about making a little money, even if it really was just a string of digits by now. Leo hoped that the string would be as long as possible. "Hey, interested in taking on a job?" a voice came from beside him. Leo turned his head. The speaker wore sunglasses, appeared to be in his 40s, was rather tall, had no beer belly, and maintained a good physique. He was dressed in a striped shirt and dress pants, and a refined watch adorned his wrist. Leo recognized the man. He had a vague impression of him, as he sometimes also came to the El Coyote bar. Others had mentioned that he seemed to be a journalist. As for his name, Leo hadn't paid much attention. "What's the job?" "Getting rich." "Do me a favor, come with me to a place." "Interested?" Leo looked the man up and down. "You should have gone through an intermediary." "Intermediaries, my ass. They just end up gouging you, mere middlemen. No need for intermediaries, let's deal directly, so you can pocket the extra payment. Wouldn't you want such a good deal?" In Night City, the rule was that when an employer had a job, they would first hand it over to an intermediary, who would then act as a bridge to connect with the appropriate mercenary. If any disputes arose, the intermediary would step in to settle matters. Naturally, just as there were many online shopping platforms, there were several intermediaries in the city, some reliable, some not. Alternatively, mercenaries could connect directly with the employer, but if something went wrong later, there'd be no intermediary to smooth things over. Leo glanced at the journalist a few more times, feeling that the men probably wouldn't try to play him. And even if he did, Leo was more than capable of making sure he got a taste of his own medicine. "All right, but you need to explain clearly what this job is about. I hate riddlers. My name is Max Jones, and I'm a journalist. But don't you dare lump me in with those corporate mouthpieces." Max adjusted the sunglasses on his nose. "This morning, someone named Esteban contacted me. We didn't discuss any details over the phone but instead arranged to meet offline. I need you to protect me." Leo used the last bit of bread to wipe the remaining sauce off his plate and stuffed it into his mouth. "Are you afraid to meet your informant?" "First, he isn't even my informant. Second, you have no idea how dangerous it is to go against a company. I don't know this Esteban. He might really have the company's dirt, or he might simply be luring me into a trap. I'm not sure, which is why I came to you. I know that you, the bar owner's son, and that girl are all mercenaries. I can pay you, provided you keep me alive so I can continue to expose the company's hidden secrets." Max's expression was resolute, not feigned, but a true conviction of his principles. At the same time, he wasn't naive. He understood well the risks of his line of work. One careless moment, and it was all too common to end up with a dozen bullets in your back or worse. That was why he sought mercenary protection. Under the oppressive shadow of corporate colonialism, most people had no choice but to submit. But warriors like Max, who dared to confront the company, were rarer than gold. Therefore, within his means, Leo agreed to help. "All right, I'll take this job." Leo told Max to wait a moment while he phoned Jackie. "Leo, what's up?" came Jackie's voice. "I just got a contract, a protection job." Leo recounted quickly. "How soon can you be back?" For some reason, Jackie's tone sounded anxious and hurried. Leo, now isn't the time to chat. I'm a bit busy over here. I have to hang up now. We'll talk later." Before Leo could say anything more, Jackie ended the call. The busy tone on the line left Leo momentarily stunned. He couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but he thought he heard faint sounds of gunfire and explosions in the background. Could it be that V and Jackie had also taken on a contract when they left? Leo wasn't particularly worried about their safety. Neither V nor Jackie was the type to recklessly overextend themselves and end up battered. Leo didn't assume that V and Jackie couldn't leave him to handle a mission on his own. After all, that would be truly looking down on them. They had been born in Night City and were much more accustomed to its rules. Besides, when Leo was helping Padre manufacture technical weapons, he had even set aside materials and parts to upgrade their gear. If any clueless scavengers or gang thugs attacked them, the real worry would be on the opposing side. Meeting Max's questioning look, Leo said, "My partner has some business to attend to. It looks like it's just the two of us this time." The difference between the northern industrial district and the comparatively more prosperous Little Chinatown and Kabuki districts was stark. The roads were narrower, the buildings lower, and traffic was sparse. In particular, the further north one went, the more pronounced the disparity became. "You looked a bit tense," Leo observed as his gaze shifted downward. Your hands were trembling, were you cold? In the front passenger seat, Max had his hands tucked into his pockets. Keep your eyes on the road, thanks. Leo smiled. Don't worry, I am not a novice. If there had truly been an ambush waiting, my tactical sight scanning mode would have detected it long before, and I would have turned around and gotten us out safely. Not far ahead. Wait, what was that? Max exclaimed, his eyes widening as he stared upward. Following his gaze, Leo looked up and saw two heavy, jet-black hovercrafts slowly ascending from a short distance ahead. Their thrusters emitted a shimmering blue flame as they swiftly propelled the vehicles away. Despite their rapid ascent, both could clearly make out the insignia painted on the hovercraft, the Arasaka clover. Leo and Max exchanged glances, each reading unmistakable shock in the other's eyes. Max slumped back in the seat as if all his strength had suddenly drained away. Chapter 36. He muttered to himself continuously. Can't be, it shouldn't be possible, this is just a coincidence, impossible. Leo said nothing and merely accelerated his pace. A few minutes later, they arrived at the meeting spot that Max had mentioned. When they took in the scene before them, both were stunned. This place had once been the final refuge of the marginalized, abandoned by the city and society due to the ever-increasing poverty rate. More than a dozen dilapidated tents stood beneath the overpass, basking in the cool shade and relative comfort. On one side of the camp was a sunlit hillside where, on fine days, one could climb up to sunbathe, despite the utter destitution. Yet even under such harsh conditions, the people gathered there, struggling to survive, were still willing to help one another and even welcome other unfortunate souls. In the center of the camp, there was a chapel without walls. The Holy Cross was placed on a crude wooden table. Seeing this scene, one's mind naturally conjured up an image. On every day of worship, people would gather before the Holy Cross to listen to and absorb the wisdom of the Lord. But now, that beautiful scene had been shattered. The tents that once sheltered people from wind and rain had been overturned. The Holy Cross had been broken into several pieces. The chapel at the center of the camp erupted into raging flames, and the corpses of people along with that of the pastor burned in the fierce fire. Max paused in astonishment. Then, he dragged out a charred corpse from the blaze. Is he the one who was supposed to contact you? Max nodded. He put on his gloves and began to examine the remains. After a careful inspection, he stood up again and sighed helplessly. The neural slot has been destroyed, his cybernetic eye has been gouged out, and his brain has suffered irreparable damage that renders any data recovery impossible. Only the company's people could have done something like this. Ordinary gang thugs would only kill, they wouldn't handle it so cleanly. Only those from the company knew that even the dead might divulge information. So they had destroyed Esteban's neural slot, gouged out his cybernetic eye, and completely obliterated his brain, all to prevent highly skilled hackers from extracting anything from it. Regrettably, Max would never know what Esteban had intended to reveal. I can't stay here any longer, or I might end up vomiting. Max could not stand the smell of burning human flesh in the air, nor could he bear that these destitute souls, who had neither provoked nor offended anyone and had only banded together for warmth, were being used as firewood for the raging bonfire. And all because Esteban had chosen this very spot for the meeting, only to have everyone killed by Arasaka, who had come to silence them. Do you want me to take you back? No, I'll call a cab myself, Max said. He had already walked some distance, but as if remembering something, he turned back. By the way, here's your payment. If anything else comes up next time, I'll get in touch. After transferring the money to Leo, Max hurried off without looking back. After Max left, Leo approached Esteban's corpse. Just as Max had said, Esteban's body had been mutilated beyond recognition. Even if the most gifted hacker in history, Rake Bartmoss, were resurrected, he would never be able to extract even a trace of data from it. Leo then put Esteban's corpse back into the fire, hoping that Esteban, and the people here, might find a better world in death. Just as Leo was about to leave, a strange, gurgling sound suddenly emanated from one of the boxes in the camp. This was obviously not the cooing of pigeons, it sounded more like the rumbling of an empty stomach. Are there any survivors? Leo activated the scanning mode on his tactical sight, but he found nothing. He paused for a moment, then looked again at the box that had emitted the strange noise and continued scanning, yet there was still no response. He understood. Either the box was coated with counter-detection material, or the person hidden inside had installed a counter-detection jammer. Considering that this box was merely an ordinary storage container, the latter possibility was more likely. Leo gripped the knife sheath in his left hand and walked over slowly, making no sound. Arriving at the box, he took a deep breath and then suddenly flung open its lid. Almost at that very moment, a streak of golden light pierced the darkness and shot straight toward Leo's face. Leo tilted his head and dodged the incoming monomolecular wire. He then drew his knife and blocked it from the side. The monomolecular wire wrapped around the blade, its deep red hue glinting as sparks flew like raindrops in a collision, neither side yielding. It was then that Leo noticed he was engaged in combat with a white-haired girl. The girl quickly realized that the struggle was not in her favor, so she actively severed her connection with the monomolecular wire. She leaped out from the storage box, stomping on the scattered debris as she landed on top of Leo. Her legs locked tightly around his neck, attempting to use her momentum and body weight to throw him down. Both tumbled toward the ground simultaneously, but Leo broke free from her grip and, as they fell, twisted her arm behind her back, pinning her to the ground. Immobilized, the girl struggled several times in vain. Finally, as if resigned to her fate, she closed her eyes. "I'm going to let you go now, but I hope you won't act impulsively, okay?" The girl hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded. Only then did Leo get up from her and step back a few paces. The girl immediately rose, glaring at Leo with a look of caution and vigilance, completely disregarding the dust and grime clinging to her hair, face, and body. Leo looked around. "Who are you? Are you the one who killed the vagrants of this camp?" The girl retorted, "Weren't you the one?" "Huh?" Leo and the girl glared at each other in astonishment. After a brief exchange, they realized that it had all been a misunderstanding. Leo had mistaken the girl for a cyber-crazed murderer responsible for wiping out everyone, while she had mistaken him for a member of Arasaka's special assault unit that had slaughtered the entire camp. That was why she had attacked him when he had opened the box. Now that the misunderstanding had been cleared, the girl's expression softened somewhat, though she still maintained a cold, wary look. However, Leo could understand. After all, in Night City, there were very few people like Jackie who would lend a helping hand to newcomers. Instead, most were scavenger gangs that targeted your organs and cybernetics. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Chapter 37. Noticing that the girl didn't seem inclined to speak, Leo took the initiative. "How did you end up in the box?" "I had nowhere to go. It was these other homeless people who took me in." "Aren't you local?" The girl shook her head. "Don't you know anyone in Night City?" She shook her head again. Leo quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, then walked over and picked up the monomolecular wire that the girl had previously severed on her own. He handed it to her. "Then come with me, I'll help you." The girl looked up at him, her eyes filled with surprise and a little wariness. Nightfall gradually descended, and the neon lights began to glow. Leo drove to Kabuki District in the southern part of Watson District. The foot traffic in Kabuki District was noticeably heavier than that in the northern industrial district. Leo parked his car by the roadside and called the girl to get out. He led her into a roadside restaurant, a place introduced to him by Jack. From the outside, it might have looked no different from the other run-of-the-mill restaurants in Night City, but the owner made exceptionally delicious pizza. The two of them found a table by the window and sat down. Leo ordered 2 servings of Wagyu Super Supreme pizza and 2 plates of chilled cucumber. When it came time to order drinks, Leo looked across at the girl. "What would you like to drink?" "Anything," she replied lightly. Leo scratched his head in exasperation. "Anything is the hardest to choose," he muttered, then turned to the waiter standing by the table. "Another iced cola for me, and a large glass of ice-cold beer, please." Leo then took out his tablet, logged into Simple Realty, and began browsing. It wasn't a case of last-minute scrambling. Ever since he had asked Jack to help him find an apartment, Leo had often browsed online and had saved a few listings. Now, one of them popped up, and he selected the most suitable option. The girl sitting across from him had not taken her eyes off him since they sat down. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Why are you doing this for me?" "What?" Leo looked up. He had been so absorbed in the Simple Realty website that he hadn't caught her question clearly. Biting her lip, she clarified, "I mean, why are you helping me? It's nothing more than just paying forward a favor." "A favor?" The girl looked utterly baffled. Ever since she had gotten into the car, she had been pondering many possibilities. Never once had she expected an answer like that. Leo didn't offer any further explanation. He glanced at her dazed expression and pushed the tablet over to her. "Take a look at this. How does it sound?" Japan Street apartment, located on Japan Street in Westbrook, with a monthly rent of €15,000. It's a bit expensive, but the view is excellent. Even the rocket base opposite the city hall is visible. Apartments in Night City were truly expensive. Even the rundown, motel-like apartments in the northern industrial district cost around €5,000 per month. No wonder so many hard-working wage earners in Night City couldn't afford proper apartments. They had to make do with shanties or sleep under overpasses. Rocket base. The word seemed to tug at the girl's heartstrings, stirring her emotions. but when she saw the price displayed on the tablet, her brows furrowed. Too expensive, she murmured. 15,000 euros a month meant 180,000 euros a year. Although she wasn't even sure if she could manage to stay in Night City for a year. I can cover the rent for you for the first 3 months, Leo offered. Without waiting for her reply, he clicked to purchase on Simple Realty and paid 3 months' rent along with the deposit. Rent might be expensive, but as the saying went, you get what you pay for. This Japan Street apartment boasted a good location, a pleasant environment, and relatively decent security, certainly far better than what one would find in the northern industrial district or the slums. It wasn't long before the food Leo had ordered was brought out by the waiter. As soon as it arrived, the rich aroma of grease and savory juices filled the air. The owner really knew how to make pizza. The wagyu, baked until the edges curled slightly, was tender with abundant, flavorful juices that melted in your mouth, complemented by carefully selected fresh toppings like premium smoked bacon, chicken thigh, mozzarella cheese, cherry tomatoes, green peppers, and pineapple. And not only did the owner excel at making pizza, but he also knew how to do business. In addition to what Leo had ordered, the owner even provided a complimentary bowl of chicken and mushroom soup for both Leo and the girl, a soup so richly flavored and delicious that it was hard to believe. Since arriving in Night City, the girl hadn't had many proper meals. In the homeless camp where she was taken in, she had eaten only sparingly, and had long since digested whatever little she had. She picked up a slice of pizza, took a bite, and then her eyes widened in delight. Yet, as if remembering something, she quickly pulled back her smile. She cautiously looked up and glanced over at Leo, only to see that he was engrossed in his meal while keeping his eyes fixed on his tablet, completely unaware of her presence. Relieved, she let out a small sigh. They ate the meal in silence. After finishing, Leo wasted no time and took the girl directly to the Japan Street apartment. While this apartment couldn't compare to his one in the Valley District, it was still quite nice. The space wasn't large, yet it had its own charm, a design in the typical Japanese style, where even a small space was organized meticulously. Through the mechanical shutters, one could see the bustling night view of Japan Street as well as the rocket base opposite the city hall. And just as Leo opened the window, a rocket launched, its blazing fire and thick trailing smoke vanishing into the horizon. The girl was utterly mesmerized by the sight. I almost forgot, you don't have any money on you, do you? Leo transferred 20,000 euros to the girl. Here, take this money. If you have the means to repay me later, fine, if not, that's okay. If everything's alright, then I'll just leave for now. By the way, my name is Leo. If you ever run into any trouble, feel free to contact me. After Leo left, Lucy immediately stood up and inspected every corner of the room, ensuring there were no cameras, bugs, electronic eyes, tracking devices, or anything of the sort. Only then did she sit down on the sofa, staring blankly at the sudden 20,000 euros that had appeared in her account. Tentatively, she pressed a button on the room's vending machine. Instantly, 10 euros were deducted from her account, and in return, the machine dispensed a small can of cola. Lucy's eyes lit up. The money was real, not fake, and it was usable. As she ran her fingers over the sleek aluminum can, Lucy still couldn't quite believe it. After all, she wasn't a native of Night City. Chapter 38. She had no nationality either. Because she had grown up in an Arasaka facility in another country since childhood. She did not know who her parents were. Nor had she ever felt or experienced the warmth of a family. She was an orphan. Along with other orphans, she was instilled with the dream of becoming a hacker to serve the world's most powerful corporation. They endured the harshest training. All for the sake of a dream that had been forced upon them. Even more tragically, after completing their training, they did not join the counterintelligence department, become company employees, and stride confidently across shiny floors. Instead, they were taken to a dark underground facility and forced to conduct deep dives. It turned out Arasaka's goal in training them was never to have them join the counterintelligence department. Instead, they were treated as expendable tools and cannon fodder, sent into the old net. The old net, also known as the deep web, was a fragmented and perilous domain that no one dared to enter. Whenever the old net was mentioned, there was one name that could never be avoided: Rake Bartmoss. He had been the most gifted netrunner, yet also the most paranoid. Bartmoss's advanced virus programs had brought down the entire cyberspace, shattering the global network into local nets, subnets, that were like isolated islands. Netwatch had tried to rebuild the global network with the help of the European Parliament. But the viruses and rogue AIs were far too powerful. They hunted down netrunners who ventured recklessly into the old net. In the end, Netwatch decided to abandon the reconstruction and launch the Blackwall project. This involved creating an impregnable ICE wall that separated the usable networks from the areas controlled by viruses and rogue AI. On the Blackwell side lay the subnets currently in use. On the other side was the old net, deep web, teeming with dangers. If one used online games as an analogy, the old net was like a dungeon whose level far exceeded the player's limit. Everyone knew that the treasure chests in that dungeon could yield many good items. But it was also full of unbeatable monsters. Moreover, if one died in cyberspace, the netrunner in reality would die along with them. Arasaka wanted to use these orphans to dig up the massive stores of knowledge and information lost in the old net. But the old net was a danger even Netwatch and the European Parliament could not handle. How could a few orphans possibly emerge unscathed? Arasaka certainly knew the risks. That was why they specifically chose orphans to carry out such perilous work. Put bluntly, it was like raising livestock. From the moment Arasaka took in and trained these children, they had already been regarded as consumable, exploitable tools. And the old net's dangers were indeed as rumored. Lucy's companions were killed one by one in the old net by rogue AIs and viruses. After countless deep dives, endless days that felt as though there would never be an end, the surviving children, including Lucy, finally came to their senses. They realized it was not worth dying for a dream imposed on them. Ultimately, believing that, we're going to die anyway, so we might as well fight our way out, Lucy and her surviving companions stormed out of the underground facility. They were intercepted by Arasaka personnel. Companions kept falling. Lucy could hear her friends crying out, but she did not look back. She kept running. Kept moving forward. Toward the light. By the time she snapped out of it, she had already escaped successfully into a ruined area. After that, Lucy felt too afraid to stay in any one place for very long. Thus, she fled from country to country, region to region. In the end, she arrived in Night City. Lucy sat on the windowsill. Arms wrapped around her knees. Her body curled up like a cat. Outside, the bright neon lights cast rainbow hues upon her face. Life on the run had not been easy. She had been betrayed. Of course, she had also received help from kind people. But no one had ever helped her as much as Leo had. Not even once before. When she first arrived at the apartment in Japantown, she had kept thinking Leo must have had some ulterior motive. But Leo merely brought her there, transferred money to her, and left without even taking a seat. There was no surveillance equipment in the room. So what was he after? Why did he treat her so well? Night shone brilliantly. For some people, the day felt like it was just beginning. One might even get the illusion that the city was more vibrant at night than during the day. Leo drove along the coastal road of Japantown, heading back toward Haywood. He had put in so much effort for Lucy, not just because she was alone. It was because he saw something of his past self in Lucy. When he first arrived in Night City, he was simply supposed to finish helping Jackie move some goods, after which they would go their separate ways. But Jackie had been willing to team up with him, which allowed him to have the life he did now. If not for Jackie, he would never have met Mama Wells, V, or Padre, and undoubtedly would have taken many detours. He felt the money he spent to help Lucy would be earned back soon enough, but to Lucy, it was a timely lifesaver, like handing out warmth in the dead of winter. It could really help Lucy a lot. Considering how proficiently she used the monowire and the fact she had an anti-detection jammer implanted, she was obviously no ordinary person. Hence, he invested in her. Leo's ultimate goal was to bring her into his own team. He did not plan on becoming a lone wolf legend like Morgan Blackgunned. He believed the more friends and wider connections the better. Whether in Night City or anywhere else, life worked best with plenty of friends to have your back. Afterward, Leo, Jackie, and V took on several more jobs dealing with the RAF and Shiv. He finally saved up 20 potential points. That same day, after saying goodbye to V and Jackie, Leo hurried back to his apartment in the Glen. This apartment had its own weapons workshop. He no longer needed to occupy Jackie's garage. He ate, then went into the workshop, rubbing his hands in excitement. Use 20 potential points to obtain the improved blueprint, powered arm bracers. Just like before, the blueprint for the powered arm bracers, along with the manufacturing knowledge, poured into his mind. Leo was delighted. The powered arm bracers served the same function as the mechanical limbs that Maine had wanted, they greatly enhanced one's strength. Only these were external devices. No need to cut off your arms. As long as you wore the powered arm bracers, tearing apart a tank would not be out of reach. He carefully reviewed the knowledge in his mind, then glanced around the weapons workshop at home. It looked decent enough. The space was sufficient. It was just missing some essential tools and components. So he placed a call to Padre. Padre, it's Leo. I need some things. After finishing the call with Padre, Leo stepped out of the weapons workshop. He knew gathering these materials would take some time, even for Padre. While waiting for the items he needed to be prepared, he planned to rest well and train diligently, storing up energy. 3 days later, Padre's men showed up carrying several crates. Leo directed them to bring the crates into the workshop. Once they left, he set the floor-to-ceiling windows to a sealed background and locked the elevator door. Then entered the workshop. Chapter 39. The door to the weapons workshop opened, and Leo stepped out yawning. He headed to the bathroom first and took a long, relaxing shower. Then he collapsed onto his bed. The moment his head hit the pillow, he slipped into a baby-like sleep. He did not get up until the sun was nearly setting. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he returned to the weapons workshop. The floor was littered with parts and tools he had not yet had time to clean up. But Leo's attention was fully drawn to the table. To be precise, to the 2 powered arm bracers resting on it. From the outside, they looked like the armor of medieval European knights. After being polished, the powered arm bracers gleamed with a steely silver light under the fluorescent lamp. The primary material used to craft these bracers was not ordinary metal, but Tyrant steel. Some of the more expensive cyber limbs were also made from this material, as it offered excellent bullet resistance. A small engine was built into each bracer's interior. That engine granted the wearer tremendous fitness similar to having gorilla arms installed. Leo had crafted a matching pair of powered arm bracers, one for the left arm and one for the right. Once worn, they could be used to smash enemies with fists yet still allow you to handle firearms, no trade-off needed. Leo slipped both powered arm bracers on. He clenched and spread his fingers. Then threw a few punches, practiced some blocks, and struck a variety of poses. There was no sense of hindrance. He glanced at the wall. After a moment's thought, he forced down the impulse to test out his new creation right there. It was, after all, his own apartment. If he destroyed anything, he would have to call someone to come fix it. Leo decided to head out and see if he could find a few scavengers around. He wanted to use them as test subjects. That was how the wall avoided disaster. He had just stepped into the elevator when he got a hollow call from Jackie. "Leo, you out of your hut?" Leo had let V and Jackie know he would be closing himself off to work on the powered arm bracers. He had told them to call or drop by if they urgently needed him, even if he was busy with his project. He had not yet shared the good news that his new creation was complete, but now Jackie was calling. That could only mean something had happened. "What's up, Jackie? You don't look so good." Jackie's next words stopped Leo in his tracks. "Padre is in trouble." Now let's roll back time to 1 week earlier. Fidel stepped into a rundown motel somewhere in Haywood. The motel's hygiene standards were terrible, so bad that even by Night City standards, it was unbelievably filthy. On top of that, the posted rates at the front desk were outrageously high. All of this ensured that this shady motel rarely saw any legitimate customers. But then, this motel was not really in the lodging business. Nor had Fidel come to spend the night. He was one of Padre's men, sent here specifically to purchase materials and parts for manufacturing tech weapons. The man at the front desk gave Fidel a once-over and jerked his head toward a nearby door. "Go in. How many times have I been here already? Don't you trust me by now?" Despite his grumbling, Fidel still obediently walked into the small room next to the front desk. The space barely had room for 2 or 3 people. As soon as he stepped inside, the door slid shut behind him. A scanning beam swept back and forth. Firearms, none detected. Blades, none detected. Explosives, none detected. Bioweapons, none detected. Bugging devices or trackers, none detected. Nearly a full minute passed before the room's door finally opened again. "See? Told you I was clean. Head upstairs. They're waiting for you." Fidel headed up to the second floor like it was second nature, walked down the hallway to its far end, and pushed open a door marked, "Emergency Exit." Behind it lay a hidden room. Several men waited inside. One of them pointed at a duffel bag on the table. "The parts and materials you wanted are all packed up. Want to count them?" "No need. I trust you." Fidel opened the bag just enough to confirm everything he needed was inside, then left it at that. He nodded, a faint glow flickering across both eyes. "I've sent the money your way." "Thanks, man." "All right, I'm out." He picked up the duffel bag, left the motel, tossed it in the trunk of his car, and drove off. Only after he left did the men in the motel start talking. "You know, that guy's a real weirdo. Every so often, he comes running to us for supplies. If Padre needs some tech weapons, why not just buy them directly? Why go through the trouble of getting parts and materials? Is he even able to manufacture them? Back in 2022, people might have ridiculed someone by saying, "Did you slip through the cracks of the 9-year compulsory education?" But by 2077, that phrase no longer applied. Because plenty of folks hadn't even graduated from elementary school. Education in Night City was distributed so unevenly that those who received schooling got top-notch instruction, while those who didn't, beyond basic literacy, knew practically nothing. Education and technology had been tightly monopolized by the megacorporations. Strangely enough, among the lower classes, the ones who did the best job with education turned out to be the nomads. Because from childhood, the nomads were expected to contribute to their clan or tribe, following a long tradition of rural American family education. Nomad teachers took on the responsibility of educating both adults and children, and most camps had mobile libraries and communication hubs so they could stay connected to the rest of the world. Larger nomad camps even had their own traveling cinemas and theaters. Their curriculum was pragmatic, emphasizing subjects like mechanics, agriculture, and engineering, the kind of knowledge that helped them do their jobs better. Some nomads even delved into classic literature or philosophy. In many cases, nomad speech tended to be more nuanced and sophisticated than the language spoken by most Night City residents. Who cares what he wants? We were gonna sell these parts anyway. What does it matter who buys them? At least Padre pays better than most. That's enough for me. We don't need to overthink it. I heard Padre's territory has a bunch of weapon shops that started selling tech weapons in bulk. The prices are cheaper than other shops, plus they offer after-sales service, exchange only, no repairs. Everyone in Haywood's flocking over there to buy guns. Probably knows someone in charge of a corp warehouse. Same as us, collect a company paycheck, but fiddle with the inventory to swipe a few items and resell them outside. Wouldn't be surprising for Padre to have that kind of connection. He's not a good guy, but he's old-fashioned. Likes to play by the rules. If I could work under him, that wouldn't be half bad. I hear he never mistreats his people. They gazed enviously in the direction Fidel had driven away. Eventually, one of them spoke up. You think the tech weapons in those shops under Padre's control could be related to the parts we sold him? Could it be there's a gunsmith who can make tech weapons working for him? Makes sense. But so what? Don't forget, we're just a bunch of corporate dogs sneaking stuff out to make side cash. None of this has anything to do with us, right? The first man snorted. You'd be dead wrong to think that. You realize there are people out there who'd pay good money for this kind of intel, right? Seeing the others still look puzzled, he continued, trying to keep his patience. The 6th Street gang's been at odds with the Valentinos lately. They've wanted to carve out Wellsprings from Haywood for a while now. Imagine if 6th Street found out Padre had a gunsmith working for him, someone capable of crafting tech weapons. What do you think they'd do? Shock spread across everyone's faces. That's not right, is it? We do business with Padre, and now we're about to sell him out. That's messed up, man. He scoffed. What's messed up? We busted our asses studying to get into a corp, and then what happened? Because we have no connections or backers, anyone can stomp all over us. Our top grades from Arasaka Academy mean nothing. Nobody cares. I've finally figured this world out, it's rotten to the core. If you want to live comfortably and have freedom, you need money. Without money, you're nothing. If this intel's worth money, why shouldn't we sell it? Someone voiced a concern. But if Padre finds out we're the ones who screwed him over, he'll skin us alive. You don't say anything, and I won't. Then only the devil and God, you, and I will know. 6th Street and the Valentinos have been at odds for ages, it's nothing new. As long as we're careful, who's gonna know it was us? Silence followed. After a while, one of them stood. I'm out. You guys split the money. I don't want in, and I won't say a word to anyone. He had just turned away, intending to leave. He was met with a bullet to the back of the head. Chapter 40. Previously, the men who suggested going to the 6th Street gang lowered his silenced pistol, thin wisps of white smoke drifting from the barrel. He handed the gun to the next person. That person hesitated, then accepted it and fired another shot into the body lying on the floor. In this way, the pistol was passed around. By the end, everyone in the room had blood on their hands. Great. Now we're all in the same boat. Leave contacting the 6th Street gang to me, just wait for the money. 5 days later. When Fidel returned to the shabby motel, he saw more than just the people from the last transaction. There were several others wearing cowboy hats and clothing with stars and stripes patterns. They belonged to the 6th Street gang. Fidel immediately sensed danger and turned to leave. Grab him. He heard the 6th Street members shout behind him. Without a second thought, he sprinted for the exit. However, the moment he reached the stairs, more 6th Street goons, lying in wait on both sides, slammed him in the face with a rifle butt. Fidel went down hard, his back crashing onto the floor. Blood streamed uncontrollably from his nose. A heavy combat boot stomped on his chest, and several kinetic rifles aimed at his head. Trying to run, kid? You still feel like running? Fidel hurriedly raised both hands. No, I'm done running. Thought so. If you come clean, maybe we won't beat you too badly. The man who owned the boot stepped aside, motioning for his people to haul Fidel upright, then told someone to bring over a chair. Let me introduce myself. I'm Marmalur. If you've ever been around Santo Domingo, you should have heard my name. Now tell me what you know. Pinned in place by 2 large 6th Street enforcers, like a cat forced into a bath, Fidel swept his gaze across a few individuals behind Marmalur. They had done business with him before, but now their heads hung low or they looked away, avoiding eye contact. I don't know what you want me to say. Don't play dumb. I know exactly why you come here. Marmalur held a kinetic pistol and pressed the barrel to Fidel's forehead. He grinned, revealing poorly maintained teeth. I advise you to think carefully. You're in our hands now, and no one can save you. Even if you've got Padre behind you, he won't be able to help this time. The only way out for you is to cooperate with me. You know how chaotic Haywood is. It's not as bad as Pacifica, but nobody bats an eye if an extra corpse or 2 shows up by a dumpster. Inside the dingy motel, Fidel was tied to a chair. One eye was swollen, his lip split, and his body covered with fresh wounds. It was impossible to tell how harshly they had tortured him. Padre will kill all of you, he rasped. I doubt it. Well, since you're so stubborn. Marmalur glanced at a man standing behind him and gave a nod. I've lost my patience. Do it. The 6th Street gang always claimed they were not just any ordinary gang. Their slogan was, bring justice to the city. That was why Marmalur had tried to make Fidel see the light. But seeing how Fidel refused to budge, Marmalur's patience ran out. He decided to use force. A man in a black, skin-tight netrunner suit walked over. Clearly, he was a hacker. He opened a metal case, revealing a compact, high-tech device. He powered it on and drew a personal link from his wrist, plugging it into the machine. Then he pulled out another cable from the device and connected it to Fidel's neural port. Naturally, Fidel resisted. But he was tied firmly to the chair, unable to fight back. A dangerous red glow flickered in the hacker's eyes. Almost everyone had some ICE to guard against hacking, much like having doors and windows for security. However, an ordinary ICE system was no match for a skilled hacker with the right gear. It might as well have been paper. Effortlessly, the hacker bypassed Fidel's ICE and rifled through his mind. Got it. He told Marmalur about Padre's recent collaboration with a certain gunsmith. Unfortunately, Padre was very cautious, only a handful of people knew details about this gunsmith. Fidel was not one of them. He didn't know any critical information like name, gender, age, phone number, or address. Still, the hacker did uncover at least one useful detail: Jackie Wells. Jackie had once been part of the Valentino gang and was not only acquainted with Padre but apparently also a friend of this gunsmith. So Marmalur had the hacker impersonate Fidel and call Jackie, promising a big payout from the 6th Street gang. Supposedly, Fidel had struck a deal already. All Jackie needed to do was bring Leo to the motel, and 6th Street would offer both Jackie and Leo leadership positions. Jackie hung up and immediately went to find Padre. Padre sensed something was off. He trusted Fidel enough to assign him these tasks. Fidel wouldn't betray him. 6th Street must have set him up. Back in the present. At Padre's stronghold, over 100 of his men quietly inspected their weapons. Though the place was busy, nobody spoke. They simply checked their guns in silence. A grim, lethal tension hung in the air. Leo arrived at the stronghold and went to the second-floor office, where he found V, Jackie, and Padre together. You're here, Leo. He greeted the three briefly and got straight to the point. How's the situation? My men checked that motel where the deal was taking place, Padre said. They found 6th Street members coming and going, plus hidden reinforcements nearby, somewhere between 50 and 80 people. Jackie's fury was written all over his face. Those 6th Street punks. Padre turned to Leo. I have a history with the 6th Street gang. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, kid. But don't worry, I've already spoken with the Valentinos, and they agreed to send more people to patrol your apartment block. Leo appreciated Padre's thoughtfulness. Still, he had no intention of waiting around for trouble. After all, you couldn't spend your whole life guarding against thieves. On the way here, Jackie had filled Leo in on the details. Leo knew this branch of the 6th Street gang had set its sights on him. They didn't have his name, face, phone, or address, yet. So if he truly wanted peace of mind, the best way was to wipe out that branch of the 6th Street gang once and for all. Plus this was a good opportunity to gain some easy points without it going out of control. Gangs in the city weren't unified armies. Take the Valentino gang in Haywood, for instance. It had many different factions. It was the same for the 6th Street gang. The ones targeting Leo were just a single splinter group, not the whole gang. So he could take advantage of this and convert them into points. What about Fidel? Leo asked. How do you plan on handling that? Padre looked a bit surprised. He's one of my people. I can't just leave him to die. That would destroy morale. Padre also knew that if he openly clashed with the 6th Street gang to save Fidel, his side would surely lose more men than just Fidel. Looking purely at numbers, it wasn't worth the cost. But not everything in life could be measured so simply. Leo already had a plan in mind. He turned to Padre. Even though you say this is between you and 6th Street, I'm involved too. I won't stand aside. Actually, I have an idea that might keep your casualties to a minimum. Half a day later. At the shabby motel. Several 6th Street members spotted a vehicle coming down the road in the distance. Watch out, there's a car approaching, one of them reported over comms. He raised his arm to signal the driver to stop. The SUV slowed, then came to a gradual halt. Chapter 41. A young man and a towering brute got out of the vehicle. Before the 6th Street gang members could ask any questions, Leo spoke first. Marmalade told us to come. One of the gang members nodded. He's waiting for you. Follow me. Leo and Jackie trailed behind him. What nobody else noticed was a ring of red light spreading outward from Leo's position like ripples in water. It instantly revealed the entire layout of the 6th Street gang inside the motel, as well as those stationed nearby, directly onto Leo's retinal display. He shared that visual feed with the group of Padre's men waiting in ambush outside. The three of them reached the front desk in the motel. The man behind the desk now was another 6th Street gang member. Suddenly, the one who had brought them there stopped and raised a hand to halt them. Hold on. Hand over your weapons. Jackie scowled. Is that really necessary, hombre? The 6th Street member sneered. First, that's our rule on 6th Street turf. If you're on our ground, you follow our rules. Second, I'm not your hombre, Mexican. Jackie shot back, since when did the Glen become your turf, huh? You don't even have Wellsprings locked down yet, and you think you're gonna take the Glen. Maybe you should ask the Valentinos first. Sensing the tension climbing, Leo patted Jackie's shoulder. Easy, Jackie. Leo removed the Murasame blade from his belt along with 2 large-caliber revolvers, plus fragmentation grenades, flashbangs, and smoke grenades, nearly a dozen in total. Shit, Jackie muttered with a sigh. He handed over his Sidara shotgun and a tech pistol. That's all, he said. But even then, the 6th Street gang member did not let them pass. They insisted both men enter the small room off to the side of the front desk to be scanned. Only after confirming they had no more weapons would they let them continue. They then walked through puddles of foul-smelling wastewater, climbed creaking wooden steps, and followed a hallway illuminated by flickering fluorescent lights, like a scene out of a horror film. At the end of the corridor, they went through a fire exit door that led to another room. Marmalade sat on a sofa in there, legs spread comfortably. 2 of his men stood on either side of him. In front of him, 2 cheap plastic chairs waited, obviously set up for Leo and Jackie. Please, have a seat. Leo took the offer without ceremony and sat. Jackie stood next to the chair, arms folded across his chest, plainly radiating the message, don't mess with me. I'll stay on my feet. Marmalade did not insist. His gaze roamed back and forth between Leo and Jackie. Which of you is the gunsmith making tech weapons for Padre? Leo's voice came out cold. That'd be me. Impressive. So young and already so capable. Marmalade smiled broadly, sounding sincere enough. Might I be fortunate enough to learn your name? Leo. As Leo answered, he took a quick glance around. Through his scanner, he saw that Fidel was locked in a room on the 3rd floor. Still alive. But Leo pretended not to know and simply asked, Fidel was the one who told us to come. Where is he now? They, of course, did not realize that Leo, Jackie, and Padre already knew the truth about the fake call. "Your friend's here, safe and sound. We actually just had some Americanos together not long ago." The caffeine made him a bit sleepy, so he went to lie down. "The three of us can handle the important stuff. But before we get into serious business, how about a little introduction on my end? I'm Marmalor, from the famous 6th Street Gang. I'm sure you've heard of us." Jackie stood there, arms still folded. He snorted in response. "Yeah, you guys have been trying to stick your nose into Haywood, Wellsprings especially. But the Valentinos aren't about to hand it over, which is why you're always shooting each other in the streets." Marmalor frowned at Jackie. "You're not seeing the bigger picture, Mr. Wells. We're only trying to protect the people of Wellsprings and fight for justice in this city." Leo smirked. There was an art school reject once, had plenty of pretty words too. Ended up triggering the Second World War. Let's cut the crap. You know it's a load of shit, and we don't want to hear it. Let's get straight to business. Marmalor slapped his thigh. "Ha. Straight to the point. I like that style." He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "I know about your arrangement with Padre, Leo, and to be perfectly honest, I'm interested. The question is whether I can be part of it." Leo shook his head. "Sorry, we're fully booked." Marmalor gave a dry laugh. "Leo, you're quite the comedian and people say arms dealers are always so serious. Glad to see you know how to joke around." Leo's expression remained flat. "I see. My apologies." Marmalor paused, then went on. "Anyway, no need to jump to a refusal. Hear me out first. You've collaborated with Padre and are basically limited to the Haywood market. But if you partner with us, you won't just have Haywood, St. Domingo's wide open market will be yours too." Jackie snorted. "St. Domingo? You don't even control all of Haywood yet, and you think you can take that plus St. Domingo? You're ignoring Padre and the Valentinos." Marmalor shook his head in a show of disappointment. "Sebastian Ibarra and the Valentinos are like grasshoppers in late autumn, their days are numbered. Haywood is bound to be ours eventually. I hear you're getting a 70-30 split with Padre right now. If you join forces with the 6th Street Gang, we can do 80-20, with you on the higher end. We'll even make you a minor boss. How does that sound?" Marmalor might have made it sound convincing, but Leo didn't believe a word. "So, what's the price?" Leo asked. "Price?" Marmalor lit a cigarette, then flicked the ash directly onto the floor. "There's no price. A corp would call this a synergy of two strong partners." Leo gave a faint laugh. "So, I'd get 80%, and you'd take 20%. Marmalor nodded. "Correct. And Jackie and I would each become local bosses." "Exactly. And you'd guarantee my safety. Keep the Valentinos off my back. I'll say it right now, if they harm a hair on your head, I'll die out there in the street. I'll jump right out that window." Leo leaned against the back of the chair. "Pardon my skepticism, but is there really such a wonderful deal in this world?" Marmalor tapped his ashes again. "You don't know us, so I don't blame you. Do you even know what kind of people make up the 6th Street Gang?" Leo shook his head. "Retired soldiers, ex-NCPD officers who got disillusioned, corp security who got fired, and civilians who went through crash course combat training." Marmalor spread his arms, voice carrying a heated conviction. "We want to bring order to the city." Jackie shook his head, disdain flickering in his eyes. "And to do that, you'll stoop to anything. You might fool somebody else, but not me. I grew up in Haywood. I know exactly what 6th Street's about. You talk big about your cause, but you guys rob, extort, and jack cars like any other gang." He paused, voice dripping with contempt. "And you keep close ties with the Raff and Shiv out in the Badlands, don't think I don't know." Marmalor's gaze shifted to Jackie, his tone sharpening. "Those are necessary sacrifices. And anyway, do you think the Valentinos are any different? They talk about believing and following the teachings of God, but do you think they're all that much better?" Jackie spat on the floor. "Not really. But at least they're not hypocrites. I brought you here in good faith and showed plenty of sincerity. My patience is limited, so I'll ask you straight. Are you joining the 6th Street Gang or not?" As Marmalor posed the question, the two men behind him moved closer, ending up behind Leo and Jackie. At the same time, the 6th Street member who had led them in stood beside Marmalor. 2 against 4. And the smaller group had no weapons. On the surface, it looked like there was no way out, surrender or die. Leo glanced at Jackie. Even Jackie, who had joined the Valentinos in his teens, survived countless scrapes, and been through any number of firefights, wore a grave expression. Yet Leo smiled. His lips curled, revealing a faint, almost imperceptible grin. "You can start now, V." He said it over the team comm channel. No one else in the room heard it, but one of Marmalar's men, standing behind him, suddenly flew sideways and crashed into a wall-mounted cabinet. A loud crack sounded as he and the furniture collapsed in a heap. Chapter 42. Until that moment, the echo of the Cat's Eye Tech sniper rifle shot finally reached them, trailing in after the impact. Almost everyone in the room was caught off guard, almost. Because the instant the 6th Street member was blasted off his feet, Leo and Jackie struck without warning. Leo kicked the man behind him in the calf, forcing him to kneel. Then he drove his knee upward, smashing it into the man's face. While his victim clutched his nose and howled in pain, Leo snatched the pistol from the guy's holster and fired 2 quick shots, sending him straight to the afterlife. At the same time, Jackie attacked. He rammed an elbow into another 6th Street thug's head. Dazed by the blow, the thug hardly had time to react before Jackie grabbed him by the skull and twisted hard. A crisp crack rang out as bones snapped. Marmalar recovered quickly and aimed his gun at Leo. But before he could squeeze the trigger, V's covering shot arrived first, blowing apart Marmalar's hand in a burst of blood. Bits of flesh and shattered gun parts flew in every direction. Leo launched himself forward with a motion like a pouncing leopard. The powered arm bracer smashed into Marmalar's chest, sending him flying. The blow likely shattered most of the bones in Marmalar's ribcage. Yet he was a retired soldier, fitted with military-grade implants, so he could take far more punishment than an ordinary human. Even after that punch, he staggered to his feet and tried to fight back. Bang. 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 Leo crossed his arms in front of him and charged. Sparks flashed where the bullets struck the powered bracers. Missing his dominant hand, Marmalar's aim was all over the place. Leo stepped in and kicked Marmalar's pistol away. Then he grabbed Marmalar by the head with the powered bracer, lifted him up, and slammed him against the wall. Gritting his teeth, Leo yanked him sharply to the side. A deep groove scraped into the wall, streaked with gruesome smears of blood. When Leo finally let go, Marmalar's corpse slumped to the floor, unmoving. The 6th Street reinforcements stationed outside the motel heard the gunshots. They began to mobilize, but never got the chance. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets raked the walls from all directions, an overwhelming metal storm that tore through any cover in its path. The 6th Street reinforcements were caught off guard and immediately thrown into chaos, suffering massive casualties. Earlier, when Leo and Jackie had arrived, they used tactical goggles to scan and map out every 6th Street position in and around the motel, then shared that data with Padre's waiting ambush. The moment V fired her opening shot, Padre's men attacked. They had used the tech weapons Leo had created. Padre had sold most on the market but kept a portion for his own crew, along with some high-end smart guns purchased at steep prices from the megacore. Tech weapons easily pierced walls and other obstacles. Smart weapons, while they couldn't shoot through walls, had homing capabilities on marked targets. With Leo's shared skin data, their bullets rained down on the 6th Street gang. Well-trained or not, the 6th Street ranks were scattered and disorganized. As Marmalar himself had said, they included a handful of seasoned veterans, ex-NCPD, and fired corp security personnel, but the majority were just regular folks who'd received crash course combat training. Against this kind of barrage, they lasted barely a minute before their morale collapsed entirely. Most were either gunned down immediately or scattered in panic. Only a few lucky ones made it out alive. In contrast, Padre's men suffered no fatalities, only a handful sustained minor injuries from stray bullets. It was practically a heaven-sent victory. Once the gunfight ended outside, Leo and Jackie mopped up Marmalar's remaining crew inside. They found Fidel alive upstairs and gave him emergency first aid. Jackie hoisted him onto his back and carried him out of the motel. They handed him over to Padre's men, who expressed their thanks and whisked Fidel away. Leo, V, and Jackie then headed to the Coyote Bar to celebrate and unwind from the day's tension. Early the next morning, each of them, Leo, V, and Jackie, received a thank you from Padre, €20,000 apiece. Only a few days passed before the 6th Street stragglers who escaped spread word about the entire firefight. Initially, nobody paid much attention. Street shootouts were nothing new in Night City. But they soon realized this was no typical brawl. Over 86th Street gang members had been involved, and only a handful escaped. The rest never made it out. Meanwhile, not a single one of Padre's men had died. According to an unnamed informant, Padre's crew had overhauled their weapons, explaining this massive surge in firepower, and it was all thanks to Padre's collaboration with a certain gunsmith. Within days, the rumor raced through Night City. Every major gang started drooling over this mysterious gunsmith, thinking maybe they could recruit him. But those ideas died as quickly as they surfaced. When Padre returned the bodies to the 6th Street gang, some snoop recorded the whole thing as a brain dance and spread it around. In it, the sight of Marmaller's horrific corpse stood out. His head looked like someone had rubbed it back and forth against rough pavement. And more chilling, the one who did it wasn't Padre's men. It was the gunsmith himself. Rumor said he walked away without a scratch. All those gangs that had been scheming abruptly went silent. Fear got the better of them. As for the corporate wage dogs who sold out Padre's men in the first place, they met a grim fate. One morning, a janitor discovered they had been dumped, bagged up and thrown in a trash bin. By the time anyone found them, their bodies were decomposing. The very next day, rain pelted down in torrents beyond the window of the high-speed air rail train. A gray haze hung over everything. Far below, traffic was sparse, and pedestrians were few. Good thing I decided to take the air rail, Leo muttered. He had noticed the dark sky that morning, so instead of driving to the Coyote Bar, he hopped on the rail. Sure enough, the moment the train departed, a massive downpour slammed Night City, drenching the streets. The city's air rail trains typically had only 3 cars. Passengers ranged from every walk of life. Compared to a taxi, the air rail was cheaper, so you often saw plenty of people who worked for the Corps, clutching briefcases or staring at their phones, eager to start the workday. Leo scanned his surroundings out of habit, the instinct of a mercenary always assessing the environment. Just as he was about to refocus on the pouring rain outside, he spotted someone familiar, Lucy. She stood behind a salaryman in a suit, who was busy looking out the window. With a casual motion, Lucy brushed her hair behind her ear. In that same instant, she flicked her hand toward the back of the suit's neck, where a chip port had popped open. One swift move, and the chip was hers. Lucy turned her eyes to the next mark. A corporate drone waiting by the exit, juggling his phone in one hand and a briefcase in the other, completely absorbed in whatever was on his screen. She sidled over, pretending to study the train's route map on the overhead display, then casually glided past, using the same sleight of hand to snatch another chip. In that manner, Lucy worked her way from the rear car to the very front, pulling the same trick on unsuspecting commuters all the way there. Chapter 43. She moved like a graceful butterfly, waltzing through the crowd. Each time she made her move, the timing was perfect, quick and precise. Even when people noticed her approach, they were captivated by her fragrance and beauty, ignoring the small motions of her hands. Selling off these chips would be more than enough for her to survive in Night City. She never expected it would be so easy. Lucy even considered just doing this for a living while she stayed in Night City, easy, low risk, and fast money. Until she spotted the young man in the frontmost carriage. The moment she laid eyes on him, she flinched as if scalded. Impossible. How could he be here? Her mind spun in turmoil. She took another careful look and confirmed it really was the young man who had once helped her. He was standing there with his back turned, gazing out the window, seemingly unaware of her presence. Lucy shrank back into the crowd, feeling a thief's guilty conscience. Her breathing turned ragged as a wave of discomfort spread through her. She was inexplicably afraid of Leo seeing her now, especially afraid he might discover what she was doing. Fortunately, he did not seem to notice her. That was her only relief. Abandoning the front cart, even though it had more corp employees than the rest, Lucy returned to the rear cart, doing her best to hide in the throng of passengers. When the train arrived at the station, she got off at once, planning to catch the next train and carry on. But before she could breathe easy, Leo's voice sounded behind her. "Hey, small world, huh?" Lucy stiffened all over, forcing a smile that looked anything but natural. "Yeah, what a coincidence. You're taking the air rail too. I thought you always drove." "It's raining too hard today, can't see the roads well, so the rail's safer." He paused. "Hey, have you eaten?" "Huh?" The abrupt shift made Lucy hesitate. A few seconds later, he asked again. She shook her head. "Neither have I. Let's grab a bite." They were close to the same pizza place as last time, just a short walk away. With the tall buildings overhead, they could stay relatively dry even though it was pouring. Leo strode on ahead, Lucy following behind. She tried more than once to speak up and ask whether he had noticed her on the train, but every time she lost her nerve, too afraid of what the answer might be. They entered the pizza shop and ordered the same things as before. Because of Leo's generous tip last time, the owner recognized him immediately. He dismissed the waitstaff and served them personally. Outside, the rain fell in torrents, pattering against the windows. "You spend big. What do you do for a living?" "You a corp stooge?" Lucy asked, blinking curiously. No, wait, even corporate types aren't usually this flashy. Or are you some rich kid? Wrong, Leo replied. I'm no spoiled kid, and I'm not a corporate either. So what are you, then? I'm a mercenary. He took a swig of his chilled cola. People pay me, I solve their problems. He set his drink down. If it's not too personal, why'd you come to Night City? You don't seem to know anybody here. He already knew her full name was Lucy Kushinada, hinting at a Japanese mixed heritage. Sorry. She bowed her head. Seeing her reluctance, Leo did not push. I get it, everyone has their secrets. You don't have to share. A Delamain cab dropped them off at the apartment building in Japantown. Okay, I'm off. Let me know if you need anything, Leo said. Lucy did not go inside. She crossed her arms, hands gripping her elbows, tightening little by little. She could tell Leo was a genuinely good person, and he treated her kindly, without any conditions attached. Yet she still could not let down her guard. Her past made it impossible to trust anyone or reveal her secrets so easily. As she hesitated, a thunderous roar came from the sky. She looked up by reflex. A trauma team AV, trailing thick black smoke, was plummeting fast. Lucy could see the trauma team emblem painted on its hull. She froze, her mind going blank, staring as the AV drew closer. Its shadow spread across the pavement at her feet. In that split second, Leo darted over from the side, scooped her up, and lunged through the apartment entrance. A deafening crash followed. The AV slammed into the building, sending rubble tumbling everywhere. Its wing scraped along the walls and snapped off. It tore a path straight through the structure, then finally plowed out into the street. Metal shrieked as it skidded along, throwing off sparks before grinding to a stop dozens of meters away. Outside, pedestrians and drivers cleared out in a hurry. In Night City, nobody wanted to stick around when someone was bold enough to attack Trauma Team, nor did they want to risk an encounter with Trauma Team themselves. Even though Trauma Team was a medical rescue force, only the wealthy could afford its services. If you weren't a client, you could end up stunned at best, or riddled with bullets at worst. Long ago, someone wrote a mocking couplet about Trauma Team. Asterisk first line asterisk there's a hierarchy to saving lives. Asterisk second line asterisk not all wounds are treated equally. Asterisk horizontal note asterisk no money, no cure. Within moments, the street was practically empty, leaving abandoned vehicles and the crashed AV behind. Bang. A door was kicked open. Several Trauma Team medics, still breathing, crawled out of the wreck. Two of them immediately spread out, scanning the perimeter. Their training remained intact. A female medic took in the sight of her team leader, bleeding from the stomach. Shock gripped her eyes. God, you're bleeding. Forget me. Check on the client first. She pressed a pneumatic injector into his hand, then scrambled back inside the AV. Chapter 44, Chapter 44. The client is still alive. Although they sustained secondary injuries from the crash, there was hope as long as backup arrived in time to get them to a hospital. Hearing that, the team leader felt a bit more at ease and used his communicator to request reinforcements. Just then, a scream rang out. Two katana blades pierced the chest of a Trauma Team member standing guard. The guard was lifted into the air, and then the blades tore apart in opposite directions. Splorch. The guard's body was ripped into quarters, blood splattering all over the attacker. The team leader and the remaining medics' eyes went wide, an icy chill running from the base of their spines to the tops of their skulls. The reason their AV had crashed in the first place was this mercenary called the Ripper, who had used a double jump to land on their craft before it gained altitude. Both pilots, caught off guard in the cockpit, had been stabbed to death. That led to the disastrous crash. And now, he had caught up to them again. Open fire. The team leader and the remaining medic did not hesitate, they raised their guns and fired. Trauma Team always used smart weapons, produced only by top-level manufacturers. They watched as most of the bullets seemed to hit the target, but the target did not fall. How is that possible? They gaped in disbelief. Then the surviving medic seemed to realize something. That lunatic's body must be full of subdermal armor and berserk cyberware. Subdermal armor, as the name implied, was embedded beneath the skin to provide additional defense. When it absorbed an impact, it briefly gelled to reduce a bullet's force, then instantly solidified around it. Subdermal armor came in many models, with the best offering the strongest protection and the least wear. Berserk cyberware was another type of military-grade implant, like the Sandevistan. If the Sandevistan specialized in speed, Berserk cyberware focused on raw power. It gave the user a furious burst of strength and toughness, greatly increasing damage resistance. Before the medic could say anything else, the Ripper rushed forward. He slashed open the medic's head as if it were a watermelon, gray matter and blood mixing with the torrential rain. Standing over the corpse, the Ripper bathed in the downpour, revealing a cruel smile. Blood stained the blade he held in his right hand. He pointed it at the team leader and the female medic who had just emerged from inside, as if to say, "You two are next." In mere moments, 4 members were gone. Fear spread like a plague, squeezing the hearts of the team leader and the medic until they could hardly breathe. The team leader gritted his teeth and stepped in front of the medic. "Nadia, get the client out of here. I'll hold her off." "No, Dobbs. Go. Otherwise it'll be too late." Nadia gave him one last look, then hurried back into the AV to drag the client away. The team leader quickly replaced his magazine and aimed at the Ripper, pulling the trigger. The Ripper charged like a hunting leopard in the rain. Most of the bullets, upon hitting his subdermal armor, simply flattened or ricocheted aside. Seeing those dual katanas getting closer and closer, the team leader stopped thinking about himself. He only hoped Nadia could escape. Just as he resigned himself to the impossibility of survival, a cluster of flashbangs arced through the air. The blinding white light flooded his vision. The Ripper reflexively shut his eyes and instinctively slashed toward where the team leader had been standing, though he hit nothing but empty air. Still off balance, the Ripper stumbled forward and swung his blades wildly in all directions, but they met no resistance. When his vision cleared, he finally saw that Leo had dragged the team leader aside, saving his life. The Ripper's cybernetic eyes were not genuine Kiroshi models but rather black market knockoffs. They had been heavily overclocked, providing effects nearly on par with the real thing, albeit at the risk of irreversible damage to his body. When the Ripper realized it was Leo who had spoiled his fun, that taunting cat-and-mouse grin vanished, replaced by grim caution. "You wanna die?" he snarled. "No. You're the one who's finished. You almost killed someone important to me, do you get that?" Had the mercenary not murdered Trauma Team's pilots, their AV would never have crashed. If Leo had been a split second slower, Lucy would have died right then and there. All his effort had almost been in vain, plus he did genuinely value Lucy's compatriotism. Saving these 2 Trauma Team members was simply incidental. Leo had no intention of letting this mercenary walk away after nearly killing Lucy. The Ripper ran his tongue over the blade still damp with blood and rain. Then he drove his right foot into the ground, launching himself forward like a bullet. Leo refused to yield, rushing head-on to meet him. Their 3 blades clashed, metal striking metal in a piercing shriek. The Ripper spun his twin katanas in a whirling storm that ripped the air with a keening wail. Leo had no berserk cyberware, but he had spent the potential points from recent jobs to level up his skills. With blade proficiency at level 5, dodge at level 5, block at level 5, plus the powered arm bracers on both arms, he held the advantage. He parried or evaded each of the Ripper's strikes and fought back with equal ferocity. Suddenly, the Ripper raised both swords and slashed at Leo's neck from either side. Leo ducked low, letting the blade slice off a few strands of hair as he swung his own sword in a gleaming arc, aiming for the Ripper's waist. Subdermal armor could stop bullets, but it was no match for a razor-sharp blade. The Ripper jerked his body back like a drawn bowstring, narrowly avoiding a disemboweling slash. He quickly retreated, trying to open up distance. But Leo was already in pursuit, stepping forward. One more swing would hit its mark. The Ripper lifted one sword to block. As he deflected Leo's blade, the other arm warped into a concealed firearm. Bang! A bullet erupted from the hidden barrel, hurtling straight at Leo. The Ripper's face split into a cruel grin. "You're dead, what?" To his shock, Leo let go of his Muramasa with his left hand and raised that arm to block. The bullet crashed into the powered arm bracer, grinding out a burst of brilliant sparks. Leo took that momentum to draw back his sword and lunge again. The blade turned into a streak of light, thrusting at the Ripper's head. Caught off guard that Leo had even countered that trick, the Ripper jerked his neck aside, barely evading the thrust. The blade still left a nasty slash across his face, blood pouring down. Hatred flared in the Ripper's eyes. He lifted both swords and swung them savagely at Leo's torso, gambling on a mutual kill. If Leo backed down, he could not possibly defend against both blades at once. After all, the Ripper had 2 swords, and Leo only had 1. "So you want us both to die?" "Nobody said I'd die with you." Guessing the Ripper's intention, Leo pulled back his Muramasa. Chapter 45. Leo blocked the katana slashing in from the right. As for the blade swinging in from the left, he had no sword free, and didn't need one. He simply reached out his left hand, the powered arm bracer clamping onto the blade. The Ripper, completely unprepared for this development, looked shocked. He tried pulling with all his might, but no matter how hard he yanked, he could not pry the katana free from the bracer's grip. Both men were locked together, straining for an advantage. Whichever side gave out first would be cut to pieces. Just then, Leo, only an arm's length away, smiled at him. In the next moment, he drove his forehead forward in a vicious headbutt. The blow left the Ripper reeling. Leo released the katana, then shoved the dazed enemy to the ground. Lifting his right hand with its powered arm bracer, glistening in the cold downpour like a cross of judgment, he hammered it down onto the Ripper's skull. The Ripper's head slammed into the pavement, forming a spiderweb of cracks. Blood splattered across both the ground and Leo's bracer, only to be washed away by the rain. Leo kept pummeling him like a pile driver, fist after fist, until the Ripper's head was gone completely. His corpse lay there like a mound of raw meat, devoid of life. People hiding in nearby shops and buildings stared in stunned silence at what had just transpired. Even the trauma team leader and the medic, who had been saved by Leo, felt their throats tighten in shock. A shop owner trembling behind his counter had just called NCPD moments earlier. Seeing the Ripper reduced to paste, he changed his tune, stammering into his phone. "If you guys are busy, why you really don't have to come." Noticing Leo about to leave, the team leader finally shook off his daze and hurried over. "Wait, please, hold on." Leo turned back to look at him, causing the leader to shudder despite himself. He knew this man had saved his life, but he could not escape a certain underlying fear. "You saved us. I owe you." With that, the leader transferred several thousand $1,000. "I know it's not much, but it's all I can manage." Leo confirmed receipt of the payment, then walked away without further delay. He left behind the wide-eyed stares of the team leader, the medic, and the onlookers huddled in nearby buildings. Outside Lucy's apartment door. "All right, I'm heading out," Leo said. "Wait." Lucy's voice came from behind him. "You're soaked. Why don't you come in and take a shower first?" In 2077, people still hadn't eradicated common colds or fevers. The poor, who couldn't even afford trauma team's cheapest plan, sometimes died of plain old pneumonia. Leo thought for a second and accepted Lucy's offer. While Leo showered in the bathroom, Lucy slipped out to buy him some clothes. After all, his were thoroughly drenched by the rain. He couldn't just wear them again straight out of the shower. She returned soon enough. There was a small clothing store just downstairs. "I left the clothes outside the bathroom." "Thanks." Once he was finished showering, Leo changed into the outfit Lucy had bought and stepped out, towel in hand, rubbing his hair dry. "I've got a hair dryer," she said. "It's fine. A towel works, and my hair isn't that long anyway." But Lucy had already fetched the dryer and grabbed him by the hand. "Sit." Leo offered no resistance, seating himself obediently. Lucy started blow-drying his hair. Unable to move from the chair, Leo's gaze wandered around Lucy's apartment. The layout was more or less the same as the last time he visited, except for a bathtub filled with ice in the corner and an old poster on the wall. He recalled that neither item had been there when she first rented the place, so that faded poster must have been Lucy's own addition. Sensing his curiosity, Lucy tried to act casual. "How does it look?" "That poster? Looks like one of those old recruiting prints they put out back when they were colonizing the moon, trying to get people to head out there and do manual labor. That was quite a while ago." "Yes, exactly. So, you want to go to the moon?" Lucy did not deny it. She had a secret, buried deep within. Ever since she escaped Arasaka's facility, she had been afraid of being found again. Arasaka's reach was everywhere, so she never dared stay long in any one place. In Lucy's eyes, nowhere on Earth felt safe. Maybe only on the moon would she finally be free. "Sounds pretty great to me." A faint smile curved Lucy's lips. Even if Leo was simply humoring her, it made her happy. "Still," she said coolly, "if you're just saying what you think a girl wants to hear, that doesn't make me feel any better." "Not at all. I mean it. Living in space." He had always found that idea awesome. Before he came to Night City, Leo had loved sci-fi and the stars. If this were his old life, he would have been the type to back Star Citizen or pre-order Bethesda's Starfield. Truly a dream come true. "There, it's done," Lucy said, setting the dryer aside. She walked to the fridge. "Want something to drink?" "Cola again?" "Yeah, thanks." Lucy pulled out a beer for herself and a cola for Leo. She usually only kept beer on hand, but this time, there were a few bottles of soda as well. She handed Leo the cola, and they sat quietly, sipping their drinks in silence. As their glasses ran low, Lucy suddenly stood. "I've got something to show you." She took out what appeared to be a pair of sporty earphones. Ever tried one of these? That's a brain dance wreath, right? Leo eyed the device in her hand curiously. Come on, I live in Night City, everyone's done a brain dance at least once. So, what are you about to show me? You'll see. Lucy gave him a sly smile, placing the brain dance wreath in Leo's hands. Then she told him to lie down on the bed. Next, she grabbed a pink pouch, one of those small umbrella packages, as some people jokingly called them, and tore it open, revealing a BD chip that she inserted into Leo's wreath. Lucy also donned a wreath of her own, then lay beside him. Some parts of this still need editing. Hold on. Let's see. If it's someone's first time diving into this kind of brain dance, these parameters need to be dialed down. And here, maybe let's keep this setting. It won't break immersion, actually, it'll enhance it. While Lucy fiddled with the settings, Leo watched her profile. Compared to her delicate features, even Night City's neon skyline seemed to lose its splendor. What is it? Do I have something on my face? Noticing his gaze, Lucy turned, sounding amused. No, it's nothing. After a flurry of adjustments, Lucy finally finished calibrating the BD, ready. Leo gave her a nod. Chapter 46. Anytime you're ready, Leo said. All right, starting in 3, 2, 1. A sudden burst of white light flared from the BD wreath, filling his vision completely. It felt like the flash lasted only an instant. When the scene cleared, Leo was stunned. This is the moon. A star-studded sky arched overhead. Beneath his feet lay grayish lunar soil. Off in the distance, he could just make out a moon city. He had tried brain dances before. 2077's brain dances were like an immersive blend of movies and games. But as with video quality ranging from 4K to fuzzy 360p, brain dances also varied greatly in fidelity. High-grade brain dances offered crystal-clear visuals and intense realism, like being physically present in another world. Cheap ones, on the other hand, were blurry as if covered in mosaics, with audio, tactile feedback, and other senses all in disarray. Right now, Leo felt that this moon BD was definitely on the high-end side. Not only could he see everything in razor-sharp detail, but the sun in space glowed fiercely, and he felt its radiant warmth. The coarse texture of the lunar ground was palpable underfoot. By rights, one would need a spacesuit to walk on the moon, yet here he was, clad in the same clothing he wore before entering the brain dance, breathing with ease. Obviously, this wasn't the real lunar surface but a simulation. They wandered across the moon's landscape, zooming around in a lunar rover, gazing toward the distant moon city. Finally, the two sat side by side on the edge of a massive crater. Lucy swung her legs leisurely, looking up at the huge Earth overhead. This is my first time bringing someone else here, she said softly. I'm honored. Aren't you curious why I brought you? All right, why me? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm too lonely, wanted someone to talk to. Or maybe it's because you saved my life. Lucy tucked her legs closer, hugging her knees. Speaking of which, I still haven't thanked you. No need. Silence fell between them. Lucy rested her chin on her knees while Leo tilted his head back, studying the grand, beautiful Earth filling the sky. After a while, Lucy broke the hush. Leo. He turned. I can guess why you're being so nice to me. You want me to join your team, right? Leo made no attempt to deny it. I do. But if you're not interested, I won't force you. No, I want to. You're a decent guy. I'd rather work under someone like you than any random merc squad in Night City. She paused. It's just, maybe you've noticed I have a lot of secrets. So please, don't ask about them, okay? That's all I ask. Leo nodded. All right. If you don't want to talk, I won't push you. Nobody else will, either. If you'd rather keep your past under wraps, I'll just treat you like one more person in the city trying to get by. Beyond that, there's something else I can offer. He looked at her. I know you want to settle on the moon. I promise, once you've earned enough money, whenever you feel like leaving, just go. I won't stop you. The only condition, send me a postcard or something, in case I ever come visit. Lucy felt something warm tug at her heart, as though a hidden place inside was gently touched. She smiled, a star-killing smile that made the lunar scenery pale in comparison. I think we'll make great partners. A healthy schedule, good eating habits, no smoking or heavy drinking, early to bed and early to rise, a lifestyle that granted Leo baby-like sleep. He greeted the morning sun with his usual workout routine. Even though the system existed to grant him abilities, Leo never neglected his own training. It had become as natural as breathing for him to sweat before dawn. Morning. Lucy emerged from the bedroom, running a hand through her messy hair. Leo paused mid-exercise and turned to her. Did I wake you? No, I normally get up around this time anyway. The night before, they had spent ages in the brain dance. By the time they surfaced, it was already late. Lucy convinced Leo to stay rather than go home, so he slept on her couch. What do you feel like eating? Chinese? Japanese? Or maybe burgers and pizza? Lucy asked, stepping into the bathroom and shutting the door. Her voice carried through the thin partition. Let's try Chinese. Sure. We can head out in a bit. Oh, right, you said yesterday you wanted me to join your crew. After we eat, you can introduce me to the others, right? The sooner I know them, the better. Just then, Leo's phone lit up with an incoming call from an unknown number. Hey, Leo. Name's Regina Jones, I'm the fixer in Watson. So far, Leo had worked with Wakako Okada in Westbrook and with Padre in Haywood, but never with Watson's fixer. He'd heard of her, though. How'd you find me? And how'd you know my name? There's more than rivalry among Night City's fixers, some of us are friends, too. Regina paused. Padre's been singing your praises. Leo knew of Regina Jones from his talk with Max. She'd once been a fearless journalist who aimed for fairness in her reporting, but eventually, she'd transitioned into fixering, brokering gigs between clients and mercs. He didn't know the details, but he could guess she'd found that being a journalist and surviving Night City were nearly incompatible. Nice to meet you, Regina, but I'm guessing this isn't just a friendly hello. In fact, I do have a job that needs the right person. After breakfast, Leo brought Lucy to the Coyote Bar to meet V and Jackie. Allow me to introduce our new teammate, Lucy, an edge runner specializing in netrunning, Leo announced. And these are my partners, V and Jackie Wells, both great people, reliable allies. Jackie's eyes popped wide. A netrunner. Leo, where'd you find this top-shelf talent? Their little squad's biggest gap had always been a dedicated hacker, someone who could crack corp subnets and devices as needed. Sure, V dabbled in netrunning when necessary, but for high-level infiltration and sabotage, they needed a pro. A rough analogy might be, a witcher in a fantasy world can cast signs, but they're no replacement for a real mage. Similarly, in Cyberpunk 2077 setting, a merc crew practically requires a top-tier netrunner to handle the digital threats. One skilled hacker is worth a dozen amateurs. Call me Jackie, all right. Jackie said, grinning. I'm V, added the female merc. Pleased to meet you. Likewise, Lucy replied, shaking their hands in turn. V and Jackie had no objections to Lucy joining. Leo felt a weight lift from his shoulders, he was glad everyone seemed to be hitting it off. Chapter 47. It was a promising start. Everyone get in, I just picked up a gig. I'll fill you in on the way. They headed to Jig Jig Street, an indulgent, seedy locale dominated by vice. Surrounded by towering buildings, it was like so many other dim corners of Night City, forever untouched by sunlight, grimy and squalid. Leo parked along the curb, and the four of them walked past a hollow projection of a sakura tree. Petals of virtual blossom drifted down, landing on their shoulders. What's the client's name? V asked. Bryce Stone, Leo replied. Sound familiar? Jackie's eyes narrowed. You mean that preacher on TV? What happened? Jackie, once part of the Valentino gang, which nominally worshipped God, paid attention to Bryce Stone. Known for helping the city's most desperate, Bryce offered spiritual and psychological care, often free of charge, encouraging them to break addictions to alcohol or other drugs. Such selflessness had earned him widespread respect. His son was brutally murdered, Leo explained. Shit. Who pulled that? Jackie demanded hotly. No idea. But whoever did it recorded the whole thing and turned it into a black brain dance. Black brain dance? What's that? Jackie asked, brow furrowed. He knew about BDs, of course, but he'd never heard the term black brain dance. Jackie wasn't much into brain dances at all, he had a girlfriend and preferred to spend downtime pumping iron. He saw no appeal in sinking into some mind-frying fantasy. Leo glanced distastefully at the storefront mannequins, grotesquely simulating carnal motions. A black brain dance is a recording of actual crimes, extreme fetishes, violent acts, sadomasochistic torture, even death. These are the most common themes. Those who are forced to perform are victims, often coerced. The footage is hardly edited. Because black brain dances contain the darkest emotions and primal thoughts of either the criminal or the victim, just experiencing them can leave a user with severe psychological damage. The usual barrier between recorder and end user is practically non-existent. Dios mio, that sounds way worse than normal brain dances, Jackie muttered, pushing away a male doll who'd sidled up to solicit him. Who the hell watches that sick shit? Leo shrugged. Like it or not, black BDs have a devoted audience. Ordinary folks who want a bigger thrill, or people with very particular tastes, whatever. The fact is, these recordings are popular in certain circles and can be big money for crime syndicates. Some gangs even build entire brands around them. They aren't sold publicly, you can only get them underground or in hidden parlors run by gangs. Jackie picked up on something. Hang on. You said our client's kid got killed, then turned into one of these black BDs. We're here to find it. Leo nodded, then shook his head. We need the uncut master footage, not the edited version. Only the raw recording has the clues to the killer. Lucy frowned. But raw footage isn't usually released, right? Exactly. But I've heard there's a BD pusher in Jig Jig Street who might know more. That's where we start. Deep in Jig Jig Street, a corporate type slunk into a hidden spot beneath a bridge. Standing there was a trench coat wearing vendor with tinted shades. Hey, the corpo whispered, got any fresh stuff? Untouched. I only sell specialty items. What's your flavor? The vendor drawled. I need something that'll make my knees go weak. A rush, the corpo said. Like, total nerve meltdown. You came to the right place, chum. Bare fist brawls. Intense shootouts. Torture scenes in a dark room. Dismemberment. No, I mean, that other thing. You know. You mean sexual fetish? No, come on, you know exactly what I mean. No, I don't read minds, or I wouldn't be doing this job. The corpo swallowed. I want to know what it feels like to kill someone. The vendor eyed him impassively. Oh, so it's that. Plain old gore and violence wasn't enough, huh? Needs the real murder experience. You could have said so. Got classic corp war brain dances, or, if you don't like big battles, I've got armed robbery. Deciding on a particular type, the corpo watched the vendor dig around in his coat for a little single-use package shaped like a pink umbrella, the black brain dance chip. A quick exchange of eddies later, the corpo vanished back into the city. Leaning against the wall, the vendor folded his arms smugly. Selling black brain dances raked in eddies faster than any 9 to 5. If business kept up, he might just afford an apartment in Charter Hill. He was already dreaming about climbing the social ladder when footsteps snapped him back to reality. This time, there were 4 people approaching instead of 1. That immediately set off alarm bells. Still, he'd paid protection money to the Tiger Claws, who ran things here, who'd come bother him. He fought the urge to run and forced a smile. Anything I can do for you? V and Jackie flanked him to the left and right, blocking any escape route. Leo stepped up in front, offering an easy smile. I want a brain dance, something exotic, he said softly. Seeing their formation, the vendor stiffened. You're cops. Night City was lawless, but not entirely. If these 4 were NCPD, they'd have the authority to haul him in on the spot. Nope, Leo replied. We're customers. What's wrong? Don't want our money. The vendor exhaled shakily, eyeing Leo with mistrust. If they were NCPD, they wouldn't bother sweet-talking, they'd just cuff him and search his coat. Slowly, he regained his composure. All right, then. What are you looking for? I heard there's a black BD going around, one showing someone killing a kid. You got it. The vendor's eyelid twitched. He quickly shook his head. No, man. I don't handle that. Sorry. Maybe try somewhere else. Ah, that's too bad, Leo murmured. He turned as if to leave, then lunged, slamming the vendor against the wall. The powered arm bracer pressed against the man's throat, not even at full force, yet the vendor could barely breathe, face purpling from lack of oxygen. When he was on the brink of losing consciousness, Leo eased up. The vendor dropped to his knees, gasping and clawing at his neck. Crouching in front of him, Leo asked again, got it now? Cough, yes, yeah, I remember. The kid, someone recorded it, right? He looked at the 4, eyes full of dread and desperation. You're after whoever killed that kid. That's none of your concern. You're gonna do exactly what I tell you, Leo said coldly. First, give me the black BD chip. The vendor's face drained of color. He had chosen to peddle illicit wares here because it was remote and had little foot traffic. Even if someone noticed, it probably wouldn't matter. If these 4 wanted to make him disappear, it'd be easy. Chapter 48. No one would dare come to his aid. In Night City, calling NCPD already made you a model citizen. Actually getting between a black market dealer and 4 unknown assailants was a fool's errand. As for surveillance cameras, this was Night City, not Ceres, the fictional super-surveilled region. All of the states combined didn't have as many cameras as a single big city in Ceres did. The dealer, well aware of this reality, didn't dare put up a fight. Trembling, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a small disposable pouch, handing it over. This is a good start. Leo took the pouch without opening it, tossing it lightly into the air and catching it a few times before he spoke again. Second. Tell me honestly where this black brain dance came from. Who's supplying you? The man's eyes shifted rapidly. Hoping to mislead them, he blurted, the Tiger Claws gave it to me. I'm working under the Tiger Claws. The Tiger Claws? Leo looked over his shoulder at the white-haired girl behind him. Lucy. Hey, what are you? The dealer's face contorted in alarm as he tried to resist, but Leo forced his head down against the ground. Lucy extended a personal link from her wrist and jammed it into the dealer's neural port, ignoring his frantic protests. The moment Lucy jacked into the black BD dealer's neural interface, she swiftly found the information Leo was after. His name is Lenny Nero. He's in regular contact with someone called Gottfried Parson, a black BD editor who specializes in creating these brain dances. She glanced at the man pinned under Leo's arm. They aren't just business partners, they're friends. But a while back, they had a falling out. Leo looked down at the squirming dealer. What kind of falling out? Gottfried dragged his own son into the editing process as an assistant. Lenny here felt it was crossing a line. They had a huge fight over it. Pulling his own son into cutting black BDs. What the hell? Jackie muttered. So that priest's kid got killed by that father-son duo. Lucy nodded. Yes. As for Gottfried's location. Does he have it in his memory? Leo asked. Lucy paused, scanning. Wait, found it. They're holed up in an abandoned factory zone in Northside Industrial. They've also teamed up with the Maelstrom gang for protection. Leo nodded in satisfaction. That's all we need. Pull out. Lucy retracted the link, letting the cable coil back into her wrist. Jackie nodded at the dealer still pinned to the ground. So what do we do with this scumbag? Please, let me go, the man whimpered. I've got an 80-year-old mother, an 8-year-old kid, a disabled wife waiting. Lucy cut him off mercilessly. All lies. This guy lives alone. He has no wife, no kids, no elderly parents. Leo eyed the trembling dealer with cold contempt. No market, no victims, he said quietly. If no one's buying, no one bothers producing black brain dances. In a sense, even if you haven't killed anyone yourself, you've got blood on your hands for helping them spread. The dealer's face froze. Leo's words were a death sentence. Decades ago, Northside Industrial had been lined with factories, providing thousands of jobs and fueling Night City's economy. It was once called the Little Manchester of Night City. But now, the outdated factories and laborers were left behind by the times, with only their towering smokestacks remaining, like tombstones of a bygone era. At one rundown industrial park, a Maelstrom gang goon, assigned to guard the entrance so no one wandered in by mistake, grumbled to his companion. Our boss and that chick are holed up in their castle calling the shots, like I'm just some dog they feed. His companion didn't share his outrage. Oh, shut it. At least the pay's decent. What, so money's all that matters in Night City, the first one retorted. I hate it here, yeah. Go tell Royce about your feelings. I'll lend you 10 spines if you think you can survive that talk. Hearing Royce's name, the first Maelstrom member clambered up, but he lost his nerve. He only scowled bitterly. I should just short-circuit myself out of this misery. That was when they noticed a young man in a white coat, a sword at his hip, strolling toward them. Already in a foul mood, the first goon seized on this chance to vent his frustration. Hey, this is Maelstrom turf. No private tours. Get lost. The white-coated man did not respond, he kept walking, unhurriedly. Is your hearing busted, Pendejo? The goon hopped the barrier, took a few steps, and pulled his pistol. With his thumb, he cocked the hammer. He never managed another word. The stranger vanished in a flash, abruptly appearing before him and jamming the scabbard under his chin. Before the goon knew what happened, Leo pulled the scabbard's trigger. Bang. The compressed mechanism ejected the Muramasa blade explosively, carrying the stunned Maelstromer skyward along with it. His companion watched, slack-jawed, as the first goon soared overhead. Then he turned to Leo in shock. Instinctively, he tried to raise his copperhead kinetic rifle, but Leo smacked it away with the scabbard. Leo planted a foot on the second goon's knee, then used his head as a stepping stone. Launching himself upward, Leo caught the free-falling Muramasa midair. In one smooth motion, he slashed the airborne maelstrom goon in half before gravity could take him down. Blood rained as the body fell in two separate pieces. Then Leo sprang forward to the other man, scrambling for his fallen gun. All the maelstromer saw was a scarlet flash as the blade cut across his throat. Splurch! A fountain of blood erupted, and a headless body collapsed in the dirt. Instantly, commotion spread through the factory grounds. Hearing the fighting, more maelstromers poured out, just in time to see Leo disappearing behind a corner. Bastard dared come wreck our turf. If we don't kill him, how will Maelstrom keep any cred in Watson? They howled after him, splitting up. Most gave chase, leaving only a few behind to guard the site. They pursued him onto the main street, firing wildly. Bullets ricocheted off concrete and metal, kicking up dust. Fortunately, Northside Industrial was mostly deserted, and folks avoided Maelstrom territory like the plague, so the roads were practically empty. The only ones present were the fleeing Leo and the gangsters behind him. Despite their constant gunfire, Leo zigzagged flawlessly, and not a single round struck home. Before long, he darted into a narrow alley as if he'd made a careless mistake. The Maelstromer's eyes lit up. Clearly, this fool had Northwest idea the place was a dead end. They laughed among themselves and followed him in. The alley was tight, scarcely wide enough for two people side by side. They crept deeper, finding no trace of Leo, guessing he must have pressed further in. Just then, a soft sound from above made them glance up. Leo dropped out of the sky, having hidden on an outdoor air conditioning unit overhead. Wham! He slammed straight onto the first Maelstromer's head. A loud snap signaled a broken neck. The man's head lolled to one side like a rag doll. Leo tucked into a roll and rose with a large caliber revolver in hand. Bang! 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 One by one, 5 bullets punched into 5 foreheads, eye sockets, or throats. 4 men dropped, leaving 2 more. One of them let out a furious bellow, returning fire. Chapter 49c. Leo raised his powered arm bracer. The bullet bounced off the bracer. He followed up with another shot, taking out the Maelstrom who dared to fight back. Blood sprayed from the man's face, splattering his companion. That last Maelstrom did the most foolish, most forbidden thing to do in a fight. He turned and ran, showing his back to the enemy. Scrambling on hands and feet, he fled the narrow alley. Before he could even feel relieved, suddenly a blade tip burst out of his chest. He froze for a second, then slowly lowered his head. He tried to do something, but his body had no strength left. Leo pulled the katana free of his torso. He collapsed like a sack of sludge, unable to move a single finger. As life ebbed away, the reflection in his dimming eyes showed Leo elegantly shaking off blood and sheathing his sword. Leo returned to the factory from before. The few remaining Maelstrom had already been taken out by V, Jackie, and Lucy. I've checked the factory surveillance. Those 2 Black Brain Dance editors are still inside, and they have no idea what happened out here. Come on, time to give them a surprise. Gottfried's Black Brain Dance editing studio lay deep in the factory. Apparently, editing Black Brain Dances made good money. He had not only hired Maelstrom as bodyguards but also installed 2 automated turrets along the only path to the studio. Upon entering, Gottfried and his son Frederick were fully immersed in Black BD editing, oblivious to the 4 strangers who had just walked in. Jackie made to wake them, but Leo suddenly raised a hand to stop him. Leo slipped between father and son, heading for the display cabinet behind them. That cabinet was lined with Black Brain Dances they had edited. A quick glance at the labels showed content such as human-animal scenes, forced piercing, extreme stimulation leading to suicide, bondage execution, and so on. While Leo scanned the Black BD labels, the father and son, still immersed in editing, suddenly started talking. Hold it, stop right there. But he hasn't yet. Think, doesn't it feel like you're just stabbing a pillow? All right, rewind 1 frame, amplify the pain feedback, plus the metallic tang. You're really something, Freddy. Cut the sweaty smell. Nah, leave it. Some folks dig that. We'll do 2 versions, 1 with the stink, 1 without, heh. You're a genius, Dad. Leo gave Lucy a nod. A red glow flashed in Lucy's eyes. She overlaid a line of blood-red text in Gottfried and Frederick's brain dance world. Time to wake up, gentlemen. Sun's already high. Only then did the father and son snap out of their editing trance and notice the 4 strangers in the room. Frederick yelped for security. While the older, calmer Gottfried said, "Stop it, Freddy. If our security were still around, they wouldn't be here." Soothing his son, Gottfried fixed his gaze on Leo, who was at the front. He assumed he was in charge. "If you wanted our lives, you wouldn't have bothered waking us. So I take it you're here for something else. You two run a father and son business." Leo had seen family businesses before, but dragging one's own son into black brain dance editing was akin to leading your child into drug production. No parent with any conscience would do that. Gottfried tried to explain, "It's just business. People want it, we provide it. Even if we don't, someone else will." No one with an intact moral compass could stomach black brain dances. Jackie, a believer in God, was furious. Not everything can be called business. Sure, others do the recording, but you two still edit it. That makes you just as guilty. Not daring to argue, Gottfried mumbled in submission, "You're right." The four intruders radiated enough menace that Frederick, practically crushed by the tension, blurted out, "Do you have some special request? You need real hardcore stuff or?" Gottfried immediately cut him off, "Freddy." Seeing them quivering in fear, Leo stopped beating around the bush. "A preacher's son was killed for a black BD, ring a bell." "A preacher?" "We did get some footage of a few young boys recently, but no one said who their dad was. Can you jog my memory?" Bryce Stone, a roaming preacher from Network 54, father of Bobby Stone, who died at age 12. "How old did you say the kid was? And what did he look like? How was he killed?" "You little." Leo held back the enraged Jackie to keep him from killing Gottfried outright. Frederick spoke up. "Dad, I know which one he wants, BD_9430. Without a word, V walked past them, spotted the chip Frederick mentioned in the cabinet, and took it. "This is it. Here, take it and go. We'll never tell anyone you were here. We swear." V rejoined Leo, whose face held a faint, chilling smile. "Who said we're leaving?" Gottfried tried stepping in front of his son to protect him, but he was afraid any sudden movement might provoke an attack. He froze in place, nervous and confused. "You got what you came for. What else do you want?" Leo waved the original chip in front of them. "So who killed the preacher's kid? Who gave you this footage?" Almost without hesitation, Gottfried replied, "We only care about the BD quality. We don't ask who filmed it." "You're not telling the truth, huh?" Leo stepped away from Jackie, no longer holding him back. Jackie lunged at Gottfried, slamming him to the ground. His huge fists rained down, 3 blows enough to twist the man's features into a bloody mess. Frederick looked ready to jump in but hesitated at the sight of Jackie's biceps, bigger than his own thighs, and lost his nerve, resorting to begging. "No. Please, stop. Don't hit him. You'll kill my father if you keep going. Don't you two love editing black brain dances? Isn't it such a thrill? Now that it's happening to you, why can't you stomach it?" Despite Jackie's anger toward Gottfried, he stopped after 3 punches. He wasn't a total madman, he just wanted the men alive for Leo's questioning. Gottfried, ignoring the blood trickling into his mouth, gasped, Stop, I'll talk. I'll tell everything I know, I swear." Jackie hauled him to his feet with a look of disdain. Stumbling back a couple steps, Gottfried wiped the blood from his face. "I truly don't know who sent the raw footage. Wait, don't hit me again, I mean it, I really don't know." Jackie bristled. "Then it just fell out of the sky. I'm telling the truth. I found it on the factory floor not long ago, no clue who threw it in here." Leo crossed his arms. "What about your surveillance? You've got cameras all over, right? Don't tell me they weren't recording." Gottfried forced a bitter laugh. "Check them. Nothing. Whoever tossed it and hacked the system first, shut everything off remotely. There's no footage at all." Realizing they'd gotten all they could from these two. Chapter 50. Hi, I usually post 2 chapters a day but been trying to set up enough advanced chapters. Anyway, we should be going back to 2 chapters a day by Monday, smiley face. Happy reading. // Leo gave the 3 of them a look, signaling them to step outside first. All 3 looked puzzled. Were they really going to let those 2 off just like that? Still, trusting Leo, V, Jackie, and Lucy left the workshop one by one. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Let me ask you, if I let you go today, can you promise you'll never do this again? Gottfried nodded frantically. I promise, I swear. Leo shifted his gaze from him to Frederick, who was visibly shaken. What about your son? Can he promise, too? Me. Prompted by his father's glare, Frederick quickly answered, yes, of course, sir. We'll never do this again. We'll find some other way to make a living. Hearing their assurances, Leo acted as though he believed them. He flashed a bright, sunny smile, like someone back in his homeland might. Really? I don't believe you. The father and son froze. Then they saw Leo stepping outside the workshop, pulling out a grenade and tossing it in. He shut the door, cutting off their panicked shouts. Boom. A single explosion tore through the air. The father and son were blown into a bloody mess, beyond any hope of survival. Some people might not understand. They might think these two were just making a living, not deserving to die. But that was far from the truth. To draw a comparison everyone could understand, a regular brain dance was like sharing a Japanese adult film in a chat group. People who downloaded it might actually thank you. A black brain dance, however, was so disturbing that any normal person would feel sick watching it, getting no positive emotions, only negative ones. Sharing something like that would only get you beaten senseless by an angry mob. With the father and son's editing skills, they could have easily edited regular brain dances and never gone hungry. Why bother editing black brain dances? It all came down to money. Editing a single black brain dance paid 10 times what a regular one did, maybe more. Once you got used to extravagance, it was hard to go back. They'd already made a fortune off black brain dances. Asking them to return to editing ordinary ones for only 1/10 of the profit. If they were willing to do that, they'd never have ventured into black brain dances in the first place. Besides, many people who started editing black brain dances for quick cash eventually quit. The extreme content was so damaging to the mind and body that nobody could do it for long. But when Leo and his team walked in, these two showed not the slightest discomfort. They were passionately discussing how to make those gut-churning scenes even more revolting, and actually enjoying themselves. Even in Night City, you rarely saw people that twisted. For deviance taken to such an extreme, a one-way ticket to hell seemed right. Let the big man upstairs judge them personally. After leaving the factory, they headed to the designated drop-off point. Leo slipped the original black brain dance, the one showing the murder of the priest's son, into a hidden slot inside the vending machine's output tray. Then he called Regina. Regina, I've placed what you wanted at the specified location. Nice work, Leo. Damn, I wish there were no jobs like this. Hopefully we can catch whoever's really behind it. We're done here. A few days later. Early one morning, while Leo was in the middle of a workout, he got another call from Regina. Leo, it's Regina. Hey, more work for me already. You could say that, but not exactly. Strictly speaking, it's a follow-up to the last gig. The last one. Bryce Stone. Ring a bell. Yes, I remember. So he needs my help again. Bryce Stone's son had been murdered and turned into a black brain dance. Leo, together with V, Jackie, and Lucy, had tracked down the original footage through a dark brain dance dealer in Jig Jig Street. They followed the trail, found the raw file, and had Regina deliver it to the client. Leo had assumed that ended the matter. So why was there more? Couldn't that raw footage help him find whoever killed his son? Finding clues in a black brain dance original wasn't something just anyone could do. And if the killer was clever, they might not have left any trace in the first place. No, it did help. But the clue it gave him led to huge trouble. It's inconvenient to explain over the phone. Come by in person, we'll talk face to face. Sure. Where should I meet you? The afterlife. Leo ended the call and phoned his friends, telling them to meet him at the entrance to the afterlife. V and Lucy took it calmly, but Jackie got excited the moment he heard about it. Leo, did you say Regina wants to meet us at the afterlife? So we're finally getting into the afterlife for real. Why are you so pumped, Jackie? Leo couldn't quite get it. The afterlife, man, it's the heart of Night City. Susan Forrest, Old Snake, Morgan Blackcund, every legend you've heard of hangs out there, Jackie said, growing more and more animated. If we're about to talk business at the afterlife, that means we're on the fast track to hitting the big time. Unlike Embers, where high rollers spent their money atop towering luxury complexes, the afterlife, as a mercenary mecca, was tucked into the city's back streets. It felt a lot more down to earth. Isn't this maybe a little too down to earth? Leo murmured as he climbed out of the SUV, eyeing the entrance. He'd been in Night City for a while and had heard about the afterlife countless times, but seeing it in person left him puzzled. For a supposed sanctuary of mercs, he'd expected bright neon signs and flashy holograms. Instead, everything looked pretty ordinary. So ordinary, in fact, that if he hadn't known where he was, he'd have assumed it was just another bar. Jackie laughed. Don't judge a bun by its folds, amigo. With that, Jackie headed inside first, leading them downstairs. The walls along the stairwell were plastered with posters and graffiti, and trash littered the corners. It was Leo, V, and Lucy's first visit, but Jackie was acting like a tour guide. This place used to be a morgue, can you believe it? It's been here longer than any of us. Back then, people were still buried in the ground the old-fashioned way. They went down the steps and through a corridor until they reached a burly merc standing guard by the door. The afterlife lay just beyond. He remained still when he saw them approach. Hold it. Who are you? Jackie pointed to himself, then gestured at the others. I'm Jackie, and this is Leo, V, and Lucy. The guard didn't even blink. Yeah. These names supposed to mean something. Jackie grinned. They will soon enough. We're friends of Regina Jones, she booked a spot for us. The guard said nothing, but his eyes glimmered as he clearly sent an internal message. Ms. Regina, I've got 3 people here who say they're looking for you. All right, got it. She wants you to head to booth 4. If you don't know where it is, ask Claire at the bar. He directed the first line to Regina, and the second to Leo and his crew.